and welcome to Huntington Beach, California, USA for the International Surfing Association's World Surfing Games. With IOC members here taking a look at this sport, it is possibly the next Olympic sport.
Would have been to have won a gold medal, and I certainly have no intention of getting back into it, but I'm really looking forward to seeing.
This event will push us that much closer to the goal.
For the first time ever, an Olympic trophy for surfing.
Welcome, surf fans, to the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. The road to Paris starts here. We're live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California, and you are in for a show. We're going Saturday to Saturday here. We will be awarding medals by the end of the week. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and we have got stacked heats all day long as Team Japan prepares to enter the water for the first heat of the day. Mitchell, this is high-level, high-stakes competition as we will be rewarding our winning team with a coveted spot in the upcoming 2024 Olympics. I am Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. Very excited to kick off the ISA World Surfing Games.
100%, Chris. It's going to be an amazing day of action, and you know the swell's still picking up later throughout the day, so it's going to be a fun day in the afternoon, I would expect. The morning's going to be tough, though. I expect a grind from a lot of these surfers. That's
right. These surfers are going to have to earn every bit of every point they get today. But that's what competition is all about. You've got to be able to adapt and react. As you see our first look at the Pacific Ocean right now, it's 1 to 3 feet. The wind, not necessarily favorable, but we know one thing. These are surfers from all over the world, over 50 nations represented. So they'll be adept and they'll be ready for conditions like this.
Yeah, and we have 3 different nations competing at this event for the first time, too. Algeria, Lithuania, and Saudi Arabia, which is going to be in one of the first 3 heats of the morning. But, this is a big event, and to quote Wu-Tang Clan, you got to protect your neck out there right now, Chris. You got to really be dominant in these early rounds. And if you're looking for that gold medal as a team individually for both the men and the women, you need to be making it really close to the final if you want to achieve the gold medal as a team.
100%. So this is kind of the beginning of the marathon. As we said, the finals day will be on Saturday. We're going to try to get through as many heats as possible as we have double podiums. So this is double elimination surfing. You see we have 2 areas. This first heat of the day will feature Shun Murakami, Juan Carlos Ramos, and Romeo Chavez, Colombia, Spain, and Japan represented here in this first heat. This is a great matchup to start this event.
Yeah, and 2 goofy footers out there in Chavez and Murakami. And you'd expect Ramos to be prepared for this kind of situation coming from the beach breaks of El Salvador. But I just see Murakami as a threat out here in these kind of conditions, Chris. Great performance at the U.S. Open as always. And that Japanese mob, they got what it takes to win gold here at Huntington.
That's right. And I love the teamwork that we've already seen. One of my favorite parts about ISA competition is, these teams, they stick together through thick and thin. They could have one surfer left in the draw, and they'll all be down here all day long, or as it stands right now, all full teams still intact. Some of our rising surf nations are fielding 1 or 2 surfers representing their nations. Other teams like Japan, Brazil, Australia, Team USA, you would call them surfing superpowers. They have a full 6 surfer team. So 3 men, 3 women. Here is your qualification system for Paris 2024. A lot of moving pieces, but that's what surfing's all about. The WSL will have a contingent moving through. Keep your eyes on 2022. The winning teams by gender will qualify for 1 place in their respective country, and the NOC will nominate the surfer to participate. So basically, let's say, for example, if Team Brazil wins at the end of this, they would have their 2 chosen surfers, possibly from the WSL. And then they would have 1 extra spot that they could field another surfer. And that right there is the example of, you could have the whole 3-headed monster, Italo, Felipe, and Medina. But, of course, this is all, conjecture here. We've got a lot of surfing to come here at the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games, the first Olympic qualifier for surfing. This is going to be an exciting week.
Yeah, and I think going back to your point, as we're still seeing some qualification processes, the universality place. I really like this format because, as you said, what if Brazil does win gold individually on the men's side? It opens up a spot where you have 3 of the 5 best surfers in the world coming from Brazil right now, and I think they're more deserving than any other nation right now. Miguel Pupo just ended up number 6 on the WSL rankings. He just won Tahiti, his maiden CT event too. I'd love to see him surf in 2024 in Paris, Chris. He would be a stellar addition to that wave at Chopes.
Well, you never know what's going to happen. These are going to be 20-minute heats on the day. The top 2 surfers will advance through. 3rd and 4th place surfers, or in this case, a 3rd place surfer, will move to our repechage rounds, which tend to be filled quickly with very talented surfers. That's not where you want to be, especially this early in competition. I mean, you kind of look at the calendar, and we're going Saturday to Saturday, and there's a lot of heats that these surfers are going to have to get through. Men and women will be competing this week. And your first wave of the year for the ISA World Surfing Games goes to your surfer in white, Juan Carlos Ramos. And it looks like we've got surfer in yellow, Ramiro Chavez, as well. So first connection being made, maybe getting the best of it. Chavez gets all the way to the beach. So, of course, we have an international judging panel, the best in the business, and they will be watching very closely. Mitch, you are a Huntington Beach surfer to the core. You've surfed in all conditions out here. Tell me what we're looking at this morning. What are the challenges these surfers are going to be facing, and what are some of the rewards we could see them achieve?
Yeah, I actually surfed this morning, and I can tell you from first-hand experience, it was not easy to surf at all. There's a few amount of great quality waves out there, and I think what I'm really looking forward to see is if somebody can get the actual connection from the outside all the way to the inside with a big turn on the outside. You saw Chavez right there in yellow be able to get a wave that actually connected through, but he didn't have anything significant on the outside, and he got an incomplete finish on the inside too. So I'm really looking forward to see those kind of performances of the people that have actually competed here in the past before, Chris. Luca Messinas is one that stands out to me. Obviously, the local boy, Kanoe Igarashi. And I think the Americans are going to have great success too. Kolohe Andino, Griffin Colapinto, and Santa Cruz's own Nat Young. I think local experience and knowledge of having surfed this place in all types of conditions is really going to play in their favor.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. You know, and I think one thing that is going to be a little bit different than some of our WSL competitors and even our, QS surfers is there is no seating really here. Everybody has to surf throughout the entire week, everyone with the same rules, so we really are kind of starting with a blank slate. I mean, we could see some of the biggest names in sport go down early. We've seen it in past ISA competitions. So here's a quick look at our opening couple of waves here from Huntington Beach. So like you said, Mitchell, it's going to be challenging, but there's definitely options out there, and there are little glimmers of hope, I think, for some of these surfers of those big scores.
Yeah, especially somebody like Chavez, too. We saw him in the juniors in El Salvador. Kid did great. He actually resides in Ecuador for most of the year, but Colombian parents, he competes for Colombia, and here we go.
Juan Carlos Ramos from Spain, quick up and down right there. That right there is a perfect illustration of the challenges. Identifying a wave that's going to be able to give you that push to get to the beach is going to be difficult this morning.
Yeah, so normally what I do is I use markers on the beach to know where the peaks are at. Right now, it really only seems like the Pure Bowl and maybe Middle Peak is kind of doing its thing. I don't think Machado's today is going to be a factor at all. But you also need to know how far these waves are breaking on the outside. Where do you want to position yourself? And you can see with that angle right there, Chris, you kind of want to use those banners and use those tees to your advantage to know how far you're positioned out on the outside, and it seems like Murakami's got a good one here.
Yeah, Murakami is a lightning fast surfer, and I would say one of the surfers in the draw that you could see excelling at 20-foot pipeline just as well as he excels here at 2-foot Huntington, and that right there, a great example of what you've got to do to fight for a score, and cool to see Team Japan in the foreground. And even, even the All-Stars come down to support their team. We've got Olympians right there, 2 medalists. And the team is always watching, always taking notes, trying to improve throughout the week. So a great start there for Team Japan and Shun Murakami.
Yeah, and it wasn't a great wave, but to me, that's a keeper for today, Chris. You really got to acknowledge that these waves are difficult to surf and know that something like that could easily be in your top 2 at the end of the heat. And here's Romeo now.
Yeah, Romeo's starting to kind of make that more of him. And Colombia, they've fielded another pretty young team.
Yeah,
but
super.
they're getting really good really fast. I mean, the improvement there is pretty stellar.
Yeah, and even Freddy Marimon stuck around too. He was at the U.S. Open Adaptive Open of Surfing in Oceanside last weekend and stuck around to support Team Colombia here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And great opportunity for them too to at least move up in the rankings, Chris, get their seed better for next year, even if they're not in contention for the gold medal. But it's a good opportunity for these youngsters as well. Khalil Pineda-Schooley is on the team, Romeo Chavez. I like the chances of Giorgio Gomez in these kind of conditions, though. I think he's going to do well.
Nice looking wave here for surfer in white, Juan Carlos Ramos representing Spain. And I tell you, one kind of understated aspect of preparation is grip. When you're pushing that hard to get to the inside section, it's not always going to be pretty, but I tell you, that is a test of your wax, because we've seen so many times surfers trying to get that Huntington hop going, trying to get everything pushing towards the beach, and those slips, especially with that much force you're pushing down on your board, critical errors have been made in the transition. So for these surfers, preparation is key.
And you would think for somebody like Ramos, who, coming from El Salvador, maybe not as prepared in a wave like this, but this is the wave that I'm talking about, of Shun. So it gets a decent hit on the outside and a really tough connection here on the shore break. Navigates his way through, goes left, and look at this turn right here. Pokes it through the lip line, and that thing had 2 different waves to it, and somehow he was able to ride out of it. And then Chavez right here, just a small turn on the outside, linking it through. And this is where these light surfers are actually going to have a benefit and an advantage in comparison to the heavier surfers in making the inside connection. Just a bit too strong there for the shorey, Chris. And then the surfer from El Salvador, as I was saying, maybe not as accustomed to surfing these kind of conditions. But the one thing I will say about them is that they've got a small team, but they've got a big heart. I was talking to Brian Perez yesterday. He's really stoked to be able to surf here, and it's his first time competing, believe it or not, in Huntington Beach.
Really? I would have
at least
thought he would.
At the ISA level, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, Brian Perez, he is the another kind of great storyline to talk to when you're thinking of the universality rule. For him, definitely the team leader.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, say the best surfer ever to come out of El Salvador. I think him.
You
in the
think
Olympics,
so? I would say
Jimmy,
yeah.
I'm saying, competitively speaking.
Right. Okay. I think they're
that
pretty.
That would be a great matchup.
Right.
To see.
At Punta Roca, can you imagine that?
Well, we have the incredible list that you can see on isasurf.org or isasurf.org of all the surfers competing. Like I said, over 50 countries, hundreds of surfers, men and women, some of the biggest names in our sport, and some names you've no doubt never heard of, but will probably be instant fans of. The storylines that we're going to get through this week are fascinating, for a lot of the surfers that come from places that you didn't know had surfers.
Right.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, perfect example. They're fielding a team for the first time. Algeria. And I tell you, these are surfers that are hungry for, not only the experience, but also just to kind of chasing that joy of the sport. So it's really fun to see these rising nations. Shun Murakami, speaking of rising, he's going to rise to the top with that last wave. Great combo out the back.
Well, and you know what? It got a 5.67 on his opener, Chris, and that was for the inside connection. Just the one turn on the outside, but it was a quality one. I think that's going to score well, and he's easily going to have a commanding lead right here in these kind of conditions. Just under 11 minutes to go. I was about to bring up the point that you were making of maybe giving a voice to those nations that really don't have, the same kind of exposure as the U.S., as, the regions in Australia. There's a lot of great teams out there that are going to make a big impact this week on the rankings. I think Spain has an incredible young team. Argentina, as always. I mean, you look at Argentina and you have 2 former winners that have won 2 times, Santiago Muniz and Leandro Osuna. And who would have thought, a small surfing country small population, but they have 2 former world champions. And their women's team ain't bad either, so they actually got a chance of getting a medal here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are some countries that I think are going to take people by surprise. Team Canada always fields a great team. Team Germany has been coming on strong. And right now, your surfer in white, Juan Carlos Ramos, all the way to the shore break.
Oh.
And after all that work, it's in the wind. He will get rewarded for what he did throughout that wave, but the ending, that's going to definitely hinder that scoring potential.
Well, and it's a little jab through the heart right there, too, Chris. You make it all the way through to the inside. You did all your work, and then you just can't close it out. So, missed opportunity right there by Ramos, but he's still in third, was needing a score right there. It seems like Chavez split the peak with him. He was looking at better at low 2. And there's a score from Murakami, a 6.23 for just those one single turn on the outside. So, they're really going to reward that outside maneuver as strongly as they can, especially with these kind of conditions. I just don't see it getting much better throughout the day, Chris. I think today you're really going to have to reward those outside sections and the commitment of those turns.
Romeo Chavez representing Colombia. Quick snap there. I think just by, repeatedly competing in ISA events, I would say most of the surfers representing Colombia coming through in the ISA World Surfing Games this year just competed at the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador. So, they're going to have some momentum on their side. They're going to have that competitive experience. And, they've been grinding since then, training for this because they know, of course, the level it raises. But taking nothing away from the juniors we saw surfing in El Salvador, that was the best display of junior surfing I've ever seen
100%.
in competition. And that just tells us the future of surfing is so bright. We will see a lot of double threats surfing in the juniors and now surfing in the World Surfing Games.
Yeah, actually, the Israeli team impressed me a lot at the juniors. They had one kid in particular that surfed great. He scored almost a perfect heat. As we're looking at Chavez here, grinding his way through. Good carve there on the backhand, but once again, just can't really get a good completion at the end. But the similarity of competing in an event of this magnitude, Chris. You competed at the juniors, get waves. You compete here in Huntington. You know that you're going to get good waves eventually, but you just need to grind through those heats. And there's another kid, too, who's competed in the juniors before, making his, mainstream platform debut, Tao Rodriguez from Panama. A great surfer, beautiful backhand surfing from the goofy footer, and he's got a tough heat. Denmark, Saudi Arabia making their debut, and the Chilean Guillermo Sat. That's going to be a good one.
Wow. We're seeing stacked heats already.
Yeah.
So it is Saturday, 7:45 a.m. local time here in Huntington Beach, California. And we will be going all the way through till Saturday. So these surfers, they got to set the pace early, but at the same time, they have to pace themselves because there is going to be a lot of surfing for all the teams this week. You see Ramos there just a little frustrated, couldn't quite get over the hump. Literally kind of a lump in front of him that he was caught behind throughout that wave. So 6:40, time is going to fly by. Some of these surfers will be used to maybe 30 to 40-minute heats competing, on the WSL level. And here we're going to go back to grind time. 20 minutes, you've got to get out there and get involved early.
Yeah, and luckily for Ramos is that, his last wave scored him well, a 3.83, so that actually moved him up into second. And Chavez right now in a tough spot, hasn't really broken anything out of a 3-point ride, so he needs something right here. There's Team Colombia, Johnny De Cesare, one of our good friends and co-workers as well. His daughter Angelina competed in the juniors. She's competing here at the Open too. As we're seeing the replay of Ramos, just a whitewater foam climb on the backhand, and as you were saying, this is something that's particular of Huntington Beach, especially on the south side of Chris. You get those wobbles through the midsection, it gets deep right there, and if you don't have the right amount of speed, you're not making the inside connection at all. And it seems like Ramos is persistent. He just wants to catch wave after wave right here.
Yeah, I would kind of be of the mindset, look, just roll the dice, especially with the conditions we have now. Shun Murakami is competed enough to know that patience will pay off, if you've put yourself on the right waves. But, I feel like today, if you're in second or third place, it's not going to be too much of a gamble, just a battle for whatever comes your way.
Especially if you're in the lower part of the priority rotation, too. I think that's going to be significant. I think the people that actually have experience and knowledge of competing with priority before are going to be the ones that will probably succeed the most. That being said, if there is a random set every now and then and you can capitalize on the outside underneath everybody else's priority, go ahead and do that because there's not going to be many of those opportunities out there. And there you see the team cheer from Team Japan. And they're one of the teams to beat right here. Here's Murakami's heat recap. Opens up with a 5.67. Tough section right here at the end, Chris, where he was able to go left at the end, had a double lip right there, and was able to ride out cleanly. And then Chavez hasn't broken the 2-point range in terms of the scores. Just those falls at the end have really hurt him. And then Ramos got the 3.63, so he's in second. But this wave right here, the one turn, beautiful bottom turn, and a great display of attacking the lip here at Southside HB.
Morning, starting to warm up a little bit. The good news for our surfers, the water is the perfect temperature, about 70, 72 degrees. Air temp right now around the same, so nothing but trunks needed today. You trunked it about 6:30 a.m., so that tells you right there. It's nice and warm. We do have that breeze, which, you know, I feel like when the swell is kind of not really, obviously it's not really pulsing right now, sometimes the wind can be your friend. It whips up opportunity. It's not going to be easy by any stretch, but, you know, when we do get these onshore breezes, sometimes it just kind of pushes the waves a little bit more and gives you a little bit, you know, something extra to work with. If it was real glassy right now, it would look a lot smaller, and I think these surfers would have less opportunity. So, you know, with the lack of swell we have right now, I'm almost thanking the wind for coming because it's going to help a little bit with consistency.
Well, and it'll bring up more waves, too. I know that there's a swell that's incoming later today. Should be much better by tomorrow, but these surfers already know that they're competing twice today if they make it through, Chris. So it's a critical day of surfing, and we got the women competing on Monday due to the Supergirl happening right now in Oceanside. So these are critical rounds, and I couldn't state it even more, but for those teams that are really looking to win gold, you need to be advancing all three of your surfers today.
Absolutely. We have 247 athletes competing from 51 nations. That surpasses our previous record of athletes set in 2019. So we're already breaking records, and we've just started. Heat 1 of the entire event has 2.5 minutes to go. Shun Murakami has the lead. Solid 6.23 is the highest single wave score of the day so far. As we see Juan Carlos Ramos there playing some defense against Romeo Chavez. So a similar scoreline for Juan Carlos and Romeo. 3-3, the high mark there. But pretty grindy from the jump, unless you're Shun Murakami. You get another diamond in the rough for Shun. Two good sections to work with there, and he's just got a really nice pace. He's not pushing too hard. Two good turns out the back. That'll be another solid score.
Yeah, we'll see if it replaces the 5.67, but either way, good use of priority right there. He took away the opportunity from the other two surfers. And you're mentioning how close it is between second and third right now. That's why Ramos is going on those smaller waves because he knows that he just wants to better the 2.5. There's everybody just arriving in the morning. Team Italy, Chile down here. They got a great team too. Manuel Selman, the Olympian, is going to be competing. And with 90 seconds to go, it just seems like the Japanese surfer Murakami from the get-go knew where to position himself, probably with, you know, the experience of having Kanoe Igarashi in your corner too and as your friend. Doesn't hurt when you have the expertise of a two-time U.S. Open champion here.
That's right. And we have 19 Olympians competing this year.
Wow.
So our first ever Olympic surfers, most of them here to, you know.
And two medalists, too.
That's right. Kanoe Igarashi and Amuro Suzuki, bronze medalist and silver medalist.
I mean, I don't think that gets talked about enough. You were there in person, but the fact that they were competing in the first ever Olympic event for surfing, and they had to do that at home, too. The amount of pressure that they had was outstanding.
Oh, and then the media coverage that followed was incredible. Any TV you turned on, you would see Kanoa and Amuro there smiling on all the talk shows and on all the news channels. So, you know, just kind of became national heroes after that. As you see a last look there from Romeo Chavez.
It doesn't need much, Chris. 3.67. You know, Ramos has the 3.83. It's going to be close. He surfed it as well as he possibly could have.
Some familiar faces in the mix there. See Johnny Dechazer there. his daughter competing for Team Colombia. And that's going to be about it for our first heat of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. As Juan Carlos playing a little bit of defense right there, maybe his best score of the heat, and just in time to hang on to that second place spot. We have some scores yet to drop. We'll see what happens after this break. We're going to be right back with more action. Heat number 2, the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games coming up.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And we've just seen Shun Murakami win the first heat of the event. Team Japan always showing up full force, always prepared, always a threat to win the overall title here. And that was a big statement win right there. You know, they're not deterred by conditions. They're ready for it. And put them on your list of favorites.
For sure. And their women's team is stacked, too. Amuro Suzuki, Shino Matsuda, and Mahina Maeda, as we're seeing Heat 2 of the men's round 1. Guillermo Sat, Tao Rodriguez, Oliver Hardcop, and Mohamed Kurdi. First time we're seeing somebody from Saudi Arabia compete in the ISAs, Chris.
That's right. We want to welcome Team Saudi Arabia to competition. One of our 3 new teams competing, Algeria, Lithuania, and Saudi Arabia. They are being represented right now by Mohamed Kurdi, and he is a great representative. I mean, his Instagram is at Saudi_Stoke, and he gets after it. You can definitely hit him up, give him a follow, check out all the cool things he's doing. He's a wake surfing expert. That's how he does a lot of his training. He's a climber, makes regular trips to the Maldives to surf, and explores the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. And I think one aspect of ISA competition that I cannot emphasize enough is the camaraderie, the global community that has developed through these events. You know, if you want to travel anywhere in the world and surf, I've got 51 nations here that you can get involved with, that you can hit up on Instagram, social media, however you want to introduce yourself. If you want to go anywhere in the world, the gateway is here. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, and I can easily say that we are huge fans of the first couple of days of competition. This is where you get to see this eclectic, really cool mix of nations surfing. I mean, where else are you going to see surfers from Saudi Arabia going up against surfers from Australia, Japan, Brazil, etc.? The matchups are just incredible and really fun to watch. So to me, these first few days just really highlight, the eclectic and unique group of surfers that we've gathered up for this event. I mean, look what we have right here. This is truly a global heat. Denmark, Saudi Arabia represented, which you won't see many other competitions have the amount of flags, of course, but then the names that we see. So I'm excited to see what Mohamed and Oliver have. We did see Oliver in some previous iterations of the ISA World Surfing Games, and he's a hammer given the opportunity. I mean, he could definitely turn some heads. Curdy, well, we'll see what he's got. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I remember Hard Cup last year at the last Olympic qualifier for Tokyo in El Salvador. He was going for it. You know, he was charging. It was pretty big down there, so he had a lot of work to do, and especially coming from Denmark, too, where you're surfing with a 6'5" most of the time. Coming into something like this where the water's warm, you're surfing in board shorts, it's a big difference, too, and your boards feel completely different. So let's see how he does here in these next 20 minutes.
You know, our mantra, a better world through surfing, started about 25 minutes ago when we kicked off this competition. And this is where, you know, rising surf nations and surfers looking to advance and progress and better themselves. You know, this is the greatest way to do that is by putting yourself in a heat. You know, Guillermo Sat, this guy is a QS legend at this point. I mean, he has been around the world and back many times. I'm sure he's got the call up to championship tour events as a wild card in the past. He is that good of a surfer. Incredible tube rider. Seen him at Pipeline, seen him all over the world charging. So this will be a fun heat to watch. Just, again, the matchup. You won't see it anywhere else in the world.
Right, and, you know, Sat, somebody who's pursued the qualifying series for years, just about to be 30, so still relatively young. And then you have somebody like Tao Rodriguez, who's been doing the QS, the juniors, and then the Latin Tour events, too. Another great exponent, and I think, of Latin American surfing. And I think, to be honest, he's one of the better talents that I've seen from Panama in years. So he not only has the opportunity to do well here for his team, but I think on an individual perspective is a good time to get your real estate market to go up and your value to go up a lot more. So, you know, you got to shine, and unfortunately, if the waves aren't there, you got to find a way to shine, Chris. So let's see what this kid has in these next 17 minutes. I expect him to make it through out of this heat, and I also expect big things from Team Chile. I think they have a great team, especially with the guidance of Manuel Selman and being an Olympian. They should be looking at least for a top 10 finish here.
We got 16:58 on the clock. No surfers involved yet, and that gives us the opportunity to introduce you to Oliver Hardkop. If you've never met this surfer before, well, this is what he's going to be going up against. Our format, 3 men, 3 women per team. Top 2 waves count towards the surfer's heat total. Pretty standard rules. Your top 2 surfers will advance through the heat into the next round, where the 3rd and 4th place surfers will go into the repechage rounds. We're looking for all these things. We want to see ripping. We want the judges to be impressed. When they're impressed, well, they're all surfers themselves. They know what it takes, and they know what all these combinations mean there. They want to see that speed, power, flow. Priority probably will come into play today.
I would think so.
In smaller, condensed arenas like we have right now, priority is of utmost importance.
Yeah, 100%. And there's some heats, too, where, you know, the seeding didn't work out as well because some countries maybe didn't have the best teams going into the 2021 event. But, you know, there's one heat with Jadson Andre coming up later today that I know the priority there is going to be extremely important with how slow it is out there right now. So not only do I think the positioning is going to be relatively new to a lot of these people out here at Southside Huntington Beach, I also think the positioning according to the tide is going to be something that we won't see as much either, Chris. Normally with these kind of conditions, you're looking at the shore break, but with how valuable the outside section is, I think most people are going to commit to the outside first of all, and then eventually try to move themselves towards the shore break. But I spoke to Johnny Corzo yesterday. I told him, hey, you've competed here many times before. Like, keep an open mind when it comes to those kind of positioning things, because if you see something on the shore break that you like when you're paddling out, might as well go for it, because you don't know how long you're going to be waiting on the outside for something.
Ride everything.
Yeah.
Roll the dice and ride everything. Well, with our first post-heat interview of the day, we want to welcome Jess Grimwood, who is standing by now with Shun Murakami.
Hey guys, thank you. Yes, Shun Murakami, first heat of the ISA World Games. And for Team Japan, how are you feeling after that great win to kick off your event?
I feel good. It was pretty hard heat because waves tricky and not many waves, so I was nervous, but I got a couple of fun waves, so stoked to get through.
Yeah, beautiful performance as well. And the whole of the Team Japan were down here first thing in the dark, getting ready. How's the feeling with the team? Is everybody really excited to be here again for the games?
Yeah, everyone's hiking and focus and yeah, we try to my best and we're gonna win.
There you go. You heard it from Shun Murakami straight off the bat. First heat win for Japan and first heat of the day here at the Games, guys.
Thank you, Jess, and congratulations, Shun Murakami. And that's the attitude you have to have. We're going to win. We've got one win under our belts already. The momentum is starting for Team Japan. Let's get back to the lineup here. 13:40 to go. And right now, your representative from Saudi Arabia, Mohammed Kurdi, in the lead with just a 0.5. But this is going to be a day where even 0.5s could count. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, especially, in Huntington Beach. At this size, with these conditions, you're going to see some wild finishes for these heats. And, of course, we want to see it triple this size as we move through competition. But it is kind of fun to test our surfers in a variety of different conditions, and they're definitely being tested this morning.
Well, and it's a chess match, too, because you know that your opponent's good. You don't want to go on a wave that's insignificant to you, but you want to force them to go on that wave that you don't want either. So how long do you wait before you actually catch a wave, Chris? 7 minutes have gone by. I think with the experience and the expertise in these kind of waves for somebody like Guillermo Sat, it would just be smarter to wait as long as you need in order to get a wave that's good in terms of quality. Same thing for Tao, and it seems like Tao's up and riding here on the left.
19 years old, representing Panama. He lives in Rio Mar. And his home break, Chame Banks. Couple turns out the back there. Oh, we had a quick look at Oliver Hartkop there from Denmark. He goes down. Guillermo Sack goes down. This is, again, just a kind of a wild start. Not a lot of waves ridden, and the ones that were picked off were not capitalized on. So back to the drawing board for all four surfers in the lineup.
And that was a much cleaner wave for Sot, too. Very surprised that he fell right there. But a good start there for Rodriguez. Should be a decent opener for him. And Panama has two great coastlines, both the Caribbean side and the Pacific side. Excellent waves over there. The only issue is that it's a bit difficult to get to the Pacific. It's a long drive, at least 6 to 8 hours from the city.
Here goes Guillermo Sat. Nice turn to start this wave off, trying to make the transition. Goes to the hop. I think when you look at the judging criteria of speed, power, and flow, the judges would prefer, more of a serpentine path, more of a, side-to-side movement to get to the beach. But right now, I think it's anything goes. You gotta make full effort to make the connection. Unfortunately for Guillermo, wasn't able to capitalize on that inside section. Did get a good turn out the back, so that will be our best score of the heat. But probably would have been doubled had he made that finishing turn.
Yeah, 2 unforced errors so far by Guillermo, and that's very uncharacteristic of him, especially after having better positioning than everybody else in the water too. So Rodriguez is on the board, and this is his opener. Decent turn on the outside right here, Chris. The wave stood up, slides the fins right there, but after that, the wave just fizzled out and didn't give him much more to work with. Couldn't make it through to the shorey, so scores are going to be kept relatively low. And that was a huge mistake for Sat, falling on that one on the outside and then Hartkop. And then this is the last one of Sat. So gets the decent carve right here, wraps it all the way back around. Much flatter section, though. It won't score very high. And as you were saying, doesn't matter how you make it to the inside. As long as you make it and give yourself a chance to get a better score right here on the shorey, do it. Unfortunately, again, just mistimed that last section. Not enough speed right there, Chris.
Unfortunate, too. That was a good-looking turn. Big
Yeah.
backside whip. But the shore break, as always, an uphill landing, making it just that much more difficult to be in control through that final turn. 2 quick snaps out the back for Rodriguez from Panama. And he is 19 years old. Already has a couple national titles under his belt as a junior, so making his climb here in the ISA and on the QS as well. As you see, Oliver Hartkop from Denmark. Oliver lives north of Copenhagen. Pretty cool. His home break is called Cold Hawaii. And that's a great, it's I guess I would believe it just is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Nice, solid waves, but it's cold.
Yeah.
And, you know, cold is kind of a trend for Hartkop as he surfs in Norway, Iceland, Sweden, and Faroe Islands. So probably rare that he's in trunks anywhere around his house. So he's probably feeling like he's in Hawaii right now in 72-degree water.
No, it's I saw Josh Kerr made a trip to Norway recently, and he scored, by the way. The waves are great. I think he went there for a wedding and ended up scoring some waves. And, you know, you see these countries that it's just so cold and all that, and it's not as attractive, but the waves are there, and the quality of waves are there, too. And you go to Canada, both coasts have the same kind of thing, too. So this is Sats lost. Gets the carve on the outside, makes it to the inside right here, and this is a really tough connection, too. And as you see right here with this angle, you can see the amount of sand that there is on the bottom, but not enough speed right there. And there's a huge transition in terms of the depth right there, right at the end. That's why the wave stands up so much on the shorey. And then Rodriguez, a good little combo on the outside. Love the way he made this inside connection here, Chris. Just wiggled his way through it, committed to the right-hander. He knows it's his strength anyways, and got the 2-for-1 right there at the end. So he's going to have close to 10 points on the board already in the first 12 minutes.
Sometimes you got to wiggle it just a little bit to get to the inside. And I feel like today, you know, it might not be pretty, but you got to make it work.
Yeah.
You got to get to that inside section. And here's a look quickly at your next heat, another international superheat. Keep your eyes on Sharif Fall representing Team Senegal. He has been on an absolute tear over the past few years, improving his skills. His just name recognition has gotten bigger and bigger. He's been traveling around the world, getting out there, getting involved. Very excited to see what we have from Sharif coming up. But right now, we still got business in the lineup. Guillermo Sat, who held the lead for the majority of this heat, now finds himself in second place, fighting to get to that inside section. He's going to have to rely on whatever he did on the outside for the judges to throw the numbers out there. Rodriguez, now he has the highest single wave score this heat, a 5.17. Backs it up with a 4.5, so that's a solid score line there for Rodriguez representing Panama, and he looks to be on another
Good right.
gem of a wave. Big snap out the back, nicely placed there. I don't want to speak too soon, but I feel like his transition to the inside is going to be
Successful.
completed. Can he get the finish? Look at that double up there. A bonus inside section. That right there is a heat-winning wave for Tao Rodriguez. And just in time, too, with 6.5 minutes to go, he's going to be well into the lead after that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a way to read that wave, too, especially for somebody that's not as used to competing here. You really saw that he's been putting in his practice hours at Southside, and just a great transition from the right into the left at the end. Got a bonus section on the left shorey, but I think the outside is really where he's going to score well. Got the two-turn combo, and now Guia's got to be careful. He did score a 4.67 for the one turn on the left on the outside. That doesn't mean that Hartkop's out of this, though, and he might not be on the scoreboard right now with anything better than 1.67, but he's capable of getting a 5. And there's Rodriguez. Great blow tail on the first section, and this wave just bowled up. So it had quality to it, and beautiful transitions right here, using rail to rail, and made the shorey connection. And right here, you see him just kind of hit that lip once, but the second turn much better. The wave stood up on the outside and on the inside. I really love that first turn right there on the outside. And you can see this wave just had that clean line to it the whole time. Second or third wave of the set, and fortunately for him, there was a second or third wave of the set out here right now. Gets the transition, the one turn, and the little double up to finish. And a great start there to the competition for Panama and Tao Rodriguez. This is going to be a good score, and he's easily going to take the lead right here off of everybody else in this heat, Chris.
Yeah, now we're going to see the battle to see who can advance through. You do not want to find yourself in that repechage round.
Especially if you're
one of competition.
Yeah, if you're Chile and you're Guillermo Sad, you cannot afford to do that. Not even one bit. So there's a Saudi team. They're coming up.
I'm pretty sure our Saudi representatives right now are checking out isasurf.org. And trust us when we say the amount of information of kind of entertaining facts and just cool things to read about on that website. It goes deep, and it's literally where you can get bios on each and every athlete competing. And again, this is a great opportunity for you to make friends all over the world.
Yeah.
Wherever you're watching, of course, giving your support. Nothing wrong with sending a supportive DM to somebody on a team. Maybe you have a relative in Saudi Arabia or you're just interested in the country. Send a DM to one of their surfers. Hey, go for it. Have good, have a good event. That'll only help, with just getting getting this global family a little bit tighter together, which of course is our end goal. We are going to be rewarding medals, slots in the Olympics, all the serious elements that make this competition. But, in the grand scheme of things, it's about making this a better world through surfing and really spreading this sport to every corner of the globe, which the ISA, I think, has done an incredible job in their tenure and will continue to do that throughout this week and on into the future.
And you really want to encourage getting those kind of moments where you want to cherish these precious times that we have, right? Because to me, some of the best friendships that I still have to this day have come through the 2 ISA events in which I competed in. 2011 in the juniors and 2012 in the juniors too. I met Griffin Colapinto, I met Sean Madison, Ryan Simmons, and I work with Simo now, which is really cool because it was those kind of moments that made me inspire myself to want to pursue a career within the sport of surfing, and without it, I wouldn't be here right now, Chris.
That's right. Get involved with the ISA. I mean, any level, surfing, judging. There are plenty of countries out there that have great surfers, and we would love to have them involved.
One of them's right here on screen, Tao. He got the 6.67 on this wave, one of the best waves of the first 2 heats of this morning. And you look at the amount of success that the Goofy Footers have had with the heat win of Murakami and then Rodriguez right here in white from Panama. It's all been about the transition towards the inside, Chris. And here he goes yet again on another left.
Oh, there's a good-looking wave for Rodriguez. Nice little tail slide right there. I mean, it flattens off in front of him, but it looks like he chose the perfect line to make the connection, fighting for it, and just so close to getting over the hump there. Couldn't do anything more. I think that was just an impossible link, but I did like that turn out the back. I don't know if it'll be better than a 5.17, but definitely a great wave to play defense on and not let anybody else ride that one. This Hart Cop there, quick snap. He's got a 1.67 and a 0.87. So a little bit of a rough go for Oliver and Mohammed right now, but, with every heat, you're going to learn something. And right now, you're going to learn how good Guillermo Sat is in any type of waves. Kind of has a Matt Miola looking style to him. Maybe it's the hair, the stance. But you see all the energy that he's using to try to make this inside section. He does.
Smart.
Nice finish there. 53 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Rodriguez and Guillermo Sat advancing through. Don't think that was a 7.17, but I'm not a judge. We have a very capable expert judges here today, an international judging panel, male and female. Another thing the ISA does is certify judges and basically train judges of the future.
Mm-hmm.
So we did have a big female judging symposium down here yesterday, and we'll be talking more about that through the week. But let's take a look at what just transpired at the end of this heat, Mitchell. That was a solid fight to the end.
It was. I want to point something out on Rodriguez's wave right there. You saw where he bottom turned and you saw where he finished his actual top turn. When he came out of it, he already hit a deep spot, so that's why the transition wasn't able to be made towards the shore. And just smart surfing right there from Guy Assat. Knew that he just wanted to better his 2.83. Easily going to do that with just the turn on the outside. And you made the Matt Miola comparison. He has the air game that's comparable to Matt Miola, too. And a smart finish right here, too, from Guille. He's going to be moving through alongside the Panamanian.
All right, heat number 2 in the books. I told you we would be flying through these opening round heats, and we're doing just that. So surfers from Chile and Panama moving through. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. Spain, Italy, Senegal, and Iran represented in this next heat. Stay tuned.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We're trying to field our first athletes in the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympics. The winning team here will get a slot for a man and a woman. So if you want to know more about Olympic qualification, you can check out isasurf.org, or you can watch and listen throughout the week, as we'll be digging deep into what it takes to get yourself one of those coveted spots in the Olympics. There you see flags flying high, and we're back at it. In the lineup now, surfer in white, Edoardo Papa from Italy. Relatively newer name that we're seeing coming across the board, and obviously not new to surfing. I can tell he's got the style, the finesse, and the power to make a big charge through this contest. Out the back, you've got Adur Amatriain from Spain.
It's a real Basque name right there. His brother Iker, also a great surfer. Both ride for Hurley. I used to see those kids when I still worked at Hurley a lot. And on screen, Sharif Fall.
Yeah, Sharif Fall from Team Senegal. He is just such a fun surfer to watch. A really cool, unique style. He can do some big airs if given the opportunity. And, you know, as we had mentioned earlier, he is definitely kind of a rising star in the global landscape of surfing. Here's your lineup. You've got Papa representing Italy, Adur from Spain, Sharif from Senegal, and we've got Sean Arjong Barolo Lumi from Iran. And the storylines that these surfers bring with them to this event are just incredible. Sean Barr, well, he's from the surf-rich zone of Wichita, Kansas. That's where he lives. His favorite wave is Koalos in Hawaii.
Well, that's sick.
And just before this event, and if you're in Kansas watching this right now, be on the lookout. Sean had some boards stolen from his garage. So if you see a Tomo Fireware anywhere in Kansas, that's Sean. So let's get that back to him, and more on that to come. In that last heat, Mohammed Kurdi from Saudi Arabia making their first representation here in ISA competition. He's standing by now with Jess.
Hi guys, yes, this is the first year for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Mohammed Kurdi, how do you feel kicking off your event, first heat in the water and first for your country?
Honestly, it's a historic event for us in Saudi Arabia. Beyond stoked. I'm so happy to surf and sharing the stoke with 50-plus countries and 100-plus countries overall. So yeah, beyond stoked, just to be surfing in Huntington also on my own. So that's also a plus.
And did you guys come over here early? You've got a small team, but a very passionate team. You've been on the beach a lot. Have you been here for a while?
Absolutely. Passion is the right word for us. We don't have a lot of waves right now and in Saudi, so we came here a week ago. We've been practicing every day and just get stuff dialed in so that once the competition started, we know what to do.
Well, there you go. Mohammed Kurdi from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's got his first experience, guys, and Out for these guys, passionate team.
Thank you, Jess Grimwood. Yeah, Muhammad Kurdi, follow him at Saudi_Stoke. What a great representative for Saudi Arabia and for surfing as a whole. I mean, you could feel his energy and his excitement right there. Didn't get through that heat, but the good news is, as always in ISA competition, Muhammad Kurdi will have another chance in those repechage rounds, so we'll be following along. And Mitchell, as you've full know, we have 2 fields here, so we've got 2 podiums of surfers, meaning we can get through double the amount of heats. Just off screen, down to the south, I would say a little bit south of that Machado Peak, we've got podium 2.
Yep.
So we've got heats running at the same time, and that's just a way when you have this many surfers and when you have double elimination competition, you've got to use the entirety of the field and the entirety of the week that we have allotted for this event. So as I said, these surfers will have a Herculean task of surfing maybe a dozen times throughout the week if they make it their way to the finals.
Yeah, and right now with 15 minutes to go, you already see the kind of thing that we expect from the Spanish team too, right? 6.37, the heat total already for Adur. And you know that this team is one of the best European teams out there, but I also think that they're quite underrated when it comes to the global scale of surfing too, Chris. And I've always said that one of my favorite surfers of all time is Jonathan Gonzalez from the Canary Islands, and he competed for Spain many years. Aritz Aramburu, another great exponent, and now you have Adur here on screen too.
Yeah, and talk about a surf-rich nation. Say Spain, underrated.
Yeah.
Wave quality as well.
Absolutely.
Adur now, a little frustrated there. Couldn't quite make that connection to the inside, but, these surfers, they got to know that everyone's in the same waves. They're all in the same conditions. So that little bit of frustration, it's warranted, but, I think the surfers that have that ability to kind of fight their way through these heats, will be able to shake off maybe a bad wave or a mistake and kind of get right back in the mix. Yet to see Sharif or Sean Barr. But back to the Sean Barr story, he is a proponent of surfing from Wichita, or lives in Wichita, Kansas, surfs all over the world whenever he can. Self-admitted weekend warrior.
I bet.
He's a chef, and he's already offered to make dinner, make his signature Iranian dish for any takers, and I will gladly raise my hand for that. It sounds amazing to me, and can't wait to get to know him more. Here's your surfer in yellow, Sharif Fall, representing Senegal, who always comes through as, I would say, the top spirited team. They come through with huge smiles, traditional dress, and they always just, they set the vibe early and they keep it going throughout the entire event.
Them and the Jamaicans are great too. I remember in 2011 when I did my first ISA World Juniors, Eli Shama Beckford, who's competing at this event, was one of the surfers in the U16s for them. Ike Wilmot was there, Iva Wilmot, his younger brother, and Garen Price, Nick, who's also a great ripper. He lives in Denmark half of the year now, I believe. And, these guys know how to surf. And real quick, Chris, I want to say a big thank you and a shout-out to Megan Crawford from CAA and Selema Masakela. They made a lot of things happen for the Senegalese team to get here to this event. Pretty last-minute event. I mean, within the last 6 months, people didn't know where the ISA World Games were going to happen. Ended up happening here in Huntington Beach, but a lot of people didn't have funds and how to get here. And Megan Crawford and Salome Masakela made it happen for Team Senegal, so props to them.
That's awesome. Yeah, we did see a Senegalese contingent down in El Salvador during the World Junior event. I believe 12 strong. So, that right there shows me their dedication. And, I don't know much about the Senegalese surfing scene, but from the little snippets I've seen on Sharif's Instagram and the rest of their team, there's some waves over there.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not very outward about some of their spots. And you look at Sharif's bio, and he's got secret spot written for his favorite wave and his home break. And hey, that's awesome. Make friends with him. Maybe he'll show you that secret spot. I would love to go to Senegal someday.
And that's just one country. You go to the Ivory Coast,
Oh, yeah.
Mozambique, South Africa, Namibia. The African coastline on both ends has to have an unlimited amount of waves on offer.
Oh, 100%. as we see now Papa representing Italy, another team that has made a strong push. Right now they've been coached, their junior team was coached by Adriano de Souza. And you think of guys like Leonardo Fioravanti and their team that just, they come through. They come correct every time. And, you know, I would say they're right now poised to definitely be a top 10 team.
That's what they're looking for, yeah.
You know, and you wouldn't necessarily think of Italy and surfing, but historically that's changing. You know, they've got waves over there, wind swell conditions, but definitely options on the Italian coastline. So we saw a quick look from Sharif, and he goes down, and now we're back to Adur from Spain. He's trying to make the connection. A lot of energy used there, but used it well and goes down. So all that work kind of wiped off the board with a fall at the end. You do get, you know, you can get some points for just weaving and making it to the inside, but the bulk of the points obviously are going to come from turns and big maneuvers. And had he made that one, probably double the score that he's about to get.
Yeah, absolutely. And 10 minutes to go, it was a missed opportunity right there because he could have gotten something way better than a 3.33 if he would have been able to finish that turn off. But, yeah, Italy, I think, is a rising nation in terms of surfing. Senegal on screen right here with Sharif. He's up and riding again.
Sharif, big, tall guy. You would think that would be a disadvantage in waves like this, but, you know, Sharif has the skills to make these waves work in his advantage. As you see right there, throwing tons of spray. He makes the connection to the inside.
Bullet.
Gets the air. Nails the landing. And that right there is what makes him so special, that unpredictable nature. I did not see an air section there. I did not see enough speed. He proved me wrong 1,000% with an explosive, beautiful frontside air. Engages his fins, gets the reverse around, and the most important element of that wave was the way he rode out of that, showing the judges, I am in control. I made it. And that is something the judges look very closely at. Let's take a look back at Sharif Fall's last wave. He did everything on this one.
This is a tall dude, too, remember? So for him to be able to get this springy on the inside section with not a huge amount of speed, very impressive right here. Starts generating speed, kind of just a setup turn right there, and somehow was able to throw the reverse towards the beach and ride out of it cleanly, too. So the first air we've seen, here's the outside. Just kind of redirects, a little bit of a setup, and he knew that this wave was going to bowl up. And I can give you two comparisons of people with the same kind of frame, Dylan Southworth and Owen Wright. People that are tall and lanky, but they're springy. And he saw that section right there, and that was a big air, too, for how the section was. They didn't have a lot of speed riding out of it, but somehow that whitewater just pushed him towards the beach, and that is a complete air.
Cannot say how hard that is to do. The air itself, you know, most surfers in the draw can do an air on their day. The way he did it right there on a 1 foot wave, I mean, that's about as high as a curb.
And a horrible wave,
and
too.
And he launched it, got well above the lip, tail high. And, you know, that's the easy part of that.
Right.
The way he landed and was able to ride out, that was incredible.
And look at the guy's size, too, right? He's at least 6'3", and he's riding out of that cleanly. So it's a tail high air reverse on the inside. It should score well. I mean, you got to give it some credit, even if it's on the short break, too. There it is. 5.23.
Yeah, it comes through. 5.23. So a decent score. One of the highest scores of this heat so far. You know, he had to work really hard on that wave, obviously, from the outside to the inside. And there you see Team Senegal, hands to the sky. Out the back now, Adur back at it. Current leader with a 5.5 and a 3.33. And you see on the bottom of that score ticker is your priority situation. So we have priority judges on hand. I mean, they are just watching every detail of these heats, making sure that if a surfer makes a move, makes a paddle for a wave, that they're going to go to the bottom of that priority line, catch it or not.
This is a big moment for Team Italy. Whether or not Papa can make it out of this heat is significant to their chances of an overall medal, Chris. At least a top 10 finish is what they'd be looking for. 6 minutes and 20 to go. as of right now, needing a 4.97. Let's call it a 5. And Fall, who has a low score in second place of a 2.83. This is a massive opportunity for both Amatriain and Papa to add some more pressure to the surfer in yellow. But I think right now with 6 minutes to go, Papa having first priority in white, the next decision you make is really going to determine whether or not you make it out of this heat, Chris.
Yeah, and Papa does have experience in competition. He grew up surfing in the Adriatic Sea of Italy. He started surfing when he was 10. His dad passed on his love for water sports, so he sups, windsurfs, kites. He does it all. He's going to have to rely on all that experience if he wants to start to mount a comeback right now with Adur, who got a great turn out the back. Trying to fight again to the inside. Can't quite get the connection there. Sharif still locked into second place for now. Papa, who has competed in the European Pro Junior Series. He got 5th place back in 2019. And he's made this European team just by surfing his heart out. Right now, the team's on the beach. Possibly a little bit of a momentary stress as Adur's putting things down, and Sharif now is moving his way up that priority board to play a little bit of defense, maybe put another good score on the board. We'll see what happens next. Time flying by.
How much knowledge does Fall have of using priority and whatnot? How much experience does he have in a situation like this?
So far, he's been kind of on his own over to the left, just away from the pack. And this wave just completely dissipates underneath his feet. So maybe a priority mistake. We'll see how this thing shakes out. 4:20 to go. Adur on his probably 12th or 13th wave. And he's trying to weave to the inside now.
Wow. How did he make
get
this?
over this hump? Wow, a lot of credit there. I mean, that's just tenacity. Getting to the inside section. Now he's going to have a look at Papa.
Oh.
Tough go there.
Did Sean paddle for that wave and break down the section too?
Curious to see where the priority was at that takeoff. Here's that last wave from Sharif.
Yeah, so on the backhand, this is what I was talking about. What kind of experience does Fall have in these pressure situations with priority? Is he going to use it correctly? He was on the defensive move right there, just looking about at 2.83. And when Adur stood up on this wave, I thought it was a complete mistake. The wave went flat, but somehow he was able to transition into the shorey and got, to me, his best turn of the heat so far. Under the lip snap, and a great way to finish off that wave. Easily going to better his low score, Chris. And crucial moments right here. 3 minutes to go. Let's see what happens between Fall and Papa.
So as we've seen, Sean, a representative from Iran right now, you know, he's just kind of getting some competitive knowledge right now. And, you know, he's had a little bit of a rough go just getting here with his surfboards being stolen out of his garage. So any shapers out there, if
Tim Stamps,
you want to step it up and help out Sean Barr, he'll bring that board back to Wichita, Kansas, where I'm sure he'll secure it a little better than it was before.
It's going to be a wave pool in Kansas City soon.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Well, you know, talk to Ben Gravy. He's surfed in Kansas. He's got the spots over there.
River or lakes or something like that?
I believe a river wave in Kansas. Sean has 2 minutes and 22 seconds to go to activate.
At least get a wave, get on the board, you know.
He's in a tough spot right there, that middle part of Huntington Beach. The trough is tough.
Yeah, and looking at the heat recap, great start there from Alura Matriaid, and then Sharif Fall with the only air we've seen all morning long, Chris. And as a goofy footer, both you and myself, that is something that we love to see right there. Tail high air reverse, and another angle right here. Just a lovely double up. Somehow was able to garner enough speed to ride out of this thing too, but the lift that he got in the rotation, the amount of speed that he had coming out of it, right? And then Amatriain with the great response right here, got his back up, and a beautiful turn there on the backhand. Spain looking good right here in the opening round.
I would like to have seen a little bit of a bump for Sharif. I thought that air was super difficult on the inside.
It was gnarly.
In the grand scheme of the heat right now, though, he is in that feel the proper position just by how well he's been surfing. He's got a nice looking wave to work with here, at least for the day. Quick snap out the back. Could be making this transition, so he gets that kind of rare middle turn, but the wave just kind of eats itself, and the hump comes up and basically pushes him out the back. He did get 2 turns on that wave. His low score is a 283. Papa, similar luck there, unable to get anything going on that wave. So we could see a bit of a shocker of a start for Team Italy, but they will have more chances as all of our surfers get 2 opportunities. As you see, Ador.
Let's get a red.
I really like that turn on the outside.
Yeah.
Really nice looking style. And, you can tell this kid is kind of that prototypical QS style surfer. I say QS, the qualifying series for the World Surf League, a tour that a lot of surfers compete on. That's a good look there from Sean, representing Iran, and stoked to be in competition. And again, there's nothing wrong with getting on social media and cheering these surfers on, especially some of these surfers that are making their first efforts here in the ISA World Surfing Games.
Look, surfing for Iran, living in Kansas, this to me is already a huge win for him.
Get the documentary started. I want to know more about Sean Barr. What a rad story. As you see Sharif fall now, pushing his way to the inside, building speed, looking for a ramp, another air. Our tallest competitor.
He's got it on lock.
Has been in the air the most of anyone. I love how Sharif surfed in that heat. 2 of the best airs of this contest so far. You see Team Senegal spirited, as always, on the beach. They're going to give full props to Sharif. And not only do I love this kid's style, but Ador's board looks amazing as well. We will see more of Ador and that magic blade under his feet in action. And there's the pit crew, the team. Team Senegal flying their flag. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action, and we'll be introducing you to Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch. Get ready for it. The ISA World Surfing Games rolls on.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the action. We're here for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games in the beautiful Huntington Beach, California. My hometown. It's always great to be back, especially when I, Shannon Hughes, get to call the action alongside longtime legend and hero within surfing, none other than Barton Lynch. Barton, how's it feel to be back in Huntington Beach?
It feels great. I was here only a couple of weeks ago for the US Open, and obviously been here so many times over the years, and It is Surf Central, it's Surf City, USA, and it's got such a rich history, and only fitting that this initial Olympic qualifier for the 2024 Olympics takes place right here in Huntington Beach.
It's unbelievable to know that that cycle has begun, that by the end of this week, we're going to have 2 nations securing positions for the Olympics.
Yeah, it's an incredible opportunity for all of these surfers, and I've just been outside, and having been at events here before, the mornings are always a little bit quiet, but not today. There's flags and teams and people, and it's buzzing already. So it's a fantastic opportunity for everybody, and for us to be here to call it is great.
It's been so exciting. We've got a few new names to the countries entering into competition this week, as we see some of the guys getting ready to paddle out, or maybe they've already surfed, just enjoying their time down here on the beach for a big opening morning of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. We've got 8 days of competition, and now up and riding on his forehand. Nice snap to start. Gets a couple of turns connected together, and Luca now finding that backhand. Luca Macinas from Peru, we know him as rookie on the championship tour this season for the WSL, and now looking for some solid backhand snaps to finish off on the inside and to try and secure himself maybe with an Olympic position once again.
Once again, as you said, because he did get to compete in the Tokyo Olympics, and we see from that ride the experience that he has gained over these last couple of years has been incredible, and now surfing at that World Championship Tour level.
So exciting. We've got Peru, Venezuela, New Zealand, and Lithuania in the lineup. For the first time ever, Lithuania is represented at the ISA World Surfing Games. Keoni Lasa from Venezuela, Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand, and Germanas Neniskis from Lithuania. So this is going to be a well-fought battle with 20 minutes on the clock as we take a look at this first one, Bart.
Nice turn outside, and then a quick, it might have been room for, or better just to have gone for one big turn on the outside. He tried to fit 2 in there quickly, pumping through this inside section, and did really well on the inside. This second turn had to be quick. So 4 turns, 2 on the outside, 2 on the inside. That is the recipe. As we see here, nice whitewater foam climb. Great speed in the board. You can see the waves there. It's sort of waist high, and it's a little bit bumpy and choppy. The wind's up early this morning, making it a little difficult. Through to the inside, nice vertical turn, and then this one had to be quick, and the lip was coming down at him. Got up into it, completed it. Great opening ride.
Solid start for Luca Macinas. We'll wait for those scores to roll through and try and give you an update as soon as we can. And like you said, that wind was up really early this morning. I was so surprised coming down here. It was just after sunrise, just kind of getting light. And we already had that west wind hitting Huntington Beach. Was not really the best thing that we would want to be seeing on day one of competition, but there's still some nice swell in the forecast, and it should be building as we see Keoni. He's one of the younger surfers out of Venezuela, only 17 years old, and competing on the junior side this year as well in El Salvador. And it's great to see him in the lineup now representing on this big open stage.
Absolutely, 17 years old, living in Zarauz in Spain. So I've been to Zarauz a few times. So similar types of waves really to this. So some familiarity there for him.
Well, in that last heat, we got to watch the surfing from Senegal's Sharif Fall. Let's catch up with him now and Jess Grimwood.
Hey guys, I think you just threw to us because we have Sharif Fall and the whole Senegal team here. Amazing performance from you. Some great forehand airs. How did you feel out there in competition this morning?
Thank you so much. It's my second contest here. I came before 2 months ago, and I'm so stoked to make my first hit. And yeah, and thank you for all the support by my all those guys over me from Senegal. Yeah, so.
And you guys have got to be one of the most loved teams. Everybody enjoys the opening ceremony when you guys walk down. How does it feel to be performing for your nation here?
Oh, so happy. I see everyone is so happy to see Senegalese people and all these boo-boo us bring the clothes. So fun. I was so stoked to be here and happy and enjoy the time in the US. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Sharif Fall, he's an incredible surfer, the goofy footer from Senegal. And, of course, keep your eyes on the rest of the team.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Jess. Loving it. So cool having Senegal here.
That's exactly what I was talking about before. The energy on the beach when you've got this team spirit. As an individual sport, ordinarily, you don't get that team vibe, but here we do, and you can see it contributes to everything, doesn't it? It helps the surfers. To be a part of a team just helps surfing expand and grow, and then for us, it definitely enhances the vibe of everything.
Yeah, it's just one of the best things about being here for the ISAs is always seeing those teams represented, to see that camaraderie behind the scenes, to see the coaches, the managers, all of the staff that it takes as well to make sure that these surfers have the best potential to win heats, to be making it through, to have that coaching influence, as well as just to be proud to fly their flag and maybe bring some hope back to their home nations as well. Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand, 20 years old, hasn't competed in a contest for a while because he's been studying, but was really excited to get the call up for this year's ISA World Surfing Games. And that's one of the things I've noticed for Team New Zealand is that they've got kind of the younger pack, not some of the names that we're typically seeing as we see Luca Messinas now. Great front side slide to start things out, Barton, and he's gonna look for that connection now on the inside. Lucas started out with a 617 for his opener, and he's looking to build on it now. Can he finish with that good, powerful attack? And he does.
And that wave, although it had less moves, there was one on the outside, one on the inside, both of those turns were bigger than the two combination of turns on the inside and outside on the first wave. So a 617, a great start. That was a powerful display right there, showing the experience he's been gaining from time on the World Tour and competing in this ISA World Surfing Games and the Olympic Games. So he's kind of had that whole exposure to all of those opportunities to grow.
Yeah, the last 12 months for Luca Messinas have been unbelievable.
And as a young man, these would have been the things that he dreamt of doing or achieving, and he's doing it.
Taking another look here at Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand.
Goofy footer, standing with his right foot forward. That wave unfortunately dies out. This is the first turn. Look, big snap and drifts the tail. Pumping through to the inside here and sort of some down time, but the inside starts to stand up. Nice little snap in this last turn as he builds speed into it. Beautiful floating re-entry onto the closeout sandbar.
There we go. So scores coming through, and Luca Messinas setting himself well apart. Now, one of the other surfers that we have not seen catch a wave yet is Germanas from Lithuania. He is touted as the godfather of Lithuanian surfing. He was one of the first to surf there. Started surfing back in the early 1990s when Lithuania regained their independence from the Soviet Union, and has really been that champion to try and grow Lithuanian surfing.
What an incredible story, and that's one of the fantastic things about this ISA, which stands for the International Surfing Association World Surfing Games, is we get exposed to all of these different cultures and countries and individuals and teams who've all got an incredible story. And I can't wait to see him get up and surf his very first wave.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see him have that opportunity. Now, there is a lot of pressure on the line here. He's almost halfway through the heat. He hasn't caught his first wave, and he's up against someone like Luca Messinas, you know, an Olympian, a WSL Championship Tour surfer. And he's got a lot of pressure on the line, but the scores are small. I mean, taking a look at those bottom three surfers, Luca Messinas now has an 817 on the board, but it's wide open for that second place position.
Yeah, wide open for second, but first looks fairly secure for Luca Messinas, and you can see the judges there. 2 points more for that second ride. There were less turns in it, but the turns that he did were bigger and stronger, and so it doesn't always go on the quantity of maneuvers. Sometimes the size of and the volume of those maneuvers is more important than the number of them.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge bit of insight. I mean, coming from yourself, Barton, you've competed out here for so many years. You competed at the very first time the World Surfing Games ran, right, back in 1996?
1996, I competed for Australia here, yeah. And then in the on the World Tour at the US Opens, OP Pros for many years as well, and it's always been one of those places that's had its place in professional surfing. And I suppose while the waves don't have that perfect look that some waves do, reef breaks and waves that we know around the world, this is, with the pier here, that pier gets packed with people, and they're right there above you, and the beach is packed, and there is no atmosphere like this atmosphere at Huntington Beach. It really is a fantastic place to compete.
So special. Luca now finding more rhythm. He's already got an 817 and a 617 on the board. Just some transitional maneuvers out the back now for that standard Huntington hop to try and make it through the inside section, but it'll go flat. And we've got 10 minutes on the clock.
yeah, the pressure's off the shoulders of Luca. He can sort of have some fun now. He's already got his 2 scores. That's the goal in every heat you surf, is to make sure that those 2 first rides that you have, that you complete them and that you get scores that you can keep at the end of the heat. And that takes all the pressure off. And he would be very comfortable now with the experience that he has already had and garnered over these last few years, as well as the scores that he's received this morning.
And kind of looking at the conditions this morning, Barton, your thoughts? It seemed a little bit slow for me. I didn't spend most of the morning watching all of those heats as we were kind of running around and chatting to people as well, but just kind of seeing how consistent those sets were. They were a little bit slower in between, and so really to capitalize when they come through, maybe not as much opportunity when there's 4 surfers, so really smart surfing from Lucas to just get things started and get those couple scores.
Yeah, and complete them and finish them. And when you go in these type of conditions, when you get a set wave, you need to complete it. Nothing worse than waiting all of that time, getting the wave that you've waited for, and then not completing it and falling. It's damaging to the confidence, and you burn a lot of time off the clock.
Down to 8 minutes, 41 seconds on the clock. Current situation, Peru sitting in the lead with a heat total of a 14.34. New Zealand's Caleb Cutmore sitting with just that single score of a 2.17. He's got a lot of experience, of competitive experience behind him. But so does this guy, Keone. Great opening snap on his forehand. And he'll cut out. So he's going to build on that 0.93 that he has. Maybe take away that second place position from Caleb Cutmore. And of course, this is a non-elimination event, so we will have the top 2 surfers advancing in the main round. Bottom 2 will be going to repechage, so they're going to have another opportunity as we see Caleb there with one more chance on his backhand.
The first turn of Keone Lassa was a spectacular turn. Here we go. There's our Lithuanian surfer, Germantas, up and riding on his first ride. So that always takes the pressure off. Once you've ridden a wave, you just feel so much better than just sitting there waiting for that moment.
Feeling so stoked to see him get that first wave under his feet. 36 years old and the godfather of Lithuanian surfing. He runs a surf camp festival there in Lithuania, and he actually spends his winters there surfing in Baja, Mexico. As we see Caleb got that carve back to start, and now he's working it through this section as well, but can't make that connection. And you can see that race for second now starting to open up between Keone and Caleb.
Yeah, 3.63 the total for Keone. The 2.7 came from that one turn, but it was spectacular. It was so fast and flared off the top. I was like, whoa, this guy's a great surfer. And even that gives the judges the opportunity to be excited to see more of you. So good signs.
Can see the Kiwi team there waving their flags for Caleb.
It's interesting when we look at Lithuania, and they're being one of the countries that's been welcomed into the ISA family, and you're out there surfing and you're known as the godfather of surfing in your country. It's a lot of responsibility, but it's a wonderful responsibility because you've got this opportunity to grow this sport and this culture in your country.
Incredible, as we see the replay there for that carve of Caleb.
One turn, and you see here it goes flat. He's looking for and this is a very traditional looking lineup at Huntington Beach. There's always the outside break. You always want to get the biggest waves you can off that because they've got the most potential to connect through to the shore break. There's always that middle ground that goes flat, and you've got to try and make that look fun. You can't look bored, you can't struggle through it. You've got to actually make it look like you're enjoying that part of it to get to the inside and finish strong.
Yeah, that's such good insight. And it's a challenging spot to make it look fun sometimes because it does have those dead sections. Now that was a nice outside section from Keone Lassa, looking for that connection now. And he's looking really light on his feet. That wave doesn't quite reform. Looked like he was having fun though.
Yeah. It's, the board looks good under his feet. His energy's great, and he definitely shows a lot of promise for the future as well.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock, and we'll take another look at it here.
Bang out of the top, quick turn. You can see if you don't have enough time to really drop completely to the bottom of the wave and then drive off it into the top of the wave, and you've got to rush everything. Judges don't ordinarily get too excited by the rushing, and that was pretty rushed. There wasn't a lot of open space on that wave.
What's the kind of insight to being able to change that, especially when you're in a jersey, you've got that pressure, maybe a little bit of stress, a little bit of excitement and excited energy to try and keep that feeling smooth?
Breathing. You know, it's just, you know, we hear about the importance of breath in health, and you think about it, you know, we can go a period of time without eating, without drinking water, but the breath is that important thing that maintains the balance of your being. And so I think that, you know, a lot of professional surfers, as we see Luca up and riding there, we recognise the importance of breath in surfing.
Nice split peak between Luca and Germontes, and now Caleb with a good outside section. Just going to carve his way around our surfer in blue, and this might actually stand up for him. It just disappears. Keone out the back. Really is that battle for second place right now. If either of these surfers between Keone and Caleb can break through to that 3 to 4 point range, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the other surfer.
And you saw the body language at the end there. There was that sort of throw of the front arm and that disappointment at not connecting to the shore break. That again is one of those things that you, even though you are disappointed inside, it's important not to show that and sell it in a positive way, and always try and make the judges, you know, they get turned on by your energy as we see the heat recap.
Taking a look at this couple of great waves from Luca Messinas, high score in 8.17, back up a 6.17.
A great start to the heat. Here's that first turn we saw earlier. That was a beautiful turn. May have been, you know, the best turn of the heat so far, a single turn, so confident. So, you know, both the surfers, Keone in the white and Caleb in the yellow, beautiful backhand turn. He was going to get another one in there, but Blue was paddling out and right in the way, so he had to turn back. And there is the 8.17, that big sliding, drifting tail waft turn out the back. Little casual, and you see there he didn't have to fight for that inside. It didn't look too, you know, like aggressive or out of control. It was just calm, collected, and then did the big turn on the inside, and the judges loved it.
Great surfing from Luca. We've got about 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We are still waiting for scores to come through for white and for yellow, and that'll determine who's going to be sitting in that second or third place position between the two of them. Now for Luca Messinas, no surprise that he's finding rhythm here. So while he is from Mancora in Peru, loves those little left-hand points, his uncle is from Costa Mesa, and so he grew up surfing in Huntington Beach. It's a second home for him. He has surfed out here so much in New Jersey, in the U.S. Open, and different event opportunities, but also tons just in his free time.
Well, there you go. That explains the wave selection that he's had. You know, the experience talks to it as well. But there's nothing like a bit of local knowledge in surfing. You know, while every single wave is different, beaches and places and breaks have their own personality and character, and if you understand it. How is that battle for a 4.60 for the backhand re-entry there for Caleb Cutmore? That's a strong ride, a 4 for Keone Larson. So those guys are really neck and neck, so little between them. 6.77 to a 6.73, their two wave totals.
Solid, so close. Coming up in the next heat, we can see local boy in Kanoa Igarashi, proudly representing Japan, paddling out through the pier and looking to see if he can take a victory home this week here in Huntington Beach. As we see Keone chasing now a 2.78 to get that advancing position off of Cutmore. And Cutmore currently came into this event out of New Zealand, ranked #1 in the Kiwi standings for the season, got him that spot on the team. Excellent result for him. And doing his country proud. I mean, he was in a tough position, like really needing to fight back, kind of needing to keep those nerves calm as well to get that better score. And that 4.6 has just done enough for the moment to keep him in that top tier advancing position.
And waiting on that score, you know, what that means is sit on that guy. Don't let him out of your sight because you're in the set. You see him moving in now, the surfer in yellow. He's got the second priority, and you see there at the bottom of the screen, the third priority is the surfer in white. So second has priority over white. He has the lead in the heat. There were those two turns on the outside for the last ride of Keone Larson. The energy in it seemed a little bit down. If it had the same energy as the first rides that we saw for him, the priority is gone. The priority switches. There's 20 seconds for Keone Larson in the white to look for a 2.78. There is a wave on the way, but the surfer in red has the first priority.
Wow, what a changeover. Now Red on his victory lap on the way in, looking comfortable, nice smash out the back, and he's gonna look for that connection. 5 seconds on the clock. I didn't see another set rolling through behind for Keone. He may have gotten into something. It doesn't look like it. And Luca Messinas solid finish on the forehand for the inside position.
Solid, all right. That was a fantastic ride. He looks so confident, so strong the whole way through it, and that battle for second and third was exciting too.
Wow, and what a great opportunity to see Germantes from Lithuania representing his country proudly. He'll have another shot in the repecharge round later this week. But for Luka Masinas, a very solid performance. To be advancing through that first round, we are going to wait for the score. And we've got high scores, though, in for Luka with an 8.17 and a 6.17. Regardless of the score that comes through for that last one, he is taking home the victory with Team Peru.
Yeah, and in Keone, Larsa got a 2.37, looking for that 2.78. So he could have, with a little more energy on that outside, there was the potential to turn that into a score that may have seen him advance.
What a great start to our day of competition. That was heat number 4. We're going to be rolling straight into heat number 5 for today. We've got Kanoa Igarashi, Jonathan Zambrano, and Giorgio Gomez. As we can see the Peruvian team there celebrating, and a few fishermen out on the end of the pier today.
Well, it's you know, the piers are a crazy idea, aren't they? Who looked at that ocean at that beach and went, let's build a pier straight out there for a couple of hundred meters into the ocean and put some restaurants out the back? But it certainly has added to the spectacle and the excitement of surfing here, and people shooting that pier has been something that is historic in our sport.
It really has been. We can see Caleb Cutmore there coming through, so he does secure himself in that second place position, stays just narrowly ahead of Keone Lasa from Venezuela, and will be advancing through in the main round. Luka Masinas also increased his score line with a high 7, so he's going to be feeling that rhythm heading into round 2 later on. And we're going to roll straight through as we see Kanoa Igarashi. The horn has sounded, and our Japanese silver medalist from the Tokyo 2020 Olympics is in the lineup, and he's also a Huntington Beach local, so we would expect him to be finding waves like this on his opening opportunity, get a couple turns connected through to the inside, and the Japanese flag is waving.
The Japanese flag is waving. The New Zealanders, the Kiwis, are very happy for that first result to get through. As you said, nobody's eliminated through this first round. There is an elimination round that if you finish 3rd or 4th in this round, you go to the elimination round and you get another chance, which is a fantastic element to this event. People travel a long way, and there's developing countries and developing surfing programs in those countries, so to have the 2 opportunities as we see the surfers in this heat.
Japan, Ecuador, and Colombia, Kanoa Igarashi, Jonathan Zambrano, and Giorgio Gomez in the water. And Kanoa, the favorite coming into this, he's got, so many accolades that we can speak about as we take a look at this opening wave.
Outside backhand re-entry into a foam climb. The inside work's going to wait till you see that. Super impressive, just casual. And here he comes back. And this inside turn, beautiful backhand re-entry, has enough time to get the second one in. We saw 617s through to 817s in the last heat. That's going to be somewhere in that range for sure. The surfing was spectacular. It was straight off the bat. The siren goes and he's up and riding. And his positioning on this wave is absolutely perfect.
Wow, what a finish, and he'll be feeling good with that one as we wait for scores to roll through. And there it is, quick from the judges, Barton, an 8.00 to kick things off.
Yeah, and the outside wasn't that spectacular there. The first term, it had to be rushed because the wave crumbled very quickly. Then he got the foam climb, and it was solid, the outside work, but the inside work was spectacular. Really took advantage of it in a fashion that warranted the 8-point ride, one of the highest scores of the morning, and no surprises to see it coming from Kanoa Igarashi. While he represents Japan, he grew up here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, great to see him being able to compete now, especially on behalf of Team Japan for that first slot for Tahiti, for Paris 2024, for the Olympics, to know that Team Japan has a local here in Huntington Beach to be able to participate on their behalf to try and secure that first spot towards Olympic qualification. As we take a look now at the Colombian Giorgio Gomez, nice start out the back. Like his style so far. Looks like he's going to make that transition through to the inside if he can just get to that double up, and he's going to do it with ease. He had so much speed cutting through that flat section. Ditches the fins to finish.
When I was outside before we came in, I saw Giorgio getting his singlet and putting the sticker on the board, and that board was corky and thick, and I remember noticing, I looked at the volume in the rail, and that's a thick board, there's a lot of surfboard there, and I think we saw the advantages of the volume in his craft, the way it went through the flat sections. He built speed so easily into that inside, and that was a fantastic opening ride.
Scores to come through now. We did see an opening ride from Jonathan Zambrano of Ecuador dropping through to 2.33, so he'll be wanting to build on that. We'll take a look at it now.
Backhand re-entry, and then the wave went a little flat and he decided to get out of it. So just the outside turn, and here's the replay. Nice first turn. And look, we'll watch through here. It kind of looked like it was going to stand up, went into this flat bit. Look at the board there. It's building. Here he's actually able to get back to pumping the rail, and the wave was still, and the way the board flared out of the top there too, and the tail got loose, is an indication of him having dialed in the volume of his board perfectly to match himself and the conditions.
Now scores through just a 3.67, maybe indicating that last turn was deemed incomplete.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a smaller score, and I suppose as Kanoa's belting one vertically on the outside, I felt like that wave could have come in a little more, but still, we've seen a lot of twos, so that heading towards the four is a good point.
Great call, as we see Kanoa now finishing off with another spicy one. He'll ditch just before hitting the sand. Hopefully didn't faceplant.
Well, it was kind of a faceplant, wasn't it?
Really
It's definitely, that's what you'd have to call it. And it's an unusual thing to see a surfer of his ability do that, and it's almost like at that point all of the hard work can be done, and his focus and intensity backed off that little bit, and all of next thing you know, you are faceplanting.
Kanoa with a lot of expectations resting on his shoulder this year. He's just come off of a Final 5 finish at the WSL Finals at Trestles. Walked away without winning the world title this year, but had one of his best seasons to date, which is very exciting. Now out here competing as we take a look at the replay from this last wave.
It's going to be a good score. There were two turns on the outside, and we know that the outside scores more in the judge's mind than the inside. As we see him pumping through, the work's done. He's got the connection for the second time in this heat. First turn, and then that second turn, he was there at the right time. It's going to be interesting to see this angle. But the outside work, look at how he gets up on that lip there. Two beautiful vertical outside maneuvers. This is going to be another big score and consolidate his lead. Be interesting to see what happens in here. So he's pumping, he's focused, gets that little lip glide, then comes into the inside, floats it off there, and just becomes gets off the side of the board, a little on his toes, and you've got to really keep that head centered above your board, and even, the 5th rated surfer in the world right there, coming undone in an awkward fashion in the shore break.
Scores through for Kanoa. It's a 6.17, even with incomplete on the final maneuver. Some great surfing from him. In that last heat, we saw another outstanding surfer Olympian in Lucas Macinas walking through with a victory and making it look so simple here in Huntington Beach. Let's catch up with him and Jess Grimwood now.
Yeah, Luca Macinas from Peru. I mean, Peru, you are such a strong surfing nation. You've had so many medal experiences. How does it feel coming into the 2022 year and your new season and looking for those Olympics again?
Oh, it feels good. It feels good to be back with the team again. I think we get even stronger when we're all together and we're competing for Peru. So, yeah, I'm stoked to be with all the team here. I'm stoked to be competing here in Huntington Beach again because I love this place. I train here a lot, so I like to be here, and, yeah, super happy.
And a really strong first heat for you. Two really, really solid scores, high 7 and a high 8. How does it feel to kick off like first round? Only you have a long way to go, but are you just eyes on the prize for the final day for Peru?
Oh, I think I'm just going to keep it heat by heat. This wave is tricky sometimes too, like with the waves and especially this side. So I'm stoked. I made my first hit actually, and I think I have to surf again today. So yeah, just focus on the second round now, and yeah, like I say, like hit by hit, and then whatever happens, it happens. I'm just going to go and give my best.
Well, congratulations once again, and good luck for Team Peru going into the rest of the day.
Thanks so much, Jess. Congratulations to Luca. And we will be running into round 2 later this afternoon. So round 1, because we're running double podiums between the north podium and the south podium here, we're going to be able to complete round 1 for the men's at about 1:30 this afternoon. We're going to run straight into round 2 and see how much we can get through for the rest of the day.
Fantastic. And I feel like there's in the forecast they're talking about the opportunity for this swell to grow a little bit through the day and through the next couple of days. It looks good. So this may be the sort of toughest part of today's program, these early heats. Here's a replay, a nice backhand re-entry again from Jonathan, looking for the connection, and got a little sloppy end there, you know. And it's all, everything, your body language, everything that you do kind of influences the way the judges see what you've done. And so bringing positive energy to everything you do is such an important thing. A 2.5 there, so in the second place with a couple of sort of mid-range twos.
Giorgio now finding some speed on the outside, lets that tail loose and stays on his feet. Now he's going to look for that connection as well. It's not going to give him that next opportunity. I love that attack from him and looking to put that second good score on the board.
Yeah, it was an amazing outside turn. It's a shame he didn't get that connection to the inside, but still, you know, he's got that 3.67, which is better than anything that Jonathan Zambrano has got. Here we go. And I feel like that turn as well is going to sort of put him up around that similar range. So I imagine he most probably go into second place after that score comes in.
He just needs a 1.16 at the moment to go from third into second.
Or that's a for sure then.
Oh, absolutely. He'll get that one. Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador sitting with a 2.33 and a 2.50 on the scoreboard at the moment. He's got a little bit of work to do once we see this score drop through for Giorgio Gomez. Now for Jonathan, he is a 6-time national champion for Ecuador. He's a Latin American champion as well, so he's got so much experience coming through, and it's been great to see him back in the jersey here for the ISA World Surfing Games.
31 years of age, and it wasn't so long ago that would have been considered sort of older for a surfer. You know, the great Mark Richards, who won 4 world titles, retired in his 20s, late 20s.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Nowadays, it's crazy to think about.
It's absolutely. And when you look at, you know, Kelly Slater and he's, you know, 50 years old and winning events, that it's sort of blown open the doors. You know, the age is almost irrelevant now. And Jonathan's living testimony to that in his 30s and ripping.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the longevity that's come through. And I think I mean, you could speak to this more than anyone probably, but the changes that we've seen in the approach of surfers, of starting to really approach their competitive side as real athletes,
yes,
and taking care of themselves and finding that longevity because they're caring for their bodies, they're caring for their minds in a way that allows them to compete for much longer.
100%. Lifestyle is so important. And I know, you know, in surfing, like in the winter sports, the thing that I was amazed when I started snowboarding was how the après thing was a big deal. And here we go. Oh, nice backhand re-entry. Is there another turn on the outside? Oh, unfortunately stuck at the top, but the scores have come through for that last ride.
A 4.67 in for Giorgio for his last ride does jump him into the advancing second position. Jonathan now with a score of a 5.84 for his requirement, which is solid looking at what we've been seeing through this morning.
Absolutely, and it's a good indicator to the coaches and the surfers in the other teams across the board. When you see a situation like that, you go, okay, the size of the move, the volume of the move is more important than even connecting to the shore. And that's what we saw. Jonathan just went really hard. I mean, Giorgio went really hard at that outside turn, and the judges loved it.
Taking a look at the warm-up zone here on the north side of the Huntington Beach Pier. And you got a few free surfers out there, maybe, you know, getting out in the middle, you know, early in their work day today before they head to the office. But we have a whole lot of competitors that have endless beach break here in Huntington Beach to warm up for their heats.
Yeah, the beach just goes for miles, you know, to Newport and in the opposite direction there, as we're seeing. And there's peaks all the way along. I saw some good little peaks out in front of our hotel yesterday afternoon too.
Yeah, there's definitely a few good ones around, and it's great. It's a great venue for running an event of this magnitude. We've got 247 surfers in the draw this week between men's and women's, and that means that having this much beach breaks stripped around, there are some changes. Surfing this north podium right at the Pier Bowl, that's got a little bit of more punch to it, but the rest of the banks really tend to be quite similar up and down the beach here. And so those surfers have the opportunity, and the women aren't competing for a couple of days because we've got the Supergirl Pro running for the WSL QS. So the ISA is recognizing that we're going to have surfers in the draw this week who want to be competing for that for the rest of their season on the QS. So we're just running men's competition for a couple of days, but there are a lot of women in the draw this week who aren't competing for the QS, and so they're going to be out there getting some free waves and getting some warm-ups in.
And when a team is being selected, there's 3 males and 3 females in the team, so equal on the gender front there, which really, here we go, Kanoa. It really brings a wonderful thing to surfing, you know, the fact that we're, you know, leading in a sense in that in the gender equality stakes. We've seen that with the WSL and ISA, so something to be proud of for surfing.
Yeah, it's huge, and just to see those equal numbers, meaning equal opportunity on the women's side, as we see Kanoa looking for a strong finish on the inside. He goes to the air. Can he ride out of it? He sticks on his feet, and I can hear the cheers from the crowd coming through.
That was he's got to improve on that 617, and there's every chance that he may have done that. 8 on the first ride.
Love seeing that look of variety also, and just, you know, the idea that there are so many surfers down here who are looking for the opportunity to kind of witness their heroes competing as well, and to be able to see Kanoa out in the lineup feeling comfortable. How good was that first turn as well?
Yeah, massive, big outside turn, and then this inside air, and there wasn't any struggle to make this connection. You can see there he's quite casual, he's quite relaxed, and now he starts driving the board, using the back foot to build speed, pumping the fins, goes to the air, doesn't spin all the way around, comes back, but completes it. So with the outside move, the inside move, I see that bettering the 617, Shannon.
Taking one more look at it from that outside opening turn. And then talk us through this on the air on the inside. So, you know, he doesn't get that rotation. Where will the judges go with something like that?
Oh, we're going to find out, and it's one of the sort of first moves we've seen. You see loads it up, you compress low, you pop at the board almost like an ollie into the air on a skateboard. And ordinarily, if you do the full rotation and complete the rotation, it's more impressive. The judges like that. So the fact that he didn't get the complete rotation may impact things a little bit, but maybe not much.
Not by too much, because the judges loved it. It's the biggest score we've seen today, and 8.87 goes to Kanoa Igarashi for an outstanding 16.87 heat total, and he still has 4.5 minutes on the clock. We could see another one.
And he got started early, you know, got those, exactly a very similar heat to Luca Macinas in the previous heat, where owning the start is kind of, when you think about surfing a heat, nobody knows what the ocean's going to do. You don't know what waves are going to come through, and you're trying to sort of understand the mood of the ocean and guesstimate what's going to happen next. An early start is the best way to sort of combat anything going on that you don't anticipate. And we've seen the winners of those last couple of heats take to the waves early, get surfing early, pick good waves early, connect to the shore, and get that completion of rides straight off the bat. And it's a powerful way. It puts pressure on your opponents and takes the pressure off for you.
So much pressure on the opponents. And you can see the crew sitting down there at Machado's Peak. So they've moved away from that Pure Bowl section. They're looking for a different wave. It's kind of similar to what we saw at the end of the last heat as well. Kanoa there in red, and 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Now Giorgio Gomez, he's starting to put some distance between himself. He's sitting under second priority from our surfer in white. So White's probably he's got a big score. It'll be by far his biggest score of the heat for Jonathan, chasing that 5.84. We take a look at it now, and you can see Team Colombia there on the shoreline cheering on his opponent in Giorgio.
And so the priority advantage has no defensive value, because he's not in that defensive position where he's in first or second. He can use it to block his opponents and control what they do or don't do. It's all about attack for him, because he needs the score. He's in the third place. So 5.84 is very doable. It's definitely a certain type of wave, and it needs a big turn on the outside. Without a big turn on the outside, he's not going to get that type of a score. So it looks like he knows the type of wave that he's looking for, and just taking his time and hoping that it comes.
Just patiently waiting it out. Now, we did see Giorgio a few minutes ago moving himself away, getting away from the pack, getting away from Kanoa and from Jonathan. And he had that little set roll through, decided not to go.
Always a good idea to clear the room between you and your opponents. It's a way of managing luck, as we see in this heat recap, that opening ride of the silver medalist from the 2020 Olympic Games. And it's been a masterful display.
It has been a great display. Giorgio currently sitting in second. He got that work done as well. Dropping in that 4.67 really helped him out.
Absolutely, and I suppose you're right. They must have considered that incomplete but when you think about it, there wasn't that much more to ride until you're on the sand.
Yeah, very true. A little bit, and he would have had his fins broken off. Kanoa now just making it look so easy out here. We'll take one more look at his 8.87.
Great style, great technique, through to the inside, and this is the modern performance level that the judges want to see. The aerial antics of Kanoa Igarashi there, pushing this score through to the highest scoring wave of the event so far, 8.87.
Great performance from him. We've got 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. And Zambrano now with an opportunity for Ecuador. Gets that re-entry out the back. Now he's looking for that connection. If he can stay with that foam, he might find that double up and that bit of clean face once again. Here it is, opening up in front of him. And Kanoa flies by in the background, but Jonathan just can't find a turn on the inside section.
It was almost like there was a moment where he went, I've got the connection, and he stopped pumping, and then then he was like, oh no, I haven't got it, and he had to sort of re-engage with his board and the pump, and that kind of meant that he mistimed and missed that last opportunity. I don't think the outside move on its own is going to be enough.
Scores to come through, and everything is now officially locked in. It's a 2.73 for last of Ecuador Zambrano. Not enough to take him into that advancing top 2 position. He will still be in the event, though, heading into the repechage round, and he'll have another shot to battle his way into that grand final. And now up and riding, Giorgio Gomez. He is looking to secure that position.
And I feel like Giorgio saw Jonathan paddling out and went, if I cut off this wave now and get the priority, and then at least I can consolidate and make sure he doesn't get another ride.
Yeah, make sure that he doesn't have that last opportunity. And that's so respectful, too, to pay that respect to another competitor, knowing he's got all the potential and Jonathan could get a score if he gets a wave.
Absolutely.
What a finish for Kanoa Igarashi, a couple of 8s, and Team Japan is feeling so stoked for day 1 of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. And we've got more action to come. Stay tuned for more right after this.
I was a good student. I was kind of the intellectual brother. My brother was much better than me. You know, by 10 he was playing soccer, rugby, tennis, everything. I wanted to be good at other things, so I focused on other things. I was collecting stamps. Which 10-year-old collects stamps? I don't know. Many times I drifted away from the ocean. My brother will be the one that will reel me back into the ocean. In many ways, surfing saved my life and allowed me to stay active. I think that as terrible as it was to feel insecure and to be shy, at one point I realized that it was just too painful to be like that, so I wanted to change. So instead of being shy, kind of maybe the pendulum swung too far the other way. But I needed to do something about it.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, Yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
I think it was February, end of February, when all the COVID started happening. I remember getting a bit like, whoa.
Everything shut down and all the beaches were shutting down. It was pretty crazy and I was like, oh my God, and then they were canceling events.
I was in Hawaii. I was over there training and surfing, and at that point had to try and make the decision to be able to get back to South Africa as the United States were shutting down their borders.
Yeah, it was crazy feeling because I feel like this whole pandemic, you only see that in movies, you know, which was kind of scary.
The IOC first concern was if this thing takes 2 or 3 months, imagine, at that time, we didn't know, 2 or 3 months to get cured or to get over it, we won't be able to have the qualifiers. But a month later, it was obvious, or 3 weeks, it was going to be postponed. And there were no games. The games were postponed.
And we are back for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Out in the lineup, let's track with live action. On his forehand, our surfer in white, Isidro from Panama. And he goes down on that next section. He is currently sitting in the lead with a with a couple of smaller scores on the board to a total of 4.17. Isidro up against Manuel Selman from Chile, Akeem Phillips from Jamaica, and Hus Al-Zaki from Saudi Arabia in the water on a beautiful sunny day here. It looks like the sun has come out. Barton?
Yeah, it takes a while, doesn't it? You know, I suppose really we're on the edge of a desert, aren't we? And it kind of, you know, it takes a while for that morning fog, what do they call it, June gloom, to burn off. And it's a beautiful day. Yesterday was a beautiful day. There's the lineup for this heat: Jamaica, Chile, Panama, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the first time.
Yeah, very exciting to have them in the mix for the first time ever here for the ISA World Surfing Games alongside Lithuania and Algeria. And love seeing those nations grow, especially as we get into that Olympic qualification with National Olympic Committees coming on board and funding available for a lot of nations that wouldn't necessarily have wanted to invest in surfing before. They now have that interest as we take a look at the replays from our surfer in white, Isidro.
Outside turn, it goes flat through the inside, no connection. Here's the Chilean, Manuel Selman. Nice wrap there from the goofy footer, but again, no connection. And Izaro. Elizondo pumping through as well. So very similar rides, and we can see that in the scores as well. For White, it's been a 2.67, a 1.5, and a 0.87, which is that ride right there, the 0.87, to catch everyone up. Hakeem Phillips had a 0.80.
And Manuel Selman now, nice start on the outside section, found a little speed. Now he's just gonna hug that whitewater, try and make that inside connection. He's one of our Olympic surfers in the lineup today and has both been competing. He has flown the flag as the manager and the coach for Team Chile as well. He's just been so well-rounded and supportive of that nation developing in surfing, and it's been great to see him find that success on the Olympic scale last year.
And when you recognize, it takes people with passion to make these sort of things happen. Here we go. This is a great ride, great wave.
Oh, great opening turn from Isaro. Now looking for that inside connection, but that was one of the first big full face wraps that we've seen out the back on a solid size wave. Could be that increased swell coming through, and Can he hang on for the finish? He will. And I have a feeling the judges are going to like the look of that one.
That was the best wave of this heat so far, no question about it. Round 1 of 2022. And nobody loses in this round. There's an elimination round. So at any point through this event, if you lose your first heat, you then go into the elimination round. So it doesn't mean you're out. You've still got that chance to continue on and win the event. It's a longer road, but it has been done before. So
that's right. Now, Isaro, who we just saw on that wave as we wait for scores to roll through, he came really close to qualifying for the Olympics last year in 2021 at the ISA World Surfing Games because he walked away with a quarterfinal finish at that event. Now, it probably would have been another heat or two for him, and he would have been in that Olympic conversation, same as we saw from Manuel Selman advancing through and qualifying through last year's World Surfing Games. So excellent result from him there, and great to see him coming out swinging on that last wave here, looking to really start to solidify his name in the game in the 2022 games as well.
yeah, that was a great ride.
There we go. It's a 6.83.
Here we go. The first wave paddled into by a Saudi Arabian surfer here at the games, or in a surfing event.
Huge, absolutely huge. Great to see him paddle into that first wave for Huss Alzaki. Now, Huss actually learned how to surf here in Huntington Beach, California, Martin.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, and then it took him, riding the whitewaters. That was back in 2014. And then he said he rode his first green-faced wave in 2020, and that was a dream come true. And we know firsthand how difficult surfing is. I've learned a lot of sports, and some are not so difficult. I look at golf, I look at tennis, it's just whacking a ball around. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
Surfing, paddling off terra firma, off land, out into the ocean is terrifying for some people on its own. And then the idea of catching waves and riding them, it's a very complex thing. It takes a very long time to become proficient at.
Oh, it's so difficult. It is learning an entirely different world of walking into the ocean, understanding how waves work, coordinating your body, a surfboard, what's happening in the ocean, the currents. There's so much to it. There is an unbelievable amount to have to learn, and especially coming into it as an adult, it tends to be a little bit more difficult, I think, than kids that are growing up learning how to surf with families that surf at such a young age. As we see Manuel Selman, one of those surfers that learned as a kid in the Dominican Republic, and now cutting back into this section, starting to stand up in front of him here. And he's currently sitting in that second place position, just a couple twos on the board, and he's going to replace those now with a good, clean finish. Stays super low and gets the ride out, I think.
Yeah, that was a fantastic wave. The outside work, the inside work. It was confident, smooth and flowing. Had everything the judges like to see. But I'm stoked for Huss. You know what I mean? And getting to these games, being here for some of these as we see the replay, beautiful big backhand hook. In the last heat, we saw the surfers moving south down the beach away from the pier bowl. In this heat, the surfers have chosen to be on the pier bowl. We saw all of them right there. And I think it's a good decision because you could tell on that ride right there, the connection through to the shore, it reverberates off the pier and wedges up and gives you a better line through to the shore, and you're able to maneuver more while instead of just hop and bounce. And I think that down by the pier would be my choice of location. And so far, Manuel's really taken advantage of it. Here we go, another ride. You got it, mate. Get up. Yes!
Awesome. Up to his feet, gets a few feet of riding there on his forehand, kind of looking towards that left bowl as he was taking off.
That was fantastic, mate. For a lot of these nations, for a lot of these people, being here, being a participant is enough. That is the win on its own. And so regardless of the winning and the losing, it's all about participating, being part of this global community. Hakim.
Up and riding now from Jamaica on his forehand. Nice couple of carves to start off. He's going to have this little reform through to the inside with that critical pocket, and he just gets caught behind the section. That's a heavy section in there. I mean, you can hit the sand hard.
You really can, and there was a tube ride potential in there. A little tube ride to what we call a doggy door, where you can sneak out before it closes out. And I met Hakim just outside before, and he's a tall guy, big, strong, tall guy. And I was wondering how he was going to go in these little waves, and it was just answered there.
And here we go with Huss having a paddle, and he goes down over the falls. But man, that is the heart of a champion. He said that we may not see him we may not see his best today. This is written in his bio, but we will find him a champion tomorrow. And that's the sort of heart that we're looking at here in the ISA World Surfing Games. As we see Akeem here on his forehand with those couple of steps, and then looks for this inside cover-up.
Yeah, you can see now waiting for it to stand up, and here it is. He goes a little high on the wave face, and that height that he had on the wave face as we pick this one up from the outside. Nice wrapping turn. You can see the energy. Another cut back there. The board looks really loose and responsive under his feet. See, using the arms to pump his way through. And here, watch this turn up onto the wave face, and it was that height that he got on the wave face that made the nose, as that wave scooped out, the nose dug in, and he had that nosedive. With a lower line, there might have been an opportunity to tuck into a little tube ride and sneak out, but he is a big, tall guy, so maybe not.
He is very, very tall. It'll be a little bit hard to get all that length into a little cover up on the inside, but fun to talk about it and to imagine. Akeem's been surfing since he was 9 years old. He actually learned how to surf before he could swim because he found it fascinating that people would be able to balance on what seems like a little piece of board. And to see him now competing at this level, to be able to represent his country multiple times here at the ISA World Surfing Games is just so cool.
Imagine learning to surf and going out into the ocean before you can swim.
That's terrifying.
That's crazy talk, that, isn't it? But it's, we've got all of these different stories, like we've said, all these different individuals with their different journey into this moment in time through their surfing. And the Panamanian, Izaro, is in the lead, a 6.83.
Yeah, he secured himself with a really solid score. So taking a look at the situation, Izuro sitting in the lead, Manuel with a 5.5 and a 2.47. And then Akeem dropped into 3.17 for his last wave. Now just small scores, 0.8 for his backup. And for Huss, he's got that 0.40 for getting up to his feet, for standing and riding that whitewater for a little bit. And great to see him with a score on the board.
And on this, it looked like he rushed it on the second one, Huss. You saw him kind of get into the whitewater, and things were still turbulent. The wave was sort of moving him around. He kind of rushed to jump to the feet. If he would have let that stabilize, the board stabilize that little bit and then jumped up, would have got a second score.
Yeah, I love that insight. So good. And we've got some of those other surfers in the draw this week who don't have that much surfing experience. I mean, they've got the experience, but they're still learning. And to put on a jersey for some of these surfers, it's their first time at the ISA World Surfing Games, which is, hello, it's an Olympic qualifier. It's a pretty big deal to be here. But also for so many of these people, it's their first time surfing in a contest. They're learning so many things on the fly. It's unbelievable.
And just being around there, you see the tents and the judges and the commentary and all of the stuff that's going on. It's a daunting environment, if you haven't been around it.
Down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. This heat seems to be flying by. We've got 20 minutes on the clock for these heats throughout today. And there's been some great surf. And now we've got a little bit of a priority situation here. So it's actually our surfer under priority who ends up standing up on that wave. We did see Asuro pull back on that, who was sitting with that first priority, Barton.
Yeah, and he lost that priority. So a big mistake there. And Akeem kind of pounced on that opportunity. Unfortunately, went for the backhand re-entry in quarter rail and didn't complete it. In third place at the moment, looking for a 4.81. You can see that our surfers in first and second have both got one good scoring ride, the 6.83 and the 5.5, and then a mid-range 2 as their backup. So you really, if you're in third and fourth, particularly in third at this moment, getting a score now, something that can kind of put some pressure on Manuel and Izaro would be a powerful move, because if they improve on that too, it's going to make it really difficult.
Yeah, it's going to make it extremely difficult. Any of those backup scores at the moment are going to be really crucial, especially with so little time on the clock. Sitting with priority, it's the Olympian Manuel Selman, looking to increase on that 2.47 for his backup score as well. And I feel like he's going to feel hungry for that, especially seeing the scores that dropped through from his good friend Luca Messinas, from Kano Igarashi in the last couple of heats. For surfers that do have that massive amount of experience to them, and for people that know Huntington Beach and have surfed out here for a long time, I think Manny's going to have that, knowing the scores that have been dropped through. That's possibly what's in his mind and what he wants to achieve, alongside of just advancing through, but really to showcase what he's capable of out here today. And we see that backhand whip. Now that wave seemed a little bit soft He's going to keep that transition work as he works through to the inside here. Goes for the Huntington hop. And it's not going to connect for him. And you can sense that frustration.
Yeah, that was a priority wave, and he knows better. I feel like he did rush things a little there. But as you said, 20-minute heats, they go fast on your best 2 scoring rides. So you can ride as many as you can fit in there, but really you need good waves to get good scores. The quality of the wave determines the quality of the scores more often than not. The performance obviously influences, but ordinarily the wave's kind of got a score inherently in it, and you can surf it up a bit or surf it down a bit with your performance, but wave selection is a really critical element of surfing competitions, and that's something that Huss will learn in time as well, with his exposure to this experience, and in his next heat, for having had this heat, he'll be much better surf.
Oh, and to be able to debrief with his team, we've got 3 surfers from Saudi Arabia represented this week. They'll be able to have those conversations, to be able to break things down, and to chat to other teams.
I want to go
get a
meet
feel
those
from
guys.
The other guys. Yeah, you got to give them some insights,
I'd love to go connect with those guys because, for us as we see the heat recap here, surfing's, it's been my life since I was sort of 7 or 8 years old. So it's over 50 years of being around it. So it's all second nature at that point. As we see the inside last finish turn, that was the 6.83, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
All right. Akeem had a look at this one as well. We got to see that style coming through. This score had dropped through as a 3.17. And then Manuel Selman increasing that score line. He has put a 4.27 on the board to back up the 5.5. And he's still sitting on that second place position, but that was a well-ridden wave.
Got a beautiful style, great technique. I imagine that he, getting second at advancing is a good thing, but for he and for what he's achieved so far, I bet he's not, super stoked on being in second at this point.
Exactly. Now the surfer from Panama, Isaro, gets that outside section. He's now doing the work here. It's going to stand up in front of him. Can he make use of this critical section? Finds that speed.
Whoa.
Goes for that flare and doesn't ride out of it, but that was not what I was expecting. That was great.
Yeah, it's not what I was expecting either. And this is the first time I've seen this young man surf, and he is a talent. To be able to have achieved that height and that maneuver in such a tight, small, compact little area, like he just did, it talks to he's only 18 years old, it talks to his potential longer term. Great surfing, he gets the win, and well deserved.
Wow, incredible performance. Even though it's smaller heat totals, out just underneath that 10-point range. That was a very well fought battle. We saw Huss from Saudi Arabia get out there and get a couple waves under his belt as well and get that experience in the jersey.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's one of the great things. We have all of these nations from around the world, over 50 countries here this week, and the first time for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Huss Al-Saki.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
And for Panama, taking home a victory and, up against another Latin American surfer in Manuel Selman. That's a great result for Isidro Elizondo. Well, so much surfing to come through the rest of today. Barton and I will be heading out of the booth, welcoming back Mitch Salazar and Chris Cote to call to action for the next few heats. Stay tuned for more right after this.
I was just floating.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
We are back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games 2022 edition, live from Surf City, USA, here at Huntington Pier in Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We are rifling through heats here on day one of competition. We've got hundreds of surfers to get through, representing 51 nations, so it is rapid fire succession here. We've already seen some great performances go down early in the morning. It's only 9:45 a.m., but the stars are coming out. Johnny Corzo, Luke Dillon, Liam Wilson, and Perry Siganos. We got Greece, American Samoa, Great Britain, and Mexico represented here, Mitchell.
This is a good heat right now, and here's Johnny, former gold medalist.
That's right, Johnny Corzo, an ISA competition, went out, did his job, came home as a national hero, wearing that gold medal around his neck just a few years back. And you know he's tasted that glory. He wants right back at it, and that's a great way to start for Johnny Corzo.
It's also been a tough transition for him, too, knowing that since then he really hasn't done much on the competitive scene, Chris. He's gotten bigger, he's gotten stronger, he's grown into his body, but now close to 24 years of age, he's coming close to his peak. So if he doesn't do anything within the next 2 years, he knows that his career is probably going to be close to done. Coming from Puerto Escondido, though, he's got a good variation of waves to practice on, obviously Cicatela being one of them, but he also grew up surfing a great left-hand point break in La Punta right there in Puerto.
As you see, conditions, they're improving slightly on the morning. The wind has backed off a little bit. The morning sickness maybe behind us here as things starting to clean up a little bit. The first wave from Johnny.
Got a little stuck on the first one, good connection on the second one, though. Then great transition right here. I was talking to the head coach of Team Mexico, Martin Paceri, the Argentinian, who is now coaching Mex, about the positioning there, and a good 2-for-1 combo to finish off for Johnny, so great start for him. It's all about the pier bowl right now with this higher tide coming up right now, Chris. You really need to make those transitions with that left going into the reform, and it's going to be exceptionally crucial to get that finish, just as we saw Kanoe Igarashi get 2 8-point rides in his earlier heat this morning. So not only do I think that that left and the pier bowl ride is going to be essential to big scores, but I also think that the inside connection is going to be extremely valuable right now.
Yeah, we've seen some airs go down there on that inside, so we know the potential. And keep your eyes on Luke Dillon, surfer out of Great Britain, 27 years old. His favorite break, Fistro Beach in the UK. He lives in Newquay, which would be the, I would say, the surf capital of Great Britain. And he's had a stellar run of competitions here at the ISA level. Big standout down in El Salvador the last time we ran the ISA World Surfing Games, and here he is now. You see, he's built like a championship surfer.
Yeah, he is.
Great style, lots of power, flowing through this midsection. No problem making the connection. Going for the big finish. Nice vertical forehand snap, which is, I would say, an underrated maneuver for how difficult it really is, and he did it well there.
Do you remember Blake Thornton?
I do.
So Luke Dillon reminds me a lot of Blake Thornton and Callum Robson, who's actually competing in this event too. Really similar style, kind of knock-kneed, where he has those real powerful vertical turns and a great transition on the rail too. But him and I are around the same age. I remember being a junior and seeing him, and he was already big and powerful. Won a pro junior event in the Canary Islands. I remember when the waves were pumping, and last year you were saying that he was a standout at the ISA Games in El Salvador for good reason. The waves were pumping, and it was right up his alley, Chris.
We've got 14 minutes on the clock. These 20-minute heats are flying by. The scores coming through are favorable for Johnny Corzo, representing Team Mexico, a 6.33 to start. It's one of the high marks of the day. If you can get yourself anything between a high 5 and a 7 right now, you're going to be looking good. Of course, those backups aren't going to come easy. You've got to get 2 solid scores on the board if you want to make it through these opening rounds. 3rd or 4th place finish will have you in the repechage rounds, which are scary already. We're stacking the repechage with talent. And trust me, you want to continue on in 1st or 2nd place, because starting this early in the repechage round, that just makes your task that much more difficult if you want to get back into the main rounds. Set coming through here. It's going to be surfer in blue, representing Greece, Perry Siganos, 25 years old, resides in New Jersey, but makes the Makes the Greek trip every summer. His favorite wave is in Crete. And another very capable surfer. Quick snap there to finish. So it looks to me like the transition's just a bit easier with this tide. Corzo with the backup. Quick snap on the outside section. And as I say that, we'll see if it's true right here with Johnny Corzo, and it's still difficult.
Yeah, it is. And talking about, that Jersey area, they're coming up with a lot of board riders teams. The Mid-Atlantic, North Atlantic, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in terms of the board riders events. Now for Greece, this is a huge opportunity to kind of showcase their skills and move up the ladder in terms of their seeding too. And talk about American Samoa, Liam Wilson, the surfer from Laie on Oahu from the east side. Loves to surf those heavy waves, loves to surf Goat Island a lot too, and here he goes, Chris.
Yeah, and he is just an awesome representative of American Samoa. Him and his dad were travel buddies in the past few years, and his dad was one of the best, most spirited, team cheerleaders on the beach, waving the flag all day. Hopefully we see Pops down here today, as we see now Johnny Corzo, nice and steady all the way through. He is super consistent as he gets 2 solid turns on that inside section.
Good backup.
No doubt. So starting with that 6.33, that's going to be a solid chunk of scores there for Johnny Corzo. Perry Segunos waiting for his first wave. Representing Heritage Surf Shop.
Atlantic City? Or?
Iconic shop over there in New Jersey.
Or maybe Belmar. I wouldn't be surprised that it's Belmar.
You get a lot of options.
You do.
In New Jersey.
Jersey's got a huge coastline.
Oh, yeah. And what a great crew of surfers, past, present, and future coming out of New Jersey. Love to see Perry representing Greece and, doing his work, too. Goes to Greece every summer to surf, hang out, and
visit family.
Most likely eat.
Oh.
You ever had Greek food? Oh, man.
Gyros?
Come on. The best in the world.
Isn't hummus from there too? Around that area. I think it's Mediterranean, so.
Well, 10:26 to go here in round 1, heat 7. Gives us a chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat. Standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Hey guys, yes, I do have from Team Panama, Izzy Elizondo. Congratulations. You seem really relaxed and really in the flow here at the games. How are you feeling after that first heat win?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Yeah, thank you. Just took my time out there in the water, really just breathing and pretty relaxed, actually. I could have done a little bit better for sure. But it's the first heat. I was calm, conserving energy, and I came through. Not huge scores. I would have liked to get better scores, but for the next round, and I'm happy to pass first.
Beautiful. I mean, Team Panama, we were just speaking before, it was only a few guys, like original guys like Ollie and that, and now you have a really strong team coming through. How is it having the whole contingency on the beach?
Oh, it's amazing, yeah. Since a while back, it was just Ollie and some other really local boys from where I grew up, which is Santa Catalina. And surfing in Panama has been growing a lot lately. Really fast too. It makes me happy. It all makes us happy. Even in the women's too. We didn't really have a strong team back then, but it's all developing. Thank you to the APS, the Association of Surfing in Panama, and the whole organization is just bringing up surfing to the next level, and that's what I thrive for, and that's why I'm here.
And I'm sure there's so many people in Panama watching you perform and watching the team. Did you want to say anything out to those guys at home?
Yeah, for sure. Muchas gracias a todos en Panamá, al pueblo de Santa Catalina, a todos mis amigos. Muy feliz de estar aquí, contento de pasar a la siguiente ronda y, bueno, a darle con todo, apoyar el team, que otros vienen durante el día. Y, pues, nada, muy feliz y saludos a todos. Vamos, Panamá.
There you go. First heat win under your belt. Good luck for the team and for yourself going into this afternoon. And we'll go back to you guys.
Thank you, Jess.
Yeah, Isaura Elizondo giving props there to the Panamanian people. Obviously very stoked, saying thank you to the APS, the Asociación Panameña de Surfing, Panamanian Surfing Association, coming from Santa Catalina on the Pacific side. And this is Corzo's last, Chris, so he gets a 5.1 for this. for his previous one, excuse me. This one could have improved if he would have made it to the inside. And then Liam redirects on the right, then goes left. And this thing was bowling up. Let's see what he was able to do right here on the inside. The shore's looking better with the high tide, as you were saying. It's a nice snap right there. Gets a little stuck coming out of it, though, and just not enough speed to make the second one. And the surfer in blue, the Greek, Perry. He's on the board here, and you can definitely tell that he's accustomed to surfing beach breaks with that amount of speed that he had right there. And Dylan with a great turn on the back end, sending a lot of spray to the sky right there on the first one on the outside. Let's see if he can make the transition to the shorey. Seems like he will. There. So a nice turn on the outside and a decent finish too, so that should easily put him up into the top 2 right now with 7 minutes remaining.
Good exchange there. 3 surfers in a row catching waves all the way to the beach. That's what we like to see. This is, I would say, when you look at these names, this is probably one of the most stacked heats of the morning. So you see now Liam Wilson from Laie on the north shore of Oahu, representing American Samoa. Well-traveled, probably pretty tubed as well.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, living that close to the North Shore. He's a graduate of Kamehameha High School. It's a big accomplishment right there. And speaking of accomplished, all the way to the beach with a 2-turn combo on that inside section. Liam Wilson trying to solidify his second place finish. Meanwhile, Johnny Corzo going beyond vertical out the back, weaving through to the inside section. And I like to see surfers, you know, fading both ways. You saw him going left out the back. He faded right. Now he's going left again. Good mix for the judges to react to. Strong finish there. Nicely done for Johnny Corzo.
Yeah, and you can only do that kind of shift, as you were saying, the fade at a beach break. You can't do that as a point break, excuse me, because the wave's only going in one direction. So when you have the option to do with the short break lining up right here, it's smart to do it, and it presents a different option for the judges too. It gets super repetitive when everybody's doing the same thing over and over. And right there, it's a nice little breather that Johnny Corzo gave to the judges. So 5 minutes 40 to go. It's going to be a real tight finish right here, Chris. I think that Wilson's probably going to get his best score. Corzo might replace his 5.1. I'd probably say so. But then we're also waiting for the last of Luke Dillon. So it's going to be a tight one here with 5 minutes remaining.
Absolutely. These heats, they're just running through the clock. Let's take a look back at some replays. A lot of waves surfed in here, so this has been a hotly contested heat.
Yeah, so Liam has a 3.83 on his previous one, and that really just came off of one turn. So gets a combination right here. And as you were saying, he probably surfs Melekahanas quite a bit too, and that's a difficult wave to surf. Gets the 2 for 1 right here at the end. So I would have to say his best wave. And then Johnny, beyond vertical right there, just got a little stuck when he was coming out of the bottom turn though. Might affect the score just slightly, but good transition right here. Faded, as you said, was looking right the whole time, but ended up going left as the thing was bowling up better. Little setup snap, and then a solid finish right here. So would think that that's easily going to replace the 5.1. And it seems like Luke Dillon drops a 5.9 on his last. So this is a great heat. 4 minutes and 25 to go. It's anybody's ball game still.
Well, this is cool for American Samoa as well, because just a few years ago, when we had the ISA World Surfing Games in Japan, Liam Wilson was the only representative for his team. They've got a full team now, 3 men, 3 women. That'll definitely help them to climb up the rankings for our overall leaderboard. As you see Luke Dillon now just easily powering his way into the inside. A perfect backside snap there. I mean, in terms of finishing maneuvers, doesn't get much better than that. That was just so nicely done. Luke Dillon, an absolute powerhouse surfer. Now watch out for Luke Dillon to go all the way through. I mean, he's had some big finishes here, but you know, with the waves increasing in size throughout the week and Luke Dillon obviously looking competent, excited to see what we've got coming next for our surfer from Great Britain. As Liam Wilson now trying to fight his way back into second place. We've had a shuffle around in the standings. Luke Dillon in the lead, Corzo now in second. Liam Wilson would need a 7.33 if he wants to get up into second place. Nice finish there. So a well-surfed wave. We'll see. Was it a 7.33? That would be the highest single wave score of this heat, so I don't think so, but that last wave we'll probably get rid of the 3.83, so that'll help him, but time's going quick.
Yeah, and Corzo drops a 5.87, so he moves back up into first, and now both Siganos and Wilson needing big scores. Here's the Greek surfer in blue. And with just under 3 minutes to go, I was kind of questioning Dylan's decision-making right there, whether or not it was a good decision to go on that one. After not having heard what Wilson or Corzo had gotten, you really need to take that wave. Is it necessary when you're in the top two? As of right now, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I still think it was the right decision, despite him not improving on his low score. You want to take away those opportunities from the people that are close to getting into the top two spots.
Here's a recap of what we've seen so far. This is one of the tightest heats we've seen of the morning. Johnny Corzo doing work.
Yeah, 12.2 points already for Corzo. And then Siganos with his opener, his best so far at 3, goes up into the lip. So not a bad start, but then Corzo really got heated right here, dropping a 5.87. And, you know, it seems like today those 12 points, 12 to 13 points are really going to be the key to success. And Wilson has surfed well this heat. The surfer from American Samoa in yellow, but he's just surfed a bit too conservative for how well both Dylan and Corzo have surfed in this one, Chris. Despite it being closely contested, it's been Johnny who's been able to use both the lefts and the rights to his advantage. And you can definitely see that the former Challenger Series surfer and the former ISA gold medalist has definitely put in his work here at Southside Huntington Beach Pier.
Yeah, no doubt. All 4 of these surfers will have multiple opportunities. This is a double elimination event. As per Olympic rules, we've got to give all these surfers ample opportunity. We saw the flag of Saudi Arabia flying there. Had a chance to catch up with the young surfer representing Team Saudi Arabia. What a great dude. Oh my gosh. I could sit there and talk to him all day long and throughout the week. You know, some of these surfers who, you know, it's part of competition, right? Some surfers have to lose early, but, you know, from what we've seen historically speaking at these ISA events, they'll be on the beach all day, hanging out, getting to know everybody. So expect more from one of our rising surf nations, and hopefully throughout the week we can get some new faces here in the booth and you know, learn more about some of these really cool storylines coming into this event. 33 seconds to go here. What just happened? Blink of an eye and this heat's over.
No, and that's what I was saying. It's like 20 minutes. You might not have that much time to talk about yourself anyway, so it's better to go out there and perform and have us talk about you through each and every round. And so far, both Corzo and Dylan did well in this heat, and it was a tightly contested one, but they were just on the best waves of this heat.
Did get a quick glimpse of Liam Wilson's dad, and as always, he's on the beach, waist deep in the water, waving the flag of American Samoa. And we'll see if this wave counts for the scoreline of Liam Wilson. Horn did below, but if your hands leave the rail and the judges deem it before that horn, you will be scored. Nice looking run here towards the pier. Fades right. Big snap on the closeout section. Nicely done for Liam Wilson.
There's Pops right there in the pareo on the right-hand side. And yeah, coming from Leo, ooh, Andy King. Little shot of Andy King. And there's Team Mexico, Sebastian Williams flying the flag. See Martin Paceri right there behind the lens too. So they got a great team. Al Cleveland Jr., Sebastian Williams, and Johnny Corzo, who just made it through with the heat win, Chris.
Hammers. More to come. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and We'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We are live from Huntington Beach, California. We've got 51 nations competing. The winning team winning a coveted spot in the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympic Games. A lot of surfing to get through till we get there. We're going Saturday to Saturday, the 24th of September will be our final day of competition. And the first couple of days in ISA events, we like to blast our way through as many heats as possible to give everyone a shot moving forward. And check this heat out. Wow, this is a big one. Liam O'Brien, Caleb Rapson, Michael Zog, and Lorenz Block Haugland. Norway, Switzerland, Barbados, Australia, only in ISA competition. Will you see those four flags surfing together? As you see the British surfing team, Team Great Britain, feeling good about what Tony Dillon just did for them. And I think we can all agree that Tony Dillon is going to do big things in this event this year.
Yes, he is. He's definitely a powerhouse surfer. Got a lot of strength in those legs and get transitions in the beach breaks. And there you see Team Mexico with Johnny Corzo celebrating a win too. Huge moment for them, knowing that, you know, I wouldn't say they're one of the favorites to win the gold medal, but with the three surfers that they have in the men's side, I say that if they don't finish within the top 10, that's a disappointing result for them. There's too much talent right there.
Top 10 team, for sure. I mean, they've been making leaps and bounds, and of course, I mean, Mexico has been an epicenter of waves for, since surfing started, pretty much. So it was only a matter of time till the talent level, matched the waves. We're seeing that now.
You would think. I'm gonna call out some people right now, though, because since I competed there and still right now, I had to get them their uniforms the other day. They sent them without uniforms here, Chris. Could you imagine that? Like, that's just, no. What if one of these people qualifies for the Olympic Games? What, are you still not going to have uniforms for them? So get your act together, Mexican Surfing Federation. You guys need to find some more support, because these athletes who are potentially Olympic athletes, and this goes for every surfing federation out there, make sure that you're treating them like Olympic athletes, because it's an Olympic sport already. How is it not comparable to soccer or tennis or any other sport out there? Make sure that you're getting them proper treatment.
Well, you see, the level of support, that our surfing superpowers enjoy. Talking about Team Japan, Team Australia, Brazil, Team USA. They've, even Team USA is, they have to fight for what they have as well. So, surfing being a fresh-faced sport in the Olympics, still, I would say, fighting for the respect it deserves in many ways. But, at the same time, I think surfing, like snowboarding did for the Olympic Games, Winter Games, surfing came through as one of the most exciting additions. You got surfing and skateboarding that really, in my opinion, obviously I'm biased because I love these two things, but came into the Olympics as I would say probably the most exciting and most watched from at least the younger generation. So
skating
as
for
that,
sure.
Yeah, as that continues on, a lot of these countries I'm sure will be stepping it up. So we see our surfer in yellow. This is Sven Zog.
Michael, his brother Sven's competing too.
Oh yeah, the Zog brothers are always threats in any conditions. So it's going to be fun to see the Zog brothers anytime they compete. Powerhouse surfers. And I tell you, Michael Zog is a threat for sure. And speaking of threats, Liam O'Brien, he had a huge finish here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing just a few years back. Basically the result that got him on the WSL Championship Tour. So it's great to see Team Australia welcoming the talent of young Liam O'Brien, who, unfortunately had the ultimate heartbreak, got his spot on the WSL Championship Tour, was injured literally a half hour before the whole season started. So I think for him, this is been a year of rebuilding. He looks as strong as ever right now, so it's great to see Liam O'Brien back in full force. Put him on your list. Potential surfers that could be having a gold medal draped around their neck coming Saturday. He is that good, so that is not an overstatement.
No, he's in my top 5 to win this whole thing for sure. Lob, who's been a runner-up at the U.S. Open, as you mentioned, CT surfer, and he has the unique story of being a CT surfer that actually never surfed in a championship tour event as an actual championship tour surfer. Made the semifinals at Rottnest Island last year, but that was as a wild card. So, you know, he's had a lot of mishaps this year, but physically, he's as fit as it gets right now, Chris. And then Mike Zog, the Zog brothers, who compete for Switzerland but reside in Costa Rica. A lot of Europeans there in Costa Rica. Leon Glatzer, also from Germany. Emily Gussoni competes for Italy. Indiana Ferry too. So good little finish there for Mike. And then Lob with an incredible wave. I would have to say this is one of the best waves we've seen all day. Great first turn. Beautiful transition for the second one. More of a setup, but still sending a lot of spray. And this is where you see the amount of experience that this kid has at this location, Chris. Great transitions with this little wind swell right. Beautiful carve there. And it's just going to finish off right here with a smart decision to just not even try to hit the lip. Slide the fins out and finish that wave off.
Such a great style. I mean, perfect technique.
Yeah.
Got everything going for him. Now we see surfer in white. This is Felix Golden, representing Team Norway from Hudavik. And he is your Norwegian junior champion, 19 years old. And now, as we see Lorentz coming through here. Lorentz Blog Haugland representing Norway. And yeah, I wrote the wrong name down on my paper. So Lorentz now representing Norway. 12 minutes to go here. Let's get a word from Jess standing by with our last heat winner.
Yeah, here we go, guys. Johnny Corzo from a very proud Team Mexico. Congratulations on your first heat here in the win.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a pleasure to represent Mexico. And I'm stoked to be here back in Huntington Beach. I love this place. I love the waves. And yeah, just having a good time over here.
I feel like you're one of the superstars of Mexican surfing, of course, one of the most well-known names. You have quite a following here. Do you feel that vibe when you come down to HB and all the fans and everyone cheering you on?
Yeah, definitely. And it's great, you know, all that support that I get from Mexico, from the fans, from everyone that is behind me just helps me improve, wanted to get better every time, every day. And yeah, just trying to push the limits and hopefully break some more records for Mexico. That'll be great. And yeah, stoked to be here with my whole team.
And when we're looking at teams, like if we get a little bit more technical, when we look at the breakdown, especially of your men's team at the moment, you guys have a really, really solid kind of showing and a really good chance. Are we looking at that qualification for the Olympics already?
Definitely. I think it's about time, you know. I think it's about time to put some Mexican talent in the Olympics. It'll be great. We have a lot of Olympics in other sports, so now we just need to push through the surfing sport and hopefully have the Mexican surfers in the Olympics. We have a very strong team, and that gives me more confidence too, you know. We push our levels each other because everyone's good, you know, so us three talented surfers, we push each other, and that helps to every time get better. And like we have a rivalry too inside the team, you know, because we want to go be the one that gets the farthest. We're also fighting for that qualification Olympic spot. So we want to finish on top of everyone and on top of each other in Mexico, you know? So it's great. It's just pushing each other, and that helps us to improve our surfing and push it to the limit.
There you go, incredible camaraderie and the connection the Mexican team have. Congratulations again on your first heat win, and we'll see you later on today.
Yeah, thank you. Y un saludo a toda la gente de México que me está viendo, a mi familia, a mi novia, a todos los que siempre me apoyan, mis amigos, y vamos con toda la siguiente ronda. Gracias a Dios por las buenas olas y un gran día en California.
Johnny Corzo, guys.
Right on. Congrats to Johnny Corzo. Thank you, Jess. Team Mexico coming correct, as always.
Yeah, whoa. It's about time that they actually get a great showing as a team. They've had good overall good individual results, but not overall. So important result here for them, Chris.
Surfer from Barbados, Caleb Rapson. Nice snap on the outside, kind of jams it up with the layback, adding some style and flair to that turn. And he's going to make this transition a quick closeout section. Nicely done for Caleb Rapson, and I've got to the bottom of it. My personal confusion, because get this, another unique element to the ISA World Surfing Games. So Heat 8, we've got Australia, Barbados, Switzerland, Norway. Heat 12, Australia, Barbados, Switzerland, Norway. We've got brothers competing in both heats, the Zaug brothers and the Golden brothers. So, or, well, Felix and Lawrence, they're like brothers. But, you know, again, when you have all these nations come together, 51 total. There will be friendly fire eventually, you know, with teams matching up against each other, but right now it's equalized across the board. As you see Liam O'Brien coming through there. His first wave came through, as expected, a 6.67, the highest single wave score of this heat. Michael Zog in second for now. Lawrence from Norway in third. Caleb Rapson in fourth. Those positions will change as we do have 8 minutes and 21 seconds to go. Priority will switch as well. Liam O'Brien did get that first wave with priority, and he'll make his way back out there where priority will switch up. It is a family affair. We have a lot of teams with brothers and sisters involved. So just, again, more storylines to develop as we get through these first rounds. It's going to be all men for this weekend, today, Saturday and Sunday. A lot of the women who are competing in this event currently competing down at the Supergirl Pro. Big all-female event happening in Oceanside, California. What a great weekend for surfing.
Yeah.
I mean, something for everybody for sure. And for young surfers out there trying to get better, you know, studying technique, what a perfect way to do that. These are waves that we surf a lot. It's kind of your typical California day. So maximizing the waves on offer, of course, is what these surfers are trying to do here. Is Caleb Rapson. He is a soup bowls enthusiast. 20 years old, has competed on the QS level, and a great finish there. All these surfers so consistent. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of mistakes in this heat.
No, and Barbados got another good team too. Josh Burke, Che Allen, and Caleb Rapson.
Chelsea Tuak,
and I'm forgetting about the brothers that didn't come. Bruce and Dane Mackey are also great surfers from there too. And, you know, Josh Burke having the representation of being a CT surfer in the El Salvador event. He got the wild card in as, you know, there were a couple people that bowed out last minute, so Josh was able to surf in his first CT event. And I think they're finally getting the recognition that they deserve too. You know, small island, but they have some great waves and some amazing surfers too. So it's good to see them have a full team here once again and, you know, go for another top 10 finish, I would say too.
Yeah, never count out Team Barbados. See a late drop there from Lawrence.
Oh, slip.
See, that's on me when I say we've seen a mistake-free heat and we see two in a row, but it happens. 6 minutes to go, plenty of time. Team Norway coming through, looking great in their uniforms.
Yeah.
Love to see that, and of course, the spirit is there.
Norway seems like a cool country to go to.
Oh yeah, you know, talk about natural beauty. And they have great waves as well.
Yeah.
Bring a wetsuit, but hey, it's worth it because a lot of countries, you know, Norway, Iceland, these are places that don't get very crowded because it's not easy to surf there. It's cold, you know, we're talking hood, gloves, booties, the whole deal. But you could find yourself surfing a perfect right-hand point break with a glacier in the background. I mean, the natural beauty there is really unmatched and lots of waves to be had.
Yeah, solo too, by the way. As we saw lob there, great wave from Liam O'Brien once again. Should probably be his best, a 6.93 as the score comes through. And then Rapson, the Bayesian invasion is real, Chris. Gets the great transition right here, redirects right, and then eventually gets this one turn off right at the end, which was a decent finish. So between him and Mikey Zog, it's a close heat, 6.76 to 6.53. And then the surfer from Norway, Lawrence, maybe not having the heat that he'd want to, but, you know, first time competing out here in Huntington Beach, especially with these kind of conditions, how choppy it is, it ain't easy. So if the top seeds are out there having some difficulties and struggling, imagine what the low seeds are going to be like. And here's a surfer that knows all about competing at HB. Who's your Jaddy, Jadson Andre?
Oh yeah, Team Brazil has entered the chat. And look at this heat, Guilherme Ribeiro, Ricardo Delgado, Jadson Andre, and Donatas Miskauskas, Lithuania. Welcome to competition. First time competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games, so we're very excited to see the Lithuanian surfers taken to the lineup. And how cool is that? You know, your first major international competition, you get to go against a legend, Jadson Andre.
No, and it's a good way to get recognition too, because I remember seeing Leo Fioravanti travel and compete at these events by himself when he was 13, 14 years of age. And I'm going to tell you an example of a team that has only one representative at this event with a junior surfer, and he's from your area, Ellie Timperi from Finland. Could we see another superstar being made in the process of being an ISA finalist or a world champion?
Yes.
I would definitely say so. And the kid's got enough talent to do it as well. So these are the kind of stories that we really want to promote here at the ISA. And I feel like a lot of these countries that only have one or two representatives and make it far to finals day, those are really the things that you need to highlight, because they're here with little to no support, Chris.
Yeah, I think Ellie's here with his parents.
Yeah.
And I actually got to surf with Ellie yesterday down south, and he was so excited. You know, he got to walk into the parade, wave his flag for Team Finland. Just a really cool moment, and you know, with him, he's getting multiple reps surfing in the ISA Juniors and now in the ISA World Surfing Games. So, big future happening now for a lot of young surfers who are getting the call up to their team. You know, in that case, and we've seen it across the board. Team Columbia is another one of those teams with a very young contingent, but they're just getting, you know, crash course and experience in these events. And if you had a junior competing down in El Salvador just a few months back, you know, they got the system down. You know, they spent a whole week down there kind of soaking it all up. So their homework is done. You know, even for a lot of the veteran surfers that are used to a different type of competition, you know, they got to relearn the ISA system.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it is a great equalizer, and there are no pass-throughs. There, you know, you're not going to be seeded in ladder rounds like you would be in some other, you know, organizations, but you got to go from day one. You know, we saw Kanoe Igarashi in one of the first heats of the day. He's probably more used to starting later in the week if it was a QS or a Challenger Series event. But everybody has to take the same path here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Liam O'Brien, you know, again, a surfer who has probably been competing since he was about 8 years old. So he's done every type of event, and still young, and still, you know, you can tell his willingness to learn and improve and to get over hurdles. You know, for him, I would say that was probably one of the most devastating moments of his life.
It was almost a career-ending injury.
Yeah, and so, you know, he got past it, and as you can see right here, he's in great form. He's got probably one of the highest heat totals of the entire event so far with that 13.6. And now Caleb Rapson, upsetting the dynamic that was established early in this heat. He jumps into second place. You got Michael Zog in third, needing a 6.13, and Lawrence needs a 7.39 with 55 seconds to go. Don't look away from the screen, because these heats have a way of flipping at any second.
Well, and Mikey with priority too, 40 seconds to go. He's got a decent air game. We haven't really seen anybody do an air on the outside so far today, so wouldn't be surprised to see Mike try an air on the outside. And for Lawrence, with third priority needing the highest wave of the heat, a 7.39, going to be difficult to do, but not a bad showing in his first ever heat at the ISA level. 20 seconds to go. There might be something here for Mike. I just don't know if it's going to be a good enough way for him to get that 6.13 that he needs. I mean, that's a decent score for how conditions are today, and unfortunately it doesn't seem like the way it's going to break. It's going to be Lob and Caleb Robson moving through. So big heat win here for Australia, Chris, one of the powerhouses.
That's going to be it. Round 2, heat 8. And just like that, Liam O'Brien from Team Australia with a huge heat total and the victory. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be coming right back. Jadson Andre entering the water. He'll be going up against surfers from Portugal, Puerto Rico, and Lithuania. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
We are back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games 2022 edition. This is live from Surf City, Huntington Beach. As you see, surfer in blue coming in from his first time competing here in the ISA, representing Norway, Laurent Bloch. As we look back into the lineup, a familiar sight, seeing Jadson Andre competing here at Huntington Beach. I would say this is his second home, and
Yeah.
it's wild. I mean, every summer when kind of contest season comes around, the Jadson fans come out of the woodwork. He's got more fans on the beach than anybody.
I'm one of them.
Me too.
Especially as a goofy footer too. And another great heat, Ribeiro, Delgado, Andre, and the first surfer from Lithuania, Donatas Miskauskas. Awesome to see that, Chris.
Yeah, 33 years old. He started surfing 7 years ago in Australia. And from then to now, he's already got third place in Lithuanian Surfing Championships. And he is doing his best to help the Lithuanian surf future happen right now. He works with a surf camp in Lithuania. So he's, putting his money where his mouth is.
And there's Team Australia.
Yeah, get used to seeing Liam O'Brien on your screen because he is going to get very far in this contest. He is one of the best surfers in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, that is not
it's easy to say
there's
it,
no
though.
doubt in
Yeah.
saying that. And, I would not be surprised one bit to see him with a medal around his neck coming Saturday. But, of course, a lot of surfing to get through till we get there. I love this heat because, you have this international fair, but you've also got superstar Jadson Andre in the water. And that kind of sends a message to Guilherme Ribeiro and Ricardo Delgado, when you're kind of fighting for attention, and right now you'll be fighting for points. So it'll be fun to see, which surfers rise to the occasion. And, I haven't seen Donatas surf yet, so I'm excited to see our first ever Lithuanian competitor here in ISA competition. And I just want to know more about Lithuania. I've heard amazing things about that country. I didn't know there were surfers there.
Me neither.
But now there's a reason, more of a reason for us to head over.
Yeah, no, it's cool to see these kind of countries that a lot of them don't even have that great of a coastline either, or very big coastlines, but it's cool to see them kind of learn to surf somewhere and then eventually bring those skills and knowledge over to a country of origin like their own. And I especially think for a country like Afghanistan, where there are very few surfers and surfing isn't, something that's relatively known to the majority of the population, that eventually is going to change. And same thing with Iran too. Those kind of things are what makes me passionate about bringing surfing to those parts of the world. That eventually it's going to create good change.
Well, it's 15:26 to go. This is Delgado. And he kind of had a little airdrop takeoff there, and unfortunately, landing in the flats like that slowed him down a bit, didn't give him enough push, and that wave dissipates under his feet anyway, so no harm, no foul there. He'll be right back out in the lineup. So, of course, this is where we start our Olympic qualification conversation. This is the first event where we will be fielding Olympic athletes. Slots will be opened up. And if you go to isasurf.org, you can take in all the information, but here's kind of the high level view of it. Your 2023 WSL Championship Tour will field 10 men, 8 women, and those will be basically taken from the rankings. So where things start to move around and shift a little bit. 2022 and 2024 winning teams here at the ISA World Surfing Games will have spots allocated to a surfer of their choosing. 2023, the highest ranking eligible man and women per continent from Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania will get slots as well. You know, this is about universality. This is about filling the Olympics with surfers representing the entire planet. The 2023 Pan American Games is another incredible event. That's where we saw a handful of Olympians get their way into the Olympic Games. And the host nation, France, will have slots allocated as well. You know, this is all in the, you know, the spirit of fair play, the spirit of universality, as we see right here. So, you know, some rising nations that maybe don't have a long list of Olympians from the past, you know, they're going to get their shot at competing as well. You know, we do have a couple years to kind of get things in place and get all of our names, but I'll tell you, those spots are going to start filling quickly. You know, by this time next year, probably half the Olympic field will be filled up with surfers from the ISA and the Pan American Games.
So here's a funny thing as we're seeing the replay of Delgado, just the drop right here. At the moment, there are no French male surfers on the championship tour. There used to be a few. Michel Perez is off, Jeremy Flores retired, and here's Ribeiro's opener. Nice first turn on the backhand. Tries to make the transition here to the shorey. That wave goes flat on the midsection though. If there were not to be a representative for France in the 2023 championship tour, that spot has to go to Michel Perez. It has to go to Michel.
It doesn't have to go anywhere. they have to deem that as it happens. And
I'm just saying, it's like put it into the universe out there. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not going to, I mean, obviously I'd love to see the Spartan in the Olympics.
And have him win, too, after him not being that successful there at the location for the CT. Like, that would just be a dream.
Yeah, the arena for Olympic surfing will be in Tahiti.
I would have loved to have seen Jeremy compete there, too, though, if I'm honest.
Well, he lives right up the road. So I won't tell him that you said that Michelle's the law. We got 2 years to decide. 12 minutes to go here, and scores are coming through. 4 minutes, 4.0 for Guillermo Ribeiro. That's the highest single wave score as our surfers get themselves back into the zone. Let's catch up with Liam O'Brien, standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, I've got from Team Australia, Liam O'Brien. Congratulations, first heat done and dusted for today. And how did you feel out there in Huntington?
Thanks very much. Yeah, it was nice to get a start, get through a heat. Yeah, it's cool to be back in Huntington. I didn't expect to be coming to this event, so it's pretty cool. I was just here for the US Open, and yeah, it's nice to be back. I enjoy coming here.
And you've got the full Australian contingency here, the Irukandjis, and they're looking obviously for that Olympic qualification again. You said you weren't expecting to be back here. Did you get the late call up, or how did that go down for you guys?
Yeah, I got a bit of a late call up. A few of the people that were in the team had a few injuries, so yeah, got the call up, and I was stoked. I've never done an ISA before, so yeah, I was pretty keen to get the opportunity and come and check it out and give it a go.
And first impressions of ISAs, I mean, they're so different to the other contests that we normally travel around in Australia doing. How are you finding it already?
Yeah, it's cool. It's great to see the representation from so many countries, countries I didn't even know surfed and stuff like that. So it's really cool to see them out here representing their nations. And yeah, it's just a cool feeling to be able to surf where you come from and try and do your best for them.
Well, congratulations again. And any last words? I'm sure there's plenty of people at home in Australia tuning in to watch you.
Oh yeah, just thanks to anyone watching at home. Thanks to the team for giving me a go, and hopefully I can sneak through a few more heats.
There you go, Liam O'Brien, potentially a future Olympian after this first stop for qualification for Paris, guys.
I like that. He's a humble guy.
Modest.
Just sneaking through. He blitzed his way through that heat. A dominating performance for Liam O'Brien. What a great ambassador to Australian surfing, just to surfing in general. Very thoughtful right there, you know, giving thanks to the ISA and, of course, all the countries. And, you know, you can feel the excitement in the competitors around us. It's not just the rising surf nations that are so excited to be here. It's, you know, surfing superstars. And I would put Liam in that categorization as a, you know, a title threat once he gets himself on the championship tour. Now I'm putting him as a medal threat here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And speaking of superstars of our sport, Nat Young coming up. And you see surfers getting themselves geared up. Another fun matchup coming up, Indonesia, Dominican Republic, and our first surfer ever from Algeria, Khaled Zaror, will be competing. Then you see Leandro Castillo from Dominican Republic grabbing his yellow jersey. Nat Young will be in white, and Katut will be in red. Gosh, all these matchups. Not only are they going to be well surfed and hotly contested, but also just super interesting to meet some of these surfers that maybe we haven't heard of yet, future stars, and just you can, again, you lean on the joy that we're creating for a lot of these countries that maybe are just now finding out about or getting into surfing, and this will spread. This will spread around the world and back. Speaking of that, Lithuania, they have the eastern shore is the Baltic Sea, and in looking at Donata's Instagram, they got waves there. He was surfed in an event that had bigger waves than this, so he's prepared. And it looks actually pretty similar to what we're seeing today. There's Donatas right there, just a quick up and down. That wave kind of, again, just backs up underneath him. But that's a country that, is, look at where it's kind of situated right now. It's right there between near Belarus and Poland and Latvia.
That's cold.
It is probably very cold surfing there. But I tell you, the culture in that zone, old world meets new world.
Right.
It's just one of those places you got to put on your list, potentially visit someday.
Well, and so far in this heat, Chris, 12 minutes have gone by. The best score so far from Guilherme, the 4.0. Delgado has a couple of scores in the ones, and Jadson just the 2.17. So not much going on so far in the first 12 minutes, but you look at the conditions and how they've improved overall. The high tide also is going to decrease the consistency that we're going to see with these kind of waves. So wouldn't be surprised to see Jadson here with second priority try to sneak one under everybody else and try to get something that's similar to the 4.0 that's on the leaderboard right now. And for Delgado, who's in second, ooh, that was a paddle by both men. Let's see if priority switches up. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Puerto Rican try to add more pressure and better those low scores that he has in the scoreline right now, because this is still anybody's heat, and time's running by quickly too.
I think for a lot of these rising surf nations, when you look at the end of the road being the Olympics, they have some history in the Olympics, and keep mentioning Lithuania because we might not see Donatas run through into the latter rounds, but Lithuania has some gold medals. In 1992, Romas Ubartas got a gold medal in the men's discus. So some recent history of medals in the Olympics. They have a ton of bronze medalists in basketball. They are very, very dominant in basketball in Europe, especially. We've got women's trap shooting, where Dinah got a gold in the 2000 Sydney Games. So just that, that history of Olympics in some of these countries that you're thinking, well, are they going to have a chance in surfing? Maybe not this year, but,
eventually.
The Olympic cycle being every 4 years, I mean, that's plenty of time to get training, improve. And I think, Donatas is going to get some of that experience after this event, as well as Ibero gets all the way to the sand. Great style, nicely done there for your surfer in red, who's now in the lead. Lower scoring heat than we've seen in the past, with unbelievably 5 minutes to go. How did that happen?
Yeah, so these slow heats just go by real quick. I mean, it's almost contradicting to say that, but they really do. You're waiting out there for 10 minutes. You think that a wave's going to come. You have first or second priority, and nothing pops up. So I think it was a great decision right there by Ribeiro to go on that wave. Already has the 4 for just the 1 turn on the backhand, and very patient on this wave too. Smart strategic surfing by the Portuguese surfer, which is something quite common for them too. And you see Jadson right here. This is going to be his best wave. Gets the 1 blow tail on the outside, a little foam climb right there. And he was really close to making this transition to the shore. I have no idea how he made it that far. But, man, was he close. And that would have been a good finish if he would have been able to make it to the shore break. And then Ribeiro, just a little bit of a snap right there to set things up. Carves it back. It isn't going to be a huge score, but I think in the grand scheme of things right now, in this heat in particular, Chris, it's important that he surfed this wave like this. Faded a little bit right there. little bit of a touch towards the lip line, and gets the 2-for-1 right here at the end as well. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be necessarily a huge score, but for right now, it's impactful.
There's Donatas representing Lithuania. A rich history of Olympic athletes for basketball, sailing, pentathlon, discus throwing. They have a dominant discus throwing program.
Well, the Lithuanians are usually quite big, so that's a sport where the bigger you are, usually the better you're doing. But yeah, you talked about, you know, different Olympic athletes within a lot of countries that are here that aren't, you know, necessarily surfing nations. I also want to say that Jamaica has some of the best Olympic athletes we've ever seen. Usain Bolt obviously is, you know, the one that comes to mind. But, you know, remember Cool Runnings? They had the bobsled team too. Winter Olympics.
Legends.
One of my favorite movies, by the way.
Well, you have Portugal represented now by Guilherme Ribeiro. And Portugal, a long history of Olympic medals as well. I mean, going way back. And if you want to talk about what they've done lately in the Olympics, Fernanda Ribeiro, I don't know if there's any relation, but a gold medalist in 1996. That would be an interesting thing to find out. The women's 10,000 meter swimming gold medalist. I think there are a lot of Ribeiro is a pretty common name in Portugal.
Yeah.
But who knows?
It is.
Maybe they're relatives. He might be winning this heat. We could get the chance to ask him. As we see Jadson Andre, always tenacious, super consistent.
Ooh.
Did he make it?
I don't know. It's a close one. I'd have to say no personally, but we'll see what the judges deem right there. And it was a split peak too. I think Delgado got up on that one. He got dropped down to third now, but I would say that Jadson's easily going to replace his 2:17 right here with just over 2 minutes to go. And I think Ricardo's going to need a bit more than a 4.74 to move up into second place. Keep going with the Olympic names, though. I like it.
Well, this is interesting. There's a Olympian from Portugal named Nuno Delgado. And I don't know. Any relation? That was the men's 81-kilogram judo. You know, if we want to start talking about Brazil's Olympic past, they have a million gold medals.
Pelé with soccer, a lot of judocas too. You know, they're really good in archery too, believe it or not. And
volleyball,
beach volleyball,
indoor.
Yeah. One of my favorite sports to watch in the Olympics. And Ricardo Delgado here on the forehand. You know, so a decent combo on the outside. Couldn't make the reform, though. Don't know how well that's going to score. Just looking for something better than a 2 right now to at least get back into this heat. Ooh. Jadson literally in the way of Ricardo right there, Chris. So I don't know what they're going to deem that right there. But Jaddy takes the lead, a 4.57 on his last. So I guess they did deem the last turn complete.
Yeah, and I think that's the right decision. We will see more Brazilian surfers coming up, a full team of 3 men and 3 women. They have one of the highest heat medal totals in Olympic history, 37 gold medals, 42 silver, 71 bronze, 150 Olympic medals in Brazil. And the only Olympic gold medal for male surfing.
Yeah.
Brought home by Italo Ferreira in last year's first ever surfing in the Olympics.
Which was, by the way, a dominant performance from him throughout the entire event. So there were some airs that he did during that event that I still, you know, don't understand how he pulled them off. But it was good to see that the swell showed up for that event too. I really liked that there were waves. I think it just made it so much easier for everybody else. And what a great showing by Armuro Suzuki too on the women's side. You know, she was kind of out of contention for the gold or silver medal and ended up winning the bronze medal match. So good for her.
Well, things are escalating here in Huntington Beach, California. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games, and we're going to continue through this international field. More surfing coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If the world could be real all around. Yeah, if the world could be real all around. We'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California at the south side of the pier for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games presented by Visit Huntington Beach. And it's been an exciting morning of surfing. It's about 10:45 a.m. here on the California coastline. And we've already had some great heats, and we have so much more to get through before crowning our gold medalists on finals day, our team's medalists as well, and all of the hype that will come around the closing ceremonies. But we've got a long way to go before we get there. Shannon Hughes in the booth right now alongside of world champion Barton Lynch. And Barton, you have competed across so many events, and right now we get to call some great action of an event that you have competed in yourself. We've got Nat Young from the US, Ketut Agus from Indonesia, Leandro Castillo from the Dominican Republic, and for the very first time ever entering the lineup here for the ISA World Surfing Games is Khaled Zizor from Algeria, representing Algeria for the first time ever.
Amazing. We've seen the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Lithuania take their place, and now Algeria is welcomed to the ISA surfing family.
As we take a look at first wave of Ketut Agus from Indonesia, he is an exceptional surfer and was there on the ground with his team at the Olympics at Tokyo 2020. Wasn't able to put on the jersey and compete, but was there to represent and support that group of surfers, and that was an exciting thing to see.
And it would have inspired him for this moment as well, this being the very first of the qualification process for the 2024 Paris Olympics, surfing taking place in Tahiti. As a part of that, its second appearance in the Olympic Games. So being there and watching Tokyo would have been an inspiring moment for he, not having the opportunity to pull on the jersey, but having the opportunity right here today.
So exciting, and especially kind of envisioning what Paris 2024 will actually look like. Being able to surf in Tahiti at Tehupo, and a wave like that has got to be something he's looking hard for.
Yeah, it's a shame the kind of got caught up in the whitewater there, and it looked like there was the potential to get that connection. Here we go, there it is.
First wave. Very exciting of Khalid from Algeria. Gets that score on the board at 0.83, and he is in the race.
Absolutely up against Leandro Castillo, 26-year-old. From the Dominican Republic. And amazing that all these surfing federations, and you mentioned it when we were last here or on the mic, that there's that opportunity for government funding for Olympic sports, that surfing's never had that opportunity to get a little bit of it. And now that opens up this opportunity. And we see it in Australia with the high performance centres and the coaching and the amount of infrastructure and support there is for surfing in those countries that are kind of the governments have got behind surfing, so that opportunity exists now for so many more countries.
Yeah, it's a really exciting thing to be able to see what the Olympics conversation has brought into surfing. I think so many surfers were excited to be able to showcase the sport, this youthful sport that we have, and we're getting into the Olympic conversation. But really to be able to see the growth that is now happening in surfing globally because the Olympics have brought us on board is incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing, and national federations popping up in in countries that we didn't know there were surfers or surfing, and it's just broadening the family. Here's Leandro.
Up and riding on his forehand, finding a little bit of speed here. Nice check off the top to start. Now looking for that inside connection. The wave goes a bit soft on him and he'll kick out.
Well, you knew how he felt about that through his body language, didn't you? The way the head went back, and we talked about it before. You know, surfing is a subjectively judged sport. So everything that happens influences the way a judge feels about the ride and the score. And there's that opportunity to act your way and present it in a positive way, regardless of how you personally feel. And as a coach, that's one of the things that you really try to push through to you guys is, you know, sell it positively. You don't know as the surfer what the judge thinks of it. You might not like it, and I've had those situations in the past where I finished a ride and thought, oh, that was terrible, and you hear the score and you go, oh, maybe it wasn't terrible. You know, so it's one of those things in surfing where the body language and the energy that you bring to your performance can have an influence in the way it's perceived and judged.
Do you remember when you first sort of realized that? Because you're obviously sitting with a coach's cap on now, but in your young career as a competitor, when you kind of had that understanding, was that something that came later in your career or still at an early age?
Pretty early. I had a coach at a certain time called, in the early days, Peter Druin, who invented man-on-man surfing, and I got him to help me because I thought, well, if he invented the idea of it, he must have ideas on how to play it.
Yeah.
And he was also, he had done acting and was right into method acting. And the concept there of method acting is that as the actor, you're not just playing the role. You are convinced that you are the role. Here we go.
Here we go with live action. Our surfer in blue, Khalid, up and riding on his forehand. And that was a steep takeoff for him.
And a couple of early rides, which is a good strategy because it gets the nerves out of the way. And when you're representing your country for the first time in this World Surfing Games, there's got to be a lot of nerves. So getting surfing early. So he made me aware early on that you had, here's Nat Young, one of the stars of our sport.
Nice drive back into, not really the pocket, but that little face of the wave. And Nat Young in the lineup is going to be a bit of a threat for the other surfers pedaling out there. Championship Tour competitor, coming from Northern California area, and just one of the all-time greats of California surfing.
Absolutely incredible backhand. Great to see him in this event. And the replay here of Leandro Castillo, strong, powerful surfer. When you look at the body, the shape of his body, the way things sit, he looks like he's got that perfect physique.
Nat Young had a look at this one.
Wrapping cut back into the white water. The wave went flat really quickly, and a good example of it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're on a bad wave, it's hard to turn a bad wave into a good one, regardless of your ability level. That's kind of what we saw there with Nat. That wasn't such a good wave that he selected, and consequently it was a short ride.
Short ride, but really smooth, great rail work, and really just kind of setting himself apart from the pack. In the lineup at the moment, we can see another maybe little set rolling through here. Doesn't look like it's going to break just in time. Now we've got an increasing high tide, Barton, through pretty much the entire afternoon. Just a real slow increase. We'll see that tide continuing to push through and hopefully giving us some fun conditions as it does throughout the day.
And when I went out there before, in our break, it looked stronger and bigger and a little more substantial than it did in the morning. So I think we've seen the influence of that tide slowly coming in and the quality of the waves.
Yeah, that's so good, so positive, and knowing the forecast we have for the next couple of days, we're in for some great surfing. And Leandro going hard on that last turn. Rides out incomplete, and he's going to have another small score to roll through behind him. As we take a look at the format in our judging, taking a look at that format with 3 men and 3 women per team. We've got the top 2 waves that count towards a surfer's heat total. And of course, those top 2 surfers advancing through the heat with those bottom 2 surfers into the repechage round.
Yeah, the double elimination, a fantastic component of this event. And here's the judging criteria. The commitment and the degree of difficulty in the turns. If they're innovative and progressive, you're pushing surfing forward. The judges love that. Combination of those moves. So how you put those moves together into a performance, and then the variety also counts.
Huge. Taking a look at priority, you know, at the start of a heat, no priority established, Barton, and then it comes into play, and it really is a super important factor of competitive surfing nowadays.
Yeah, when you've got the priority, you've got the control of the lineup. Your opponents can't ride what you choose to ride. They can ride anything else that's available and around the lineup, as we see Nat Young.
All right, nice snap to start on his backhand. Now getting that work done, staying nice and low and compressed, gaining so much speed through that section. Foam climb. And a nice smooth carve. Finishes off on the inside as well. It gets bounced off of his board. He'll go incomplete on that finishing turn.
Speaks to the difficult nature of the conditions today.
And Khalid, with an opportunity out in front of him, just takes off deep behind the section. Leandro as well. So a little bit of a set rolling through here, giving some opportunity across the field. Nat Young will have the best of the scores rolling through.
Yeah, look, the board looked fantastic under his feet. And you can really see the difference when a board's got that corkiness where you imagine you put a cork in the water and you push it down, it pops back up. If your surfboard, when you load a turn up and push that rail into the water, how it pops back at you, the corkiness of your board is super important in small ways for building speed. Nat Young's board looks great.
Great equipment under his feet. Now waiting for scores to come through across the board for Nat, for Leandro, and for our surfer in red, Katut Agus, as well, as we take another look here at Nat Young.
The replay, beautiful first move. And look at this is that corkiness. See how the board's just able to keep moving, bouncing and squirting its way through the flat section of the wave. Gets through to the inside here. It was a little late up to the lip. It was an incomplete. That was a shame because that would have made it a really good ride. But again, the work he did outside and this ability to connect to the inside was fantastic.
Great looking board under Nat's feet, as you were saying, and goes for that finishing section. That was a good, I like that little read of it though. Getting his hand dragged in there, just trying to time it out.
And, it was very close to a complete. Great to see Khaled Zero and the amount of waves that he's catching. This is their first time competing in this World Surfing Games and coming into this global surfing community. And sometimes that can be a terrifying experience, really pulling on the jersey and paddling out, but he's had a good heat.
Yeah, he's doing really well. He says in his ISA bio at isasurf.org, he says, "I come from a country where surfing is not common and where conditions to surf are not always good. However, we are well known for our resilience and perseverance, and we don't know how to spell impossible." His aim is to make it to the Olympics one day, and he's on his way there.
That's fantastic, isn't it? What a great spirit, great words. And great to see this, the expansion of our sport into countries and Algeria surfing for the very first time.
Incredible. And just thinking of that, for the next generation, for Khalid to be here, to be representing maybe next year for the 2023 World Surfing Games, he's able to show up with another team member because he's the only team member here for Algeria this week, just flying solo. Maybe next time around we see two. Maybe in 5 years' time, we've got a juniors team coming out of there. The development that can now begin. He can take this experience back home from this week here in Huntington. He can start sharing it with other kids at the beach there and continue sharing with his National Olympic Committee and with the Algerian Surfing Association and begin to start growing what they have as far as a competitive scene goes.
And it takes those rare individuals. And it's the same in Australia. The Australian surfing scene, for example, has sort of grown off the back of board riders clubs. And all around the country, each of the beaches, they have their board riders club. It's a community, but someone runs that and has to be kind of steering it to make those things happen. And it's the same in these countries that are new to the sport. There has to be the pioneers and the people who fly the flag the first time and break down those barriers, and Khalid's doing that right here today, so it's a very special thing.
Amazing. You can see the Algerian flags there on the sand just a moment ago with some support behind him as well. And he's now sitting in first priority. We've got 6 minutes on the clock. Heats are going by so quickly. A little bit of a lull in the action. Nat Young dropped in a 4.5 for his last wave, so had he finished off that inside section, he would have been looking, maybe to that 6-point range, you think?
Yeah, I think so, and the incompletes, the judges they're pretty cruel on the incompletes,
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times today, huh?
Yeah, and you do see, the outside's the most important part of the wave, and the inside's just the sort of cream on the top. But at the same time, if that cream's if it sours and you don't complete that ride, well then it can have an impact on the overall score.
Nat Young sitting in the lead. Ketut Agus from Indonesia sitting in second.
Oh, big set.
And here we go. Ketut's chasing a 3.75 to take that leading position away from Nat Young.
Oh, late takeoff for Khalid.
And Leandro now on his backhand chasing a 2.81. He'll kick out. Won't be getting that score without doing a full maneuver for sure.
And he in 2021, he was the athlete of the year for the Dominican Republic. The #1 surfer ranked by the Dominican Surfing Federation for 2020 and 2021. So, you know, in his country, Leandro, the Dominican Republic, well known for his surfing, which is amazing.
That's amazing. And think of that, a surfer winning the Athlete of the Year award for the Dominican Republic. That is so cool.
And it's, you know, when you're as old as I am and you've been around since the days when it wasn't respect. There was no idea of, you know, professional surfing even in the early days, through to a, you know, Olympic participation was something we never considered. We were such sort of outsiders, and it was such a kind of rebel sport almost. And to see that it has come so far is just a wonderful thing. And pioneers like Leandro Castillo are the people who are going to build the future of Dominican Republic surfing.
Absolutely agree. As we count down to about 4 minutes on the clock. And Ketut Agus, he's had some great rankings as well. Back in 2018, he was #1 for the Asia region on the WSL qualifying series, which is massive. That's a huge platform for these surfers wanting to pursue a professional career. Those that are looking for, you know, a life and an income out of surfing, and to be able to finish out of such a strong region as Asia as #1. Incredible result for him back in 2018, and he's continued to just show up to events and really put on great performances.
And inspire that next generation of Indonesian surfers who are, you know, young kids who are growing up looking at these guys. There are incredible waves throughout Indonesia. We know that it's one of the most wave-rich areas of the world. And then there's these young kids. Dylan Wilcoxon is one who I'll mention, and people should keep an eye out for that young kid. He is a superstar of the future. And it's these guys who are setting that bar high enough for those guys to aspire and recognise that Indonesian surfers can go to the World Tour and compete in the Olympic Games and all of that amazing stuff.
Well, how are you watching? International Surfing Association is what we are. ISAsurf.org is the website. You can check us out on YouTube, Twitter, or Instagram at ISA Surfing. And make sure to use the hashtag this week if you're around taking some photos, Surf City USA, to show that you were here in Huntington Beach as we see a set rolling through. Now our surfer with blue had first priority, red was second priority, but they're off on different sides of the peak. Aside from the fact that they're sort of coming into that area at the bottom, I don't think there will be a priority interference on that side. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the priority interference, you need to interfere with the scoring potential. No interference there, I wouldn't think. That was the opportunity just to share one. And you can see there that, you know, there's the green water on either side is the channel. The white water there was the peak, and the surfers went left and right off that. And I'm really impressed by Khalid's surfing and his heat so far. He's been consistently catching waves, finding himself in good positions, using his priority well. So doing his country proud for the first time.
Incredible. He is a 3-time Algerian national champion, so they've been running those events as well, at least for a few years, as we take a look at this replay.
Pumping through to the inside, looking for the connection and that all-important last turn to add some points onto the score. Neither surfer getting it.
Yeah, both looking for something to increase that score line. For Ketut, looking to secure himself in second place position. Nat Young now, nice drive off the bottom into that first wrap, and now sets it up as he comes through to the inside section.
And that's been the point of completion and connecting the inside has been something that we've seen the sort of higher ranked surfers do a little more consistently. The surfers who have performed here before, competed here before, they know what that recipe is here at Huntington Beach.
And great style coming through from Ketut on his forehand. Nice couple turns out the back. Now he has that opportunity also. He's only chasing at the moment a 3.75 to take the lead away from Nat Young. Now Nat is going to drop in a score for his last wave, Barton, so he's going to increase the situation. That was a good looking wave from Ketut as well.
consolidate the first and second positions for sure. The set before where Khaled got the wave, it didn't really add that much to the situation. So I think first and second looking very strong in this heat. But the points indicate that it's not that far to the lead. A 3.5 he's looking for at this point in time, still a score to drop though.
Yeah, still that score to drop for our surfer in red as Yellow's up and riding. Yellow sitting in third as he took off on that wave, chasing a 3.50, but waiting to see actually where the heat total will be sitting for red, who's currently sitting in second.
And going to improve on the 2.7.
And going to improve. So Nat Young has his scores in a 4.23 for last of our surfer in white, puts him into an 8.73 heat total, sitting in the lead, which means that Ketut Agus in red is chasing a 5.30 for his last wave to see if he's able to actually take the leading position away, possibly. As he walks through to the sand to his teammates on the shoreline here. The nice soft sand of Huntington Beach. Let's take another look at this. Is it worthy of a 5.30?
Nice first turn. Cut back. As you said, the live call, the style's beautiful. The technique's perfect. The wave gave him the outside, pumping through to the inside. Hits that right-hander, makes it... It's quite close. I think on the volume of the outside turn, there's a chance he may get it.
There we go. The judges loved it. A 7.33 comes through for Ketut Agus. It jumps him into the lead over Championship Tour surfer in Nat Young. And what a great performance. And for Ketut to hold it together mentally, coming into those last couple of minutes, knowing that he had the opportunity and he was going to need to capitalize if he came through.
And the surfing, when you compare Nat Young's surfing to Ketut's, it was right there, and you can see where the wind came from. Not necessarily wave selection, but the quality of surfing.
Great surfing. Ketut with the lead, and Nat Young in that last heat advancing through in second place position. Bottom two surfers, Leandro and Khaled, will be going into the repechage round, so we're going to see them again. And we're going to just tick straight into live action for round number 1, heat number 11. In the lineup, we have Alan Cleland, Logan Nickel, Tunk Isilides, and Dimitri Papavasilio.
Good job. Good job.
Some very complicated names, but we are so excited to have Turkey and Greece in the lineup alongside Mexico and Great Britain.
Absolutely. And Alan Cleland, a great surfer. Logan Nickel, Great Britain. So here there's Wales, Scotland, Ireland, England, all competing as Great Britain, because in the Olympic calendar or the Olympic roster, that's how they surf there, so that's how they surf here at the ISA Games.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So in order to compete in the Olympic Games, a nation must have a National Olympic Committee. And for Great Britain, all of those nations fall underneath, between England, Wales, and Scotland. They all fall under Great Britain for a National Olympic Committee. Same thing with France and Tahiti, which is why we see the Paris 2024 running surfing in Tahiti instead of having to run in Hossegor or in Biarritz, somewhere on mainland Europe in France.
Yeah, which is to all of our benefit, and that is going to be one hell of a show. That's going to be crazy to see the world's best surfers out there competing for Olympic gold.
It's so exciting. And just to kind of wrap out that conversation, Team Hawaii as well. We used to have Team Hawaii represented on the ISA World Surfing Games for many, many years, because Hawaii as a surfing nation is so strong. But given the Olympic conversation over the last few years, Hawaii has had to join in with Team USA, and that's why we have surfer like Gabrielle O'Brien competing for Team USA this week.
Yep, that's how it works. We've got a very strong team, Team USA. But Gabrielle O'Brien from Hawaii, surfing on the women's side. No Hawaiians on the men's side. Kalohe Andino, Nat Young we just saw, and Griffin Colapinto. Southern Californian surfers primarily, and then Nat Young from Northern California.
Pretty good pick. They all grew up surfing waves like this here in Huntington Beach many, many times.
Yeah.
As we see some live action, we'll see if anyone's going to get into this wave. And we've got a paddle from Alan Cleland. Now driving on his backhand, huge snap. Lets that tail drift a little bit too far, and he'll fall out. Now in that last heat, the surfer from Algeria, Khaled Zirour, put on a great performance, and Jess Grimwood is there to catch up with him. Take it away, Jess.
Yeah, we do have Khalid Zero, the first time for Team Algeria and the solo representative of the nation. How do you feel today, and welcome to the ISA Games?
Thank you for having us. I feel so stuck. So it's an honor to surf against the best surfers in the world and to represent Algeria. And I'm so happy.
Beautiful. And we were talking about earlier the importance of you blazing the trail for your nation, and you're the very start of that Olympic dream and the big ambitions that you have for yourself. We love the spirit. Maybe talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's very tough to come from a country where there is like surfing is not common, but I'm trying my best, and hopefully we're going to make it for Paris.
Beautiful. There you go, Khalid Zero. He embodies everything the ISA Games is about, and we look forward to seeing you surf later on this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone for your help, for your support, and I love you guys.
Khalid Zero, Algeria.
Phew, that was great.
I love that.
Love hearing it. The solo representative, and eyes already on Paris 2024.
It's so cool, just the stoke, you know, that's one of those words that I don't know if in tennis or what, you know, they talk about, hey, stoked, you know, but in surfing, stoke is that feeling that we get from riding waves, and it puts a smile on your face. It makes you feel good. It was just written all over his face. He was just so stoked, and for us and for the international surfing community, to have Algeria on board is an amazing thing. In this heat, we've got Tunk. And you said the surname better than I may. Usildis? Here we go, wide up and riding. Logan Nicol.
Logan Nicol, a couple pumps there, and he goes down. Tunk definitely has a complicated last name, but we'll get back to his bio in a minute because Alan Cleveland is up and riding again. Nice smooth carve to start it off. Cuts back again. And great smooth transition. That board's just carrying that speed for him, getting all the work done on the inside now. Can he put on a good finish? It makes it look so casual.
Beautiful finish. Wow. What style.
Such style.
That was a really great example of how you can try too hard in surfing sometimes, and it can ruin the flow of your performance. Alan Cleveland there just did exactly what he needed to do the whole way along that ride as we see the replay. Beautiful wrapping carve, pushes out on the back foot, and then wraps through to this. You can see now, just watch the legs and the little movements in the knees and the ankles that create the movement in the board beneath his feet. And this last turn, little wobble for a sec there, but then just goes into that last turn with such control, such poise. It was a beautiful ride.
What a way to start things off. Scores coming through, and for Alan Cleveland, it's a 6.50. Solidifies his position in the lead. We are waiting for a score to come through for Logan of Great Britain, and there it is. It's a 3.33. Now Tunk up and riding on his backhand. He is 44 years old, and he's looking for that first section and is unable to make that connection.
Tunk's got game. We just saw that. He is up and riding, and like you said, he's 44 years of age, resides in Istanbul. He is the national champion, the Turkish national surfing champion, so that's a great accolade in itself, and then here in the international community showing that he's got game. Great opening to see him starting up. Here we go.
Dimitri, representing Greece, takes off behind the pocket, and he's stuck in that white water for a while. We're now looking for really that first maneuver. He's going to make that connection through to the inside. Is he going to have enough speed to hit it, though? That's a challenging section to hit without that speed coming into it. As we take a look now at Logan Nicol. Smooth on his backhand, nice couple snaps, and redirects as he'll make it almost through to that double up. I thought he was going to get there.
I thought he had enough speed. If he maybe a couple more pumps, he might have got there. Nice flow and rhythm on the outside, on the backhand. Came through to the inside, pumping and driving the board. Didn't get the inside connection, unfortunately, but that will consolidate his second place for sure.
And a small score on the board now for our surfer from Turkey, Tunk. He is sitting with that second place priority now, though, and he's already out at backline, positioning himself for another wave. Having a paddle here, and he's going to look for that left on his backhand. Nice snap to start. Tries to get that pressure on that front foot to really push and engage, find a little bit of speed, but the wave will die out on him. And he just wants the world to know that Turkey has some great waves. They've got surf on both the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. And he loves getting in the lineup there whenever he can. As we see Alan Cleland just making a show of Huntington Beach here, making it look really easy, really smooth. He is doing that transition work so well.
Oh.
And now for a nice snap to finish on the inside. That's going to be a good combination total.
That's a fantastic ride, and I think what feels best about it is the tempo. The way, the energy he's putting in and the tempo of his performance matches the wave perfectly and just creates this radical yet smooth approach that really is the sign of a classy surfer.
Such good surfing from Boca de Pascuales in Mexico. He's 20 years old. We've seen his name around for years now, and really to see that style developing is probably one of my favorite things about Alan's surfing these days. And to be able to see him kind of carry that out of his junior career now into, you know, his real professional career. As we take another look at this one, that first snap was so good, and then into this wrap.
Nice wrap, stayed high on the wave face to build speed down into this section. You see, use the whitewater there, comes back against the grain of the energy, and sees this little right-hander. He's pumping and driving. You can see how he just, these little movements, subtle movements of the knees and the ankles that just keep the board alive and keep it moving from rail to rail, building speed, the rail of the board are the sides of the board, obviously. And that was a really lovely ride. He looks comfortable, looks composed, and it's going to be a good two-wave total, as you said.
Score still coming through. He's sitting with that heat total at the moment of a 7.73, but that'll increase. We've also got another score coming through from our surfer in yellow, Tunk. Staying active out there, taking off on his third wave. Now Dimitri from Greece, he's sitting with a 1-point score on the board at the moment. We've seen him competing at the ISA World Surfing Games in the past, and it's great to have him back here now.
Yeah, 28 years of age and resides in Malibu, so he wanted to get to where the good waves are on this Southern Californian coastline. So many great waves, and Malibu is one of those kind of idyllic spots that's been a big part of our culture all the way back to Gidget and those early sort of Hollywood surf movies. That's when I first became aware of it. And I've actually never seen it, never been to Malibu, which it seems a little bit odd, doesn't it? But it's one of these days I've got to get up there and check that out.
Oh man, we might have to take a surf trip one of these days if we wrap up a little bit earlier and there's a little bit of swell in the water. It is one of the most beautiful classic waves in the world, you know, like a Noosa First Point. It just runs and runs. There's so much opportunity to it. It's fun when it's a little bit bigger on a shortboard or a fish, a 20. It's so good for a longboard. And it really helps surfers develop that style as well, which is why it's such an iconic place. And I mean, what a spot for Dimitri to be living at now and to continue just improving and pushing his surfing in.
Yeah, perfect place. I suppose the only thing, well, the good thing for competition is that you would learn to deal with a crowd as well.
Yes,
so
definitely.
Your ability to manipulate a lineup to get away.
The crowds are intense. Now split peak action out in front. Alan and Logan splitting the peak for Mexico and Great Britain. Alan might kick out after that first turn. We'll have to catch up to see what our surfer from Great Britain got up to on the left. And Dimitri now on his forehand. Nice opening turn. Cuts back into the pocket. And he won't be able to find that momentum. He does seem like a surfer that enjoys some more heavy waves. His favorite surf break, Pipeline of all the places, somewhere that you know very well.
Yes, it's a lot of people's favorite surf break. One of those just famous, iconic surf spots that every surfer wants to surf Pipeline or paddle out at Pipeline at some point in their life and experience it. Dimitri's half American, half Greek. Who grew up in the US, and he wants to represent Greece and bring more representation and inspiration for the Mediterranean surfers to sort of raise their level in general. And it's a good goal, great goal.
Oh, it's so exciting. And they've got a great team this year. They've got 3 men and 2 women, so not quite that full team with the third women, but Alexandra and Erini, we'll see them on the women's side. We've got Perry also on the men's side, as well as a young Mateo, who competed at the juniors this year for ISA World Junior Championships in El Salvador. And I believe it was his first time competing there and the first time that Greece had a juniors team represented, which was really exciting. As we see this, that was that split peak action we saw between red and white with Logan going on the left. And then Alan
You could see, yeah, Alan kind of looked at that wave and went, this isn't such a good one. He's had a couple of scores. He's, got all of the other surfers in a combination situation, meaning that they need more than one wave to actually overtake him. And you could see in the way he surfed that wave that the pressure was off.
As we take a look here at Dimitri. Nice backhand snap. And now looking for that connection. I like the look of that first turn. And he's going to make it through, find a little bit of speed here. Let's see if he can finish off in front of the crowds here on the sand at Huntington Beach. Nice finish.
Yeah, nice completion. Good speed building through the flat section. And as you said, the backhand re-entry on the outside was the strongest part of that ride. He's in the third place now, looking for a 3-2-1. And I reckon there's every chance he gets that. Yeah. Based on the outside move, the work through to the inside, and then the completion with the forehand re-entry, he may overtake Logan Nicol. Be interesting to see.
Logan Nicol sitting with a 3.33 and a 2.5. Now Tunk from Turkey up and riding. Nice size wave up in front of him. Good carve back into the section, and he'll get a little caught up there in the whitewater. But that was a great steep committed takeoff. And now Logan looking to secure himself in that second place position. Snap, and is he going to be able to put on that finish? He's got all the speed and the momentum, finds the section and closes it out on the inside. Now scores through for last of blue for Dimitri. It was just a 2.63, so it was a little bit shy of that requirement. Did keep Logan in that second place position, and we could be seeing Logan increase that now.
Yeah, that was great rhythm and flow through to the inside, and normally we've seen the inside, what happens there happens really quickly. But that time it gave him a lot of space. Here we go outside. Nice first turn. Fair to say this may be his very best wave of the heat so far. Looking to improve on the 3.33. I think he does that convincingly, driving and pumping. And then this is the time I was talking about. He gets one turn there, and there's all of this time just waiting to set up that last turn there. And it was almost like he was not used to that. Man, it was like, oh, I've got all this time to set things up. Well, what? Oh, and there was a little wobble right at the end. But again, I think that's going to be his best scoring ride.
Yeah, sometimes like those little inside sections, you're kind of cruising through the outside, you make it through flat, and then suddenly just that little shore break jumps up on you so quickly that you're kind of unexpecting it, even if you're sitting there waiting for it to line up.
100%. We've seen that a lot today.
Yeah.
You know? That one gave him a lot of time and let him set up that last turn, and it almost looked like he had too much time. An example of that would be if you looked at tennis and you think about the lob, and that ball's flying through the air, and you've got all this time to try and set it up and be in the right place and hit it, and it becomes the most difficult thing. But then if you're at the net and you don't have time, you just stick the racket out, and all of a sudden you've done this amazing shot and you don't even know how you did it. It's similar to that scenario where sometimes the inside's so fast and quick, you've got to react super quickly. That time was almost like that lob situation where Logan had so much time to set it up that you almost overthink it.
That's right. Sometimes those fast twitch movements are actually better and easier when it is that reaction. Your body's naturally doing what it needs to in that moment, rather than all that time thinking, all that time processing, and then, oh, right, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And the mind overthinks it, and you've got too much time to get involved. And when you don't have time to get involved, sometimes the body knows what to do without you being engaged or involved with that situation.
Well, let's take a look at the situation in the lineup. Alan Cleland has significantly put himself in the lead because he's increased his scoreline with a 7.17. He's sitting in first. Logan dropped in a 5.5 for his last wave, and that did increase that second place position and puts the requirement into the sixes as we take a look at the heat recap with Alan Cleland in the lead at the moment. And what a great way to start, man. His style is really just something to watch this week.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Everything's just, the body posturing is just perfect. The board looks fantastic under the feet. Here's Logan. He got a 5.5 for this one, and rightly so. It was a great ride all the way. Here's that inside where he just has all that time. He's like, okay, wait, hit it. Oh, no. And there was a little wobble. We didn't see that. Good score of 5.5.
And this was the 7.17 from Cleland.
Wrapping cutback, smooth flowing. And the board's got speed in it without him using his body. And then when he combines his body with the board's natural speed, he connects pretty much every time with that inside, and it was a dominant performance.
Yeah, making it look so simple, but executing, getting those combinations together on the outside, that's been something that's been a challenge for surfers to find today. 2 turns on the outside section's impressive.
Yeah, it's really difficult, but if you get those 2 outside and connected to the inside, we've seen 2 outside, 2 inside, they have been the best scoring rides, or even 1 outside, 1 inside. If they're big turns, they've been equal to that. So the recipe's quite clear. You've got to go big. The bigger the turn, the better the score. The bigger the wave, the better the score, and the completion really has an influence as well.
And just now we could see Alan taking a look at the fins, just making sure, nothing's been taken out of position, nothing's been knocked out on those closeout finishes on the inside. And I was thinking about that with that conversation a moment ago of those inside sections popping up so quickly. Huntington's a place that, even though it's so soft, we don't have a whole lot of swell. It's not like we've got a big hurricane swell rolling through, a big south swell or anything this week. It's kind of small and fun and just kind of easy to surf, right?
Yeah.
Those inside sections, though, because of how shallow it is, that's where we see boards broken and fins broken out all the time.
And when the swell gets bigger and the pier comes into play...
Oh, it's a whole different story.
It all of a sudden goes from sort of playful like it is right now, and as you said, the inside shore break being the dumpiest, most challenging part, to when that pier's involved and you've got sets taking you towards that pier, it's a whole nother level of engagement.
Logan on his forehand now. He's trying to find the win. He does need a big 8.17 in order to get that winning position. But he's done so well to increase that scoreline, and now as he makes his way through to the inside, puts on a solid snap to finish, looking so comfortable. And that was a very well-ridden finish for the 23-year-old from Cardiff in South Wales.
Looking to improve on the 3.33. I think he does that. I feel like that was one of those book rides that we were talking about. Good outside turn all the way through to the inside, finished it, completed it. It was well surfed, and both Alan and Logan have been dominant.
Yeah, very dominant throughout. Well, it's been a great day of competition today, but before we got it all kicked off, yesterday we had a wonderful opening ceremonies. We got to see the sands of the nation's port, and we got to see the parade and all those surfers walking through. Let's take a look at it now.
In 1996 was the first time that we have an event of the ISA called World Surfing Games. We used to call ISA World Championship, and we wanted to be sure that all the top professionals were part and every team was a dream team. Imagine, in 96 we were 30 surfing nations in the ISA, and now we're 111. Two of those teams are going to take a third slot, an additional slot for Tehupo. I wish you the best. Enjoy. It doesn't really matter because you guys are here. You guys are champions. You guys took the time to come here. Your family, your friends supported you. So celebrate yourself, pat yourself in the back, and say, yes, we were there in this day of 2022. I just want to finish saying, long live surfing, long live the clean oceans, and long live the surfing and lab revolution. Let's continue to be ambassadors of our waves. They need us more than we need them. Imagine how much they need us. Best luck in the competition, guys.
Well, yesterday was so much fun with the opening ceremonies, and now into live action. Jackson Baker Jacko of Australia. He rocked up to the opening ceremonies with his very ginger red mustache painted green and gold. It was awesome. He would have made you proud, Bart.
The national colours of Australia, the green and gold. Jackson Baker, Jacko, as you refer to him, as we all refer to him.
He's in the lineup up against Shay Allen of Barbados, Sven Zog of Sweden, and Felix Golden of Norway. We've got a great lineup in the water. My apologies, Switzerland, not Sweden, for Sven Zog. And he was there on stage yesterday. I believe he was the sand pourer for Switzerland. And what a fun day of action that was. And just, to kind of set the tone for first day of competition as well. And to see Jackson Baker get off to that start on his backhand.
Pumping through the inside. Big, powerful kid. He's still a young man. comes through. This last turn's strong, powerful. He's on the World Championship Tour, and we see why.
We absolutely do. Shea Allen now on his backhand representing Barbados. We've seen him around for a long time. Great surfer coming out of that region of the world. And makes that transition so easily. Nice snap. Kind of checks back left and right as well to see if there was a better section to try and finish off. And Sven as well out the back, just aggressively attacking that section. Felix Golden now in live action as he makes his way through to the inside. He'll kick out and have that paddle out to backline.
Norway is one of those countries where, you know, as surfers, you don't really think to go to Norway. And then you come to the event, and you see people surfing, you meet them, you're like, oh, I've got to come to Norway. I've got to check you guys out and see what you've got going on over there. Shea, favourite wave is no surprise there, Soup Bowls, one of the waves of Barbados that we all understand, a 23-year-old. And did you see, you said it in live, did you see the ease with which he made that connection? It just looked
easy.
It looked unusually easy. It's a difficult thing to do, but style and technique, just when those two things come together, it can look easy, and he made it look that way.
Great surfing so far for the start of this heat. And you can also sense, I mean, it's only 3 minutes down, 17 minutes still on the clock in this 20-minute heat. Some of the heats have taken a little bit of time for surfers to find some rhythm. Even to get that opening ride, it's taken 5 to 8 minutes for a lot of the surfers. And here I could just sense the energy shift a little bit different in the water. You could really kind of feel that bit of aggression and that real attack coming through from everyone on those first waves.
Yeah, in this heat particularly.
Jackson Baker dropped in a 6.17 for his opener. Shea Allen with just a 2.67, so the judges not rewarding him very well, but he'll be able to receive that information now. I mean, Barton, you've done this for so many years. What's it like when you get that opening wave, get out to backline again, you hear that score come through from the judges, then to process and to move forward as far as, approaching the rest of the heat.
I suppose the information, there was that ease with which he went through to the inside. He made that look so easy, but he didn't do anything with it. And that was the information. When you get to that inside and you've done all the hard work, make sure you get something big on the inside to take advantage of the work that you've done to that point.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so important. Thanks so much for joining us. For those of you tuning in around the world, I'm Shannon Hughes. This is the 1988 WSL World Surfing Champion, Barton Lynch. It's great to have you in the booth with us this week and calling some action.
And this is, I love this idea of being a part of that global surfing community, and that's what this event does. It brings all of these people together, and you've got some veteran surfing nations like Australia in the water now with Jackson Baker, and then you've got the first timers. We just watched Algeria and Khalid surf, and all together here as one family, one community, celebrating surfing. We decide champions, but at the same time, just being a part of it and being here is what it's all about. And for me, that's the joy as well.
So exciting to see that energy coming through from so many different nations, the experience that they're going to be able to have this week for, some of these surfers that are not as well known, for Sven and for Felix currently in the lineup, to be able to get that experience and to have a great week here in California. I mean, what a cool place for them also. Whether or not they've been here, for many of these surfers, it'll be their first time in California. They get to experience Huntington Beach, the iconic pier here. They also have trestles close by. They've got some different locations. They've got Newport Beach. They've got so many waves around. If you've got time this week, or maybe they get to hang around for another week, we've got a really good trip, a really good kind of end of summer, that fall season starting to click in here in California. It's really just prime time to be in this part of the world.
And there's waves and places and people that you've heard of, that you've seen. It used to be a magazine, it might now be online, and then you're a part of it. And you're here doing it with them. It's amazing. I know Shea from Barbados in this heat, he always competed in the ISAs as a young kid, as a junior. And since then he's transitioned into the coaching and the teaching of lessons and helping to build surfing in Barbados that way. And you learn so much as a coach. You have to think about things that ordinarily as a surfer you may not think so deeply about, but when you have to explain it and share it with someone, it takes your understanding to another level, and I think that's what Shea would be banking on using, is that experience that he's had from teaching people about it to actually come into play here.
Yeah, and just to bring even more a well-rounded maturity into his surfing. Now, one of those surfers that we just saw really growing into his own skin, bringing out some great style in that last heat was Alan Cleland Jr.
Yes.
He's there with Jess Grimwood. Jess, let's catch up with Alan.
Outstanding performance from Team Mexico. Alan, congratulations. Your team so far, incredible performance from you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we came in strong this year and we are all motivated and hopefully we can keep it going. Waves are fun and yeah, we're stoked.
And Johnny Corzo was talking to us earlier before about the fact that you just want to beat each other, as well as obviously finish for Mexico, but you have this real inner team rivalry that's helping keep you guys alive. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, we definitely have a little rivalry going. I mean, we've been surfing against each other pretty much our whole life since we're like 10 years old. So it's always been like each one gets each other. So now having the three of us on the team, it's pretty sick because it just motivates you to do better. And then you see one of the guys ripping, so you want to go out there and outperform him too. So it just, yeah, it kind of goes either way. So stoked to be here, and waves are good, weather's nice, and yeah, happy.
Sweet. And obviously there's so many teams that have for their first time their heats here at the ISAs. Do you feel that energy from them as well? Because they're pretty stoked to be surfing against, you know, surfing superstars like yourself and like Johnny.
Yeah, no, it's actually really cool. There's a bunch of different countries and a bunch of new friends that I've met, and it's just sick watching everybody come here and enjoy the place. And I mean, everybody rips, so it's cool to watch, and then getting to surf with everyone is pretty sick. So yeah, very stoked to be here, and just keep it going and hopefully keep the vibes up and just stay happy and stoked.
Beautiful. Alan Cleland Jr. from Mexico, and watch out for this team. You can say whatever you want to Mexico.
Un saludo a toda la banda de México, Pascuales, ahí, acá andamos representando y le vamos a seguir con todo. ¡Viva México! Yeah.
The passion for you guys, Team Mexico.
That was great. Thanks, Jess, and love that shout out back at home. Very proud to be representing Mexico and to have some rivalry against Johnny Corzo. He was the 2017 gold medalist at the ISA World Surfing Games, and so Alan wants to take one back on him there as we track with live action from Shay Allen of Barbados, just flying down the line, tags the section, redirects so easily, and finishes off with speed on the inside. Sven Zog, now he's been looking for a wave like this with that little bit more open face opportunity. It dies off in the channel for him, but we'll have to get that replay to see what he got done on the outside.
Great to see that aerial view, but it's sort of difficult to judge or assess the ride from that perspective, isn't it? Because you lose the size of wave, but it certainly looked like he ripped through the dead sections onto the inside with some big turns there.
Jackson currently sitting in the lead. We do have a couple scores coming through. For Sven, it's just a 1.83. For Shay Allen, it could be a difference maker for him. He's currently sitting in that third place position, and the score is in enough to take him not just into second, but into the lead. It's a 5.33 for Shay Allen. Takes him into the lead over Australia's Jackson Baker. And we've got a heat on our hands, Martin.
We sure do. Here we go.
Outside section, we'll track with Felix of Norway. Just gets that quick carve and he'll kick out. And let's take another look at this one from Shay Allen.
So the unfortunate part was the outside just had that wrapping cutback. There was no vertical hit of a lip, nothing too aggressive or powerful that the judges like to see. But this work that we saw, bang, onto the inside. And does he get the next one? Beautiful floater. So the inside was really as good as anything we've seen. The thing that will keep the score down a little bit was the outside. Nothing spectacular out there, but great surfing and shows the potential that young guy has.
Oh yeah, that was a spicy finish. I mean, really turned it up. Suddenly he had speed. He was just right in the pocket at the right time. As we see Jackson Baker on the outside section, gets that first maneuver complete. Now he's also looking for that backup score. He's only got a single ride underneath him so far. He was really patient waiting out this wave. Nice redirect as well, feels that wave with his hand and rides out so easily.
Looking for a 1.83, so fair to say he's got that. Will reclaim his first position. We saw Felix Golden get that 1.07, a shorter ride. He's only 19 years of age and the Norwegian junior champion.
Incredible.
So cool, eh? The whole thing, everything about it.
So good.
So cool.
Well, speaking of one of those nations that we don't hear too much about in surfing, Turkey. Jess is there catching up with the Turkish surfers.
I do have Tunç Unstildar I'm trying my best to master that, but he's representing Turkey. They've been here a few times before, and welcome back to the Games. Tunç, how are you feeling here in Huntington?
It's awesome here. Great atmosphere on Malta National. We had a lot of friends here we made from different countries. It's really like becoming like a family environment when you meet them again and again. It's an awesome feeling. It feels like a brotherhood. Surfing here together. It's very competitive, very high level competition, but at the same time there's this love going on all around, and it's awesome.
And talk to us a little bit about surfing in Turkey, because I mean, a lot of us haven't really heard about the waves or about the culture over there. What is it like growing up surfing in Turkey?
Oh, so me personally, when I was a little kid, I started body surfing in the Mediterranean waves, and at the time we didn't know any modern surfing, and there are waves in Black Sea side on the north, and there are waves on the south Mediterranean, like Caribbean-looking clear water Mediterranean waves we have. So it gets wind swell, but pretty consistent in the winter time. You can almost surf every week, couple days every week, if you follow both coasts. And it's beautiful with the historical. There's Colosseums from Roman Empire, and you surf in front of them sometimes in the Mediterranean Sea, and there's really epic culture. So it's awesome to surf in Turkey, but we actually started modern surfing like about 10 years ago, roughly. We did our first competition in Turkey. So we have only like 10 years of organized surfing, and then we're trying to improve, and we're trying to come in here, gain some experience, and pass that experience to the next generation. And we're hoping that the next generation coming up will surpass us by far. And we'll be we want to see them at the top level. But it's really cool to surf in Turkey because of the culture and the combination of there's great food, there's great also hospitality in Turkey. So if you're listening, come to Turkey to surf, explore the culture and the great waves, and you'll be amazed.
And that's a beautiful explanation. It's one of the best things about the ISA Games, hearing about surfing cultures from other places. And of course, you got your strong team behind you as well. Do you want to just say a quick hello to Turkey and introduce the team and say hello to everybody watching from home?
Sure. So this is Özlem, also a female surfer attending the ISA. There we have team managers and the head of the surfing branch, Hürol Şengül. And team manager, there is Onat Ersoy. Those are cheers up to those guys because they come to every ISA to support us and help us and be a support for every way they can. So they're great friends and great help. So thanks a lot, guys, for being here for us. To Turkey, arkadaşlar, surf'ümüzü geliştirelim. Dinlediğinizi biliyorum. Güzel dalgalarda motivasyonunuzu devam ettirelim ve buralarda daha iyi, daha güzel bir şekilde tam takım olarak Türkiye'yi temsil edelim.
Woo! There you go, guys. Team Turkey.
Yoo-hoo! Thanks so much, Jess. That was awesome.
Awesome. What a well-spoken gentleman, hey?
Amazing.
It made you want to go to Turkey.
It made for so many reasons. For the surf, for the food. I'm just hungry for lunch now and wanting to go to Turkey and just experience a different culture, a different kind of place altogether.
Totally. That was a great interview. And again, it speaks to that. He's feeling it. He's feeling that community, that family that is surfing. There's global surfing, there's the ISA, and he's feeling a part of it, and that's exactly what we want. That's the end result. You know what I mean? Winners or losers, whatever, but that community that we build globally for surfing is why we're here.
And it's amazing to know, the 10 years of work that they put in organized surfing. They're running contests in Turkey with the hope that they're here for this experience, to build in that community, with the hope that their kids and their kids' kids are going to be able to continue this on, to be able to share and grow surfing, grow a national movement of surfing across Turkey.
Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. And while he was talking, we saw Felix Golden get his best ride as well. He surfed it, got it all the way through, the first one to connect through to the shore. That was a great ride from here.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. He's a Norwegian junior champion, as you were saying before. He's into kickboxing and snowboarding as well. Now, Norway, we probably more likely relate to snowboarding than we would to surfing, We've got some friends that live there, and there's so many good waves. I mean, the pictures that come out of Norwegian out of Norway as far as surfing goes is just the most pristine, clean water with mountains behind. You've got snow. You've got, you know, surfers wearing gloves, booties, hoods that are so thick you can hardly move in them. I mean, for surfers like that to come and surf in warm, kind of, you know, end of summer California where you don't even need to wear a wetsuit, I wonder how many of them, we just saw a guy there on the shoreline with a full wetsuit on, how many of them are still going to surf in their wetsuit today, regardless of the temperature, because that's the most comfortable that they feel on a surfboard.
Even and particularly booties have that impact too, don't they? The rubber boots that you wear on your feet. For most of us, they feel awkward, but I know people from Santa Cruz and from those cold places who feel way more comfortable with them on than off. Here's Shay Allen.
Yeah, Shay, he got up to some good work already. Now he's back down to that second position. Have a look at that turn.
That beautiful line. You don't often see someone drive a turn that deep on the inside section.
He's had multiple finals on the North American Junior Series in the past, and he took out the win at the Los Cabos Pro back in 2018 for the juniors event there. So he's got some great results behind him, and he's definitely one of those threats coming into this year's ISA World Surfing Games. For a smaller surfing nation, but one that's got so much culture and so much history there, to really take down some names like, you know, the Australians, the Americans, the Brazilians, those really powerful surfing nations. As we take a look now at Sven with a good section in front of him, nice snap under the lip, and he's gonna just continue those nice kind of S rail-to-rail work. Now goes into the Huntington hop just for that last flat section. Has that redirect, and nice snap once again for our Swiss surfer. And he finishes off on the inside.
Most likely his best wave of the heat, 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock now as the heat recap starts.
Jackson Baker, he's sitting in the lead. He's got a 6.17 and a 5.70 for his high scores. And look at that finish.
Oh, he's a powerful kid, big, strong. And may have taken complete advantage of that in the small waves here today.
And this was that 5.33 that we saw from Shay Allen.
So good through the flats, the way he just drives the rail, keeps the speed. Bang off the lip there, gets another one on the forehand and finishes up cleanly on the inside. His inside work's been impeccable, just bigger turns on the outside, and he would be challenging Jackson Baker for the lead.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit more patience, that wave selection really being crucial to get something that has a good outside section.
Totally. And when you take off on it on the outside, most of the time you don't know what the inside's going to do anyway. It's a gamble. So.
Well, it's been a great heat so far. We're just under that 1 minute mark. Baker with another opportunity, threw so much spray on that opening snap. And he's going to have a nice bowley section. Seems like with that high tide, it's also starting to connect a little bit easier. We're getting those waves that really start to reform, line up like this, find some speed, and just great composure as he finishes off in the sand.
Looking to improve on a 5.7. He's going to take the lead. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. We see a set there. Beautiful blue Pacific Ocean.
It looks just so tempting to be out there, doesn't it?
Oh, it's pretty. A green tinge on the inside. That's what we love about surfing, is that connection to nature. The fact that we play off land and in the ocean gives us a perspective of living and perspective of life different to most.
Well, what a great heat. We see Jackson Baker walk through with the win. His last score, just a 4.00. Doesn't come through as his highest, but he takes it out anyways and gets the tunnel to run through from the Irukandjis from Team Australia. He'll take through the win over Shay Allen, Sven Zog, and Felix Golden. Those two bottom surfers will be heading into the repechage round. And the hairstyle taking it through for Jacko.
Yeah, and the moustache. Wearing a proud.
Well done to Jackson Baker. That is a name that you should already be familiar with. If you're not already, you're going to see so much more of him this week at the ISA World Surfing Games. We've got more action to come after this with Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar jumping in the booth.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Is that HD?
Getting right back into it. This is the ISA World Surfing Games, live from Huntington Beach, California, Surf City, USA. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and we are working our way through day one here of competition. We're going to be surfing from today, Saturday, all the way through to next Saturday. Big week of action here from Huntington. Gatien Dalahe, Kaspar Hamingo, and Steph Van Nordenen coming through in this heat. So this is a 3-surfer heat. Top 2 surfers will advance through on the main podium. Third place surfer will have to go into that repechage round where nobody wants to be, because it's been absolutely hammered with talent, filling up quick with some of the best surfers from 51 nations around the world. Nice start there for surfer in red, Gatien Dalahe. We've seen him in ISA events as well as WSL QS events in the past, junior events. I mean, the kid's been around. Obviously an incredible surfer representing Team France. Not easy to get on Team France.
Not at
There's
all.
a lot of talent coming out of France.
Well, especially when, you know, the French Caribbean, the Polynesias, all of them compete under France during the Olympics too. So a good start there for Gatien on the outside. His backhand is definitely his best attribute. Looking to make the transition here to the shore, Chris, and as you were saying, we've seen this kid a lot over the years. Good section right there to work with at the end, and gets the little foam climb to finish off. And you know, he's won a QS 3000 before. That was in Señoritas in Lima in Peru. Made the final against Rio Guaida and Balito earlier this year for the Challenger Series event, and obviously competing for France. You know that he's got talent, and he's been honing those skills since he was a young kid. And the 2 Dutch surfers out there in the water right now, Van Noordenen up and riding real quick. He rips, goofy footer, and Haminga to me is a standout for this team. Regular footer with a lot of power, loves to travel the right-hand point breaks. Impressed me a lot last year during the ISA World Games in El Salvador, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Netherlands. Right now they're, you know, might be a little early to see them kind of pairing up and trying to fend off Gatien Dalahe. But for them, you know, this is another great start as we see Kaspar Haminga right there dashing his way all the way to the sand. Nice work with the flow, so fitting into the curve of that wave, you know, kind of mixing some elegance also with some power. Great to see, as you see now, surfer in yellow, Steph Van Nordenen. This heat's getting after it quick, but the time is also going by quickly. 15:30 on the clock already. Gatien Dalahe, beautiful style, nice weave into the shore break.
Wow.
All one motion there, very cool. You know, there was nothing herky-jerky about the movements there. Nice flow all the way through. So 15:15 on the clock. Solid start there for Gatien Dalahe. He had a 5.67 for his first wave. That wave might be right there with it. So as our surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone, let's catch up with Jackson Baker, standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, hello, Team Australia's Jackson Baker. Jacko, it's so nice to see you over here. You've got the green and gold toenails, and you did have the green and gold stash. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here. It's an incredible experience. Something I've wanted to do for a long, long time, and yeah, to partner Sally with captaining the team and just being a part of it's a dream come true. So, especially with being a part of the Olympic qualification process and being potentially be able to win another spot for the team. If I can do my part, then yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, and you've had an incredible rise. Like, it wasn't that long ago that everyone was shut down. You were just doing the little East Coast Australian events. Like, to come from way back home, pretty regional events to this Olympic qualifier, are you taking it in your stride?
Yeah, I mean, everything like this. I've taken this whole year in my stride, first year on the CT, and just just enjoying the process of it all and everything that comes with it. Yeah, I'm just stoked that my hard work and dedication's paid off, and to be where I am today, I'm very thankful. I definitely wouldn't have seen myself here 5 years ago. So yeah, it's a credit to that.
And in the spirit of the games, I mean, I just did hear from Team Norway that even in the water, you were feeling most comfortable and confident enough in yourself to embrace the spirit of ISAs, and you managed to give a few helpful hints to Team Norway.
Yeah, he just was kind of sitting in the gutter a little bit, and I kind of already had 12 points, which 12 points in the ISAs, especially in these conditions, is almost like 15 points. So, yeah, I felt pretty comfortable. And, yeah, I mean, we're all here to win, but, I mean, if I can lend a helping hand and help him get his best score in the heat, I mean, that's a little win for me as well, and I hope that he appreciated that. And, yeah, I'm just stoked to just embrace it all. But as the rounds go on, I definitely won't be doing that, so no one else expect that. But, yeah, just embracing the part of it, and just to see all the teams here, how many teams are a part of it, it's like no other contest I've been a part of. So, yeah, I'm grateful to be here.
It's an incredible showing of Australian spirit, and it's so great to see you here, Jacko. You're an absolute character, and we enjoy having you. So congrats and good luck.
Thank you very much. Come on the Aussies. Let's go.
Thanks, Jacko.
As they say in Australia, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. The Irukandjis always bring the sting. Jackson Baker, great performance there.
He's a cool dude, Chris.
Great performance, not only with surfing, but also with sportsmanship. I love that. And you know what? I don't blame him. You know, you give some hints and some tips in the opening round. That's all good. But he said right there, don't expect for the rest of the event. Team Australia is here to win and get that coveted spot in the Olympic Games. And here's a quick replay. During that interview, your surfer in white, that is Kaspar Haminga.
Yeah, so, I mean, I would have to say that's the first carve I've seen on the shore break. And then Gatien with the best wave of the heat so far, 7.33. Gets the turn on the outside, going right, then redirects right here. And as you said, all in one motion. Just some beautiful flow from Delahaye. And a great finish right there, straight up and vertical. And even gets a little extra love tap right there at the end. But, you know, just speaking about how considerate and how beautiful these events are, Chris, in the grand scheme of the sport of surfing and how we're developing surfing globally, Jackson Baker, not only a class act, but out of the few Australians that actually succeeded on the championship tour this year, and I would have to say he was definitely one of the underdogs too. He requalified after the mid-year cut, had a lot of difficulties going into it. He was actually a DoorDash driver a few years ago during the pandemic too, so he didn't have like full sponsorship. So it's cool to see him succeed and kind of share his stories with the rest of the world here at the ISA World Games, because he's definitely deserving of the spotlight.
Absolutely. 11:19 to go. Gatien Delahaye into a healthy lead, one of the highest single wave scores of this entire event so far. A 7.33. Great achievement there. He's got to be feeling nice and confident after backing that one up already with a 5.67. Sunny skies now for the remainder of the day. We're at about 11:56 Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach. Now the temperature, it's hovering around 80 in the air, around 73, 74 in the water. So it's just a beautiful, we call it local summer afternoon as we get here in September, October. But I tell you, hotly contested in the lineup. And all of these surfers know full well what's at stake. You do not want to find yourself in a repechage heat this early in competition. But unfortunately for half of the field, basically, that's where they're going to be relegated after this first round, which we're going to get through a lot of heats on day 1 and day 2, today, Saturday, and Sunday tomorrow. That'll free us up a little bit. We'll have some wiggle room to work with as we get later in the week. You know, there's no window per se. You know, we start this train rolling and we blast right through with so many surfers. We're talking 51 nations competing, so we need a lot of time in the water. We need a lot of days to run a complete event. So nice to, you know, get to work and blast through these early rounds and kind of get our scouting report as we look forward into, you know, finals day, which will be on the 24th, coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, and as you always say, these events are definitely marathons, not sprints.
That's right.
And, you know, I think it comes with the surfing culture here in Huntington Beach, too. You have the U.S. Open, which back in the day used to be the OP Pro. You have the ISA World Surfing Games, which the The first one in the United States was here in Huntington Beach too, in 1996, which Taylor Knox won. I believe the juniors was Ben Bourgeois that won the gold medal, and it was a sweep by the U.S. back then, which is, you know, pretty big thing for the men's side, considering the kind of level of talent that there was for other nations. I mean, Barton used to coach. He competed in a few events too. So not only do I think that things could repeat themselves, but I also think that the consideration of having separation between the men's teams and the women's teams individually in terms of qualifying for the Olympics is one of the smartest things I've ever heard, Chris. So when they came up with that idea and we got presented with it at the juniors in El Salvador, I was thinking, why didn't we think of this before? It's just a concept that was clearly achievable, and obviously it's attainable too because it's happening right now. I think it's just a bit more justified in terms of overall, the men should do well on themselves, the women should do well for themselves too.
Fully agree there. Casper Aminga now up and at it, weaving from that outside section, trying to get these bonus points on the inside. He comes unstuck, slips off his board. Didn't look like that wave was going to give him much regardless. He's still in second place with a 5, trying to find a backup there. Stefan Nordenen with a 183 and a 181. Needs to get things rolling here. He's got 8 minutes to go. Gatien well into the lead. Let's talk about Team France. They always come with a stacked squad. Pauline Odo.
Yep.
Tessa Thyssen. Timothy Bisso. Vahine Fierro. Gatien Dalahaye and Mihimana Bray. So you had mentioned earlier, I mean, the pool that France has to pick from, that is pretty global. So that gives them a great advantage, and, you know, especially if you think about where the Paris Olympics will be held for surfing. Chopa, right at the end of the road there in Tahiti.
Yep.
So things are lining up for a big French push as we head towards their turn to host the Olympic Games.
Yeah, so this is Gatien's opener, the 5.67. Good push on the outside, transitions to the shorey, and gets the one strong one to finish off. And then Casper's opener, the 5.0. Good turn right there. I love this carve to follow it up. Good use of the rail, and honestly felt that score could have been a little higher just off of that one turn. And the 7.33 here by Delahaye. Good transitions, fading, and as you said, one single motion right here, transitioning to the shorey. Very difficult to do, Chris, especially with all the chops on the face. But what a beautiful finish right there for the surfer in red from France.
Oh, yeah, well earned, mid-7. That was just kind of proof as to why that was one of the highest single wave scores so far of the day. Now we see Caspar. He's got some spice behind him now. Kind of recovering from a lackluster previous wave, but he gets all the way to the beach. Could have a bonus here, fighting up current, kind of going upstream right there. And out the back, Gatien Dalahaye. So he comes from a small island called Guadeloupe in the
Great
French
wave.
Caribbean. And as you would expect, hobbies for Gatien: fishing, surfing, being out on the water. And as you can see here, training, he has put in some work.
Wow.
Great improvement for Gatien Dalahaye over the past 4 or 5 years. You know, it's coming up as a junior. He was always a great surfer, but now we're seeing kind of the maturation. He's locking into the zone. He's 25 years old, so right in prime time to make a big push.
The only surfer from France that's actually from the mainland of France is Pauline Odo. Everybody else either from the French Caribbean or from the Polynesias. So it goes to show you how diverse their team is and how much they excel in different kinds of conditions too. But that's also been a difficult thing for a lot of the surfers from the French Caribbean and from French Polynesia. They've always had to travel to Europe to compete in their events too. So financially and economically, it's been much more difficult for them. So good to see that they're showing support towards their teams, and you know, good to see them here in Huntington too. A lot of them have competitive experience as far as the U.S. Open goes as well. Tessa Thyssen, Paulina Du, Vahine Fierro, who was here earlier at the U.S. Open as well, Chris.
Gatien, quick snap there.
Spicy.
I like this too, since we do have a couple years and a handful of events between now and the Olympics. This is a good scouting report for you know, the teams trying to really hone in and decide who will be representing their nation around the world. You know, so there's a reason we might, you know, we're not seeing the Gabriel Medinas and, you know, some of the biggest names, because I feel like with time, you know, some of them will be relying potentially on WSL finishes to get them on the Olympic podiums. But for other surfers, you know, kind of that, I would say, 3rd, 4th, 5th ranked surfers in those nations, this is a huge opportunity. So it'll be really fun to see kind of the chess game that the people putting together these teams and making those decisions for their host nations are kind of thinking of right now. So with this much time, but also this little time, you know, every decision is going to count from top to bottom.
I think Team USA is like that too, because look at what Nat Young did in Tahiti earlier this year. It was huge. He charges. He's a great barrel rider. You have Seth Moniz as a chance, as an option there too if you want to use him. And obviously everybody's talking about Kelly, but I think there's more options than just one person, and that goes for every team, obviously. If you went to Indonesia, who's your best barrel rider and left specifically? You're thinking Rio Waida most of the time. In a competitive aspect, yes. But for that specific wave, you need to be selecting the surfer that's going to give you a medal. And in the long-term span of things, yeah, you also want to give an opportunity to the people that kind of pave the way for the new generation. But in the same sense, are you going to give a person a slot when they haven't competed in years or when they haven't really contributed anything to the competitive scene? Probably not.
Yeah, there's tough decisions. I mean, they start long before these events come together. You know, this is kind of the team's foreshadowing who is going to be that surfer 3 years from now. You know, 2 years from now, even a year. Things can change so quickly in the surfing landscape. So some of the names we're seeing compete here, well, will they be in the Olympic conversation? We don't know yet. You know, there's still time. Some of the names, I think, yeah, you could consider them potential locks. You know, you think of Kolohe Andino, bona fide surfing superstar. I believe, you know, he's been in the top 10 on the WSL Championship Tour for the last decade.
Yeah.
You know, so there are certain names where you almost consider them locks, but again, things change quickly in the sport of surfing. So don't lock in your Olympic hopefuls just yet. That's why we have the ISA and all the ways for surfers to qualify for the Olympics.
2 minutes to go, and De La Haye drops the 8.4 for the two bangers on the right, Chris. So one of the best scores we've seen all day, one of the highest heat totals we've seen all day, 15.73. Haminga holding on to second place. That 5 has gone a long way. And unfortunately for the Ripper from the Netherlands in yellow, Steph, I mean, this guy travels all across Europe, loves to go to the Canary Islands, loves to surf in Newquay, also in the UK and Great Britain. Unfortunately for him, he just hasn't been able to find those waves that'll give him an opportunity. And right now, with priority, this might be the wave that he needs with 90 seconds to go.
Will he capitalize? Tough wave to ride from the outside. Steph van Noordenen didn't look like anything was possible on that wave as it just completely disappeared underneath his feet. So with a minute to go, going to try to get back out there, maybe for another chance. You know, it must be pretty confusing when you're paddling back out and you're going, wait, I was just right here and there was a wave, it's gone, now what do I do? You know, we have seen some surfers maybe with not as much competitive experience or history as some others that have been kind of caught in this middle area. Because usually, wherever you're surfing around the world, it's a safe bet to come in a little bit. You're pretty much guaranteed to ride a wave. Huntington Beach, though, totally different animal. This is a place where homework and history definitely pays off, to know where to take off and to kind of be able to identify which waves are going to give you that edge.
I got a baseball analogy for you. If Huntington Beach were an MLB ballpark, it would be Fenway Park. You have the green monster out there. You think you're going to hit a home run, but it always bounces off of the wall. So you really need to be cautious and aware of where you're sitting at all times, and especially a 20-minute heat, that goes by quickly, Chris.
Well, just like the Steve Miller Band says, time keeps on ticking, ticking into the future. Another heat is done. Round 1, Heat 13 is over. Gatien De La Haye, representing that stacked Team France, gets the victory with some huge numbers, potentially one of the highest heat totals of the day. And following with Kaspar Haminga and Steph van Noordenen relegated to the repechage rounds. We got more surfing to come. And you're not going to want to go anywhere. Another international superheat coming up next. Stay tuned.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
We are back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games 2022, live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar and yet another international superheat in the lineup. And we got representatives from all over the world. Korea, Israel, Ireland, Korea, Argentina. So a big heat for all surfers involved, this being the opening round of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Surfer in red, Jose Gunderson from Argentina. Set of competitive history. Him and his brother competing for Team Argentina.
Yeah.
Nacho.
Nacho, yeah. Jose Ignacio.
Tom Breen will be representing Ireland. Jang Sol from Korea. And Siam Nikritin from Israel. And Jose Gunderson from Argentina. Love seeing this meet up right now because, you know, who knows if these surfers have ever even met or surfed with each other? Do they even know how the other surfer surfs? This is their chance to get a little bit of a scouting report. And our top two surfers will move through here on the main podium. Third and fourth place surfers will be relegated to the repechage rounds, where you don't want to be because that round is being filled with talent as we speak.
Well, Tom Breen has definitely had a great big wave surfing career in the past, Chris, and looking for the first wave here. The Irish surfer in yellow. And not every day that you see somebody from Ireland surf a beach break. They tend to only have reef breaks over there in that part of the Atlantic Ocean. Makes it to the shore and unfortunately can't complete that last turn, but they've got some heavy waves out there. So if anybody's used to a pounding like that, it's definitely Tom Breen. Going back to Nacho Gunderson, though, this kid has a competitive history, as you were talking about, been a gold medalist at the ISA World Juniors before, competes in the South American region since he's from Argentina on the WSL qualifying series, so you know that he's going up against the best of the best when it comes to all those Brazilians that are down there too. So he's got what it takes to make it past a few rounds at least.
First look at Jing Sol. He's got a nice and easy path to the inside shore break section. Quick snap there, unable to ride out. But it's great to get your start, get your board underneath your feet, and get the momentum going because these heats are flying so fast. You want a quick start. So South Korea represented well by this young surfer. And then we see surfer in white getting involved, Siam Nikritin, Team Israel, who I will say has got to be one of the teams to watch. Their men and women have been putting up big numbers in past ISA events. And they are looking like they could potentially not only crack into the top 10, but don't be surprised if they're in that top 5. They have that much talent.
Well, they had an Olympian last year.
This is the truth. See Gunderson.
Wow.
Nicely done there.
Fit in 2 quality turns on the shorey, Chris, and got the one snap on the backhand. So, you know, we got some good surfers out there in the lineup. Should be a competitive heat. But as you were saying, I think Israel definitely has a lot of talent. There's one kid coming up later today, Uriel Luciel. That's the kid that we're talking about that did extremely well at the World Juniors in El Salvador earlier this year. Had nearly a perfect heat. A couple of nines, was up there in the 19-point range, and I remember him because the waves were firing that day, and he made it further than anybody else on his team. So I expect big things from him. Hopefully the waves will show up in his heat, though, so he can actually showcase his talents.
No doubt. Well, the winner of that last heat, Gatien Dalahaye, is now standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, we do have from Team France, Gatien Dalahaye. Congratulations. That's a big first heat for you. How are you feeling after that one?
Feeling pretty good. I wasn't too stressed or anything about that first heat. Just wanted to get a few waves and do what I've been doing since we've been here. But yeah, feeling pretty good and pretty confident about the team also. And yeah, on to the next.
It's a pretty important year for France as well, obviously looking at Paris and the 2024 Olympic stuff. Is that something that comes into the day-to-day preparation for Team France?
Yeah, I guarantee. It's been one of my goals. I'd love to represent France, the color of the flag in the Olympics for sure. And yeah, if we can get the gold medal this year and get one more spot for the Olympics will be a pretty cool thing. So for sure, it's a big thing for us. We're here to represent, and we just want to put on a good show and a good performance for the whole team. Yeah, for sure.
Great, and you're one of the more sociable characters, I guess, one of the bigger characters going around surfing. And do you find at the ISA Games you really get to enjoy that kind of atmosphere and really meet some new people and teams?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not putting too much pressure on myself. I just want to have fun out here, and it's so good. It's so fun to be here and to see all these nations coming all together and meeting actually new people and stuff. It's a fun contest. I haven't done the ISA for a while. I think last time was in Japan with the French team. But yeah, it's just super stoked to be back and enjoying some good surf. Yeah.
Beautiful. And any words for everybody tuning in at home in France for you?
À tout le monde à la maison, merci de regarder, et à tout le monde en France, je sais qu'il est tard, et à toi mon cœur, merci d'être là pour moi, et à mes parents, mes frères et à toute ma famille.
There you go, heat win for Team France and Gatien Dalahaye. Congratulations, moving on to the next round.
Thank you guys, thank you so much.
Gatien right there, calm, cool, collected. He's got a good looking board. I expect him to go pretty deep into this event.
Yeah.
Well, we got 11:20 to go here. Gunderson kind of searching around for opportunity. So we see surfer in white, Siam Nikritin, representing Team Israel. I would think that, you know, for Israeli surfers, this has got to be pretty standard, I guess, conditions as to what they would be surfing at home. Seen amazing waves in Israel, but I think more often than not, it's mostly wind swell.
100%.
So they would be kind of looking at a similar condition as this. But from what I know, some of the marquee breaks in Israel, they can get really crowded. There's a lot of surfing enthusiasts there. So it's got to feel nice to be able to get out there and surf some waves you're familiar with not a lot of people out, as we see the replays here, starting with Gunderson.
Yeah, so a good turn on the outside, but I love these transitional turns on the shore, especially the last one. Tough section right there, up and over the lip. So 5.33 for Nacho, and then Tom Breen a 1.5 on his first. This one comes in at just a 1.9, so they're deeming this last turn incomplete for Breen in yellow. You know, and as I said before, Irish surfers aren't really accustomed to surfing beach breaks too much, so it's difficult for them to kind of adapt to these conditions. And remember, you're surfing at least in a 5.4 nearly year-round, so coming to a warmer water place, your skin feels much more different. The way you're using board shorts and comparing it to a wetsuit, that's a big transition. So for a lot of these people from Norway, people from Ireland, even the Netherlands surfers too, it's a huge, huge transition despite how much they travel. You're never going to be fully accustomed to these kind of conditions and weather.
Yeah, and these surfers from Ireland, a lot of times where they surf, it's heavy.
Yeah.
big slabby reef breaks, shallow, gnarly. I mean, there are some Choco-esque waves
100%.
in Ireland that, Tom and crew, get involved with. Be interesting, I haven't seen much footage of, I guess, the smaller kind of training grounds that they have in Ireland for ISA competitors to maybe, a little easier waves to surf than what we're used to seeing on social media. But we'll see what Tom Breen can do to, potentially get himself on the glass for a post-seat interview and give us a little bit more knowledge and history about Irish surfing, where it stands today. 8:45 to go. Gunderson well into the lead with a 5.33 and a 1.77. Nickerton in second for now, that 3.67 his high mark. Tom and Jung Sol yet to really make a dent, but there's still plenty of time to go in the grand scheme of things, so we will see. A nice bottom turn there, Siam. Cool directional surfing there, using the whole face of this wave, fading right, then going left on his backhand. He's got a good section, meaty section to work with on the inside. Rides out clean, gets the bonus. I don't think he rode out at that last turn, but a nice snap there on that inside section of that wave. That'll be a solid score to potentially jump him up into the top spot. Your surfer in blue is Jung Sol from South Korea, local at Jeju Island. Only been surfing for 5 years, so pretty cool that Jung Sol is already in high-level competition, riding a Kabianka Korea.
Ooh.
So Gabriel Medina shaper, Kabianka, kind of spreading its wings across the world.
To me, that's the next area of the world that's really going to develop surfers. That part of Asia, I think South Korea, I think China, Chinese Taipei is going to have a lot more surfers that'll come out of there, especially Chinese Taipei has great waves too. They have a lot of typhoons. It's quite consistent. They actually run the ASP WSL World Juniors there a lot, the World Longboard Championships too. So, I think that area of the world is going to have a lot of development in the future. What I will say is that without them traveling as much, they're going to have difficulties competing at this level. So you still need to be able to travel. You still need to go to those big events closer to your regions. Go to Australia, go to Japan, and kind of see things out for yourself. Because if you're just sticking to your own game plan and you're developing things internally, it unfortunately won't develop to a certain point where your surfers are good enough to match up against those opponents from different countries, Chris.
Yeah, you got to get out there and get in the mix, which is this right here is the perfect opportunity for some of these rising nations to come down here and not only surfers get involved, but also the coaches and the forces behind the scenes that help get these surfers around the world. It's a learning experience for everybody, and that goes from the top level all the way down. As you see now, Jung Sol, nice looking wave to work with here. Plenty of speed down the line, easy transition to the inside. Long extended roundhouse cutback with a vertical snap finish. Jung Sol doing South Korea proud right there. That was some beautiful surfing, and nowadays when I think of South Korea, I think of that incredible wave pool they have there. One of the best wave pools in the world. I mean, I haven't surfed it yet. I'm gonna go make friends with Jung Sol after this, and hopefully I can work my way up the chain of command and get over there.
Scored a 4.9 for that too, so a good score right now.
That was great surfing. I mean, talk about reading the wave. Perfectly placed there. As now we see your current leader, Siam Nickerton, all the way to the inside. Kind of a two-stager snap float combo. Confidently rides out of that one. And again, that's a momentum builder. That's also letting the judges know you're in control. Super important through that inside section. And now Gunderson back at it. Big tail sliding snap there in that oncoming closeout section. Now he's trying to work his way through to this inside. He does it. Now he fades right. And he goes over Niagara Falls into oblivion. He's gone. Oh, there he is.
So 5 minutes to go. Gunnarsson, no doubt, going to take the lead. Only needs a 2.77. But I was really impressed by that wave from Blue, the 4.9. I mean, the one carve on the outside, a great read, and I was a bit caught off guard when he redirected right the one time. I was like, why are you going right? The left looks way better. And then he hit that lip at the end, and I was impressed. I didn't expect that from him, and it catches you off guard, and that was cool. Those are the kind of moments that you want, and this is what I'm talking about. So it does a nice roundy, a little slower than expected, though. But look at this right here. It seems like the left is definitely going to be the wave, right? It's bowling up, and all of a sudden he turns right. I'm like, what are you doing? But he hits that lip with enough speed and great timing to really accentuate that turn. Scores a 4.9, his best.
I think he caught all of us by surprise, including the judges. If you can catch the judges by surprise and do something like that excites them, you're going to be rewarded.
It normally doesn't happen too often either. And then, as you were saying right here, he gets a 2-for-1.
Bam, float.
Floater gate.
Snap float.
So his best wave before that was a 4.43, looking to replace a 3.67. Could do it. And then Nacho, the great turn on the outside, kind of throws the tail, slides the fins at the same time, and who knows how he made this transition, but was able to pump over those sections. Gets the one setup snap, and that turn was just way too difficult to ride out of. A couple of lips on that wave, so unfortunately for him, that's not going to be deemed complete, but still his best wave, a 6.17.
And Jung Sol comes through with a 4.9. So that'll help him out. He is now in third place. Tom Breen drops to fourth. Gunnarsson jumps into the lead. Nichtrin in second for now. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes in a 20-minute heat. I mean, that can feel like a lifetime, or that could be a blink of an eye, depending on where you sit. So all of our surfers do have 2 opportunities. This is a double elimination round event. We do have a secondary podium with equal talent. I'm not saying secondary in the terms of talent. Secondary podium just to make sure that we give everybody equal water time, and that goes for men and women. So the second podium will be running for most of the week as we get to finals day. We have pared down the field enough to where we can fully focus on just one podium. Here's a look back at this heat so far. Heat recap.
So that was a 4.43 for Siam from Israel, and then Nacho on the back end. Got a 5.33 on this one. Love the combo here on the inside. Was able to get the 2-for-1, just a setup snap right there, but a second beautiful one to finish that wave off. And then this is the air angle from the drone. As you can see right there, there's a lot of sand in that shore break right there, and if you don't time things well, it's going to go badly for you. And then the wave that caught us off guard, Sol, with a beautiful backhand re-entry right there on the shore break. Not easy to do with the amount of water that's moving. And then Siam, bettering his situation, gets a 4.33. So it's a tight heat. Only 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, so this is time. If you're in that top spot, if you're Gunnarsson, defensive maneuvering. You do have priority. You're in the lead, so you're kind of controlling the lineup right now for Siam and Jung Sol. That's where the battle is. And Jung Sol only needs a 3.86, so that's within range. Unfortunately for our surfer from South Korea, time is flying out of control away from him.
Well,
now we see a paddle battle happening down there with white and blue.
Yeah, he just had a priority. He used it, only got a 1.4, and that's where you kind of see the misuse and the inexperience from surfers from that part of the world, where they haven't really had the experience at these levels of competition so far. Was needing the 3.86, should have waited a little bit longer to catch something like this, and eventually use his priority the right way. But now if you're the Israeli surfer in white, you won't want to give him a single inch of space, Chris.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? The little heats within the bigger heats, and that's kind of what's happening right now for second place with Nichtrin right there on the left side of your screen. Got Siam and Jung, blue and white, vying for that second place position. Third and fourth place surfers will have another opportunity in the repechage heats. With 5 seconds left, it's going to be Gunnarsson moving through with Nichtrin. And there you go. I mean, flags are flying on the beach. Flags are flying through heats. 2 surfers will advance through on this main podium. 2 surfers going to repechage rounds, and more surfing to come, of course, after this. We make it official. Our surfers make their way back to the beach. Plenty of action yet to come today. We're just 12:30 a.m. or 12:30 here, Pacific Standard Time. halfway through the day. A lot of action yet to happen. Stay tuned. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2022. We'll be right back.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games 2022, live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Gunderson gets the win in that last heat, but we fill it up again. 4 more surfers from all corners of the globe. Another international affair here. This is our opening round of competition. So everybody with a fair and equal shot starting now. Double elimination. No priority to start these heats. I like that, a 4-surfer battle. And it's gonna be your surfer in red, Oscar Urbina, Pura Vida, Costa Rican representative. And right there, that was just confidence, you know, knowing that he was in the proper zone. That wave didn't do much for him, but he did kind of assert some apex behavior there and, you know, gets the opening wave, and that will start to set up our priority situation, Mitch.
Yeah, no, and coming from Costa Rica, you know that this kid's accustomed to surfing beat tricks a lot, so knowing about positioning, and especially with the kind of waves that they surf year-round, he's very, very accustomed to surfing a wave that's similar to here at Southside Huntington Beach, too.
Bam, Levi Young representing Team Canada. 2 nice turns on the outside section. Could have a good bowl to work with here. That is exactly what you love to see as a surfer. The wave cupping up, building in front of you. Expertly done for Levi Young, Team Canada. They were considered underdogs, but in the course of the past few years, put them right up in that top 10 conversation. Canada starting strong, thanks to Levi Young.
Yeah, and I actually did the team trials for this event for the men's for Surf Canada, and it was Levi, his brother Cody, Wheeler Hasberg, who's in the event, Reed Platinius, Noah Cohen, who works for Rip Curl, and then Sean Forrester, who eventually made the team too. But Cody Young was supposed to be on the team as well, but I texted their team manager, Dom Domick, yesterday, and I asked him what happened, because the 3 men that had qualified were Cody, Levi, and Sean Forrester. Wheeler Hasberg was the injury replacement, and it's because Cody got an MRI, and the doctors asked him and advised him not to surf. There's a Challenger Series event coming up in a few weeks in Portugal. He wants to be 100% for that, so Cody taking a break, and it's a good break for Wheeler Hasberg. He's in the event for Canada here.
Yeah, Canada fielding a young, strong team. You got Levi Young, 18 years old. He lives in Makawao, Maui, one of my favorite town names to say. Makawao, Maui. But they get back and forth to Canada quite often. Him and his brother, Cody Young. There's your surfer in red there, Oscar Urbina. is a replay of what happened just from the jump. Those surfers with some scores on the board now.
Yeah, great wave to open things up for Levi right here, the youngster. As you said, he's got a lot of experience competing here at HB. His brother Cody won the Pro Juniors at the US Open 1 year too. And Levi, no slouch himself. You see the landing right here, how steep this wave was at the beginning of it. And just like I'm seeing at the trials, the same thing. Using those rails, knowing how to transition here at Southside Huntington Beach too. Great setup carve right there, and straight up and vertical right there for a tough finish as well for Levi. So should be a good opener. Comes in at a 617.
Love the board too. You know, that is a KT surfboards, brand new technology. They've been perfecting that craft over there on Maui. And you know, it's funny when people talk about, well, carbon and these kind of new constructions, they don't work well in wind. Okay, well, tell that to KT Surfboards, who makes amazing boards, one of the windiest places in the world. So tried and tested, and let's not forget the WSL World Champion, first ever champion on a carbon surfboard, a dark arch sharp eye board, just last week at Lower Trestle. So, you know, the future is here, and I love to see kind of these new technologies coming into play here. This is like F1 racing style.
Absolutely,
tech.
yeah.
And KT Surfboards is right there in the conversation. You know, they have some incredible surfers riding their boards. And I'll tell you, these are, you know, personally, I have a carbon board, a dark arts Paizel. And the thing about these boards is you get a magic board in a carbon construction, it's going to keep its pop for years. So, you know, if you can kind of get the recipe right, get that magic shape, and have it vacuum sealed, the carbon, all that tech that I don't know anything about other than it feels great. You know, you could have a magic board that lasts you 2, 3, 4 years. So that's kind of the proof of concept that we're seeing now. And again, now we're starting to see champions riding different boards. And you know, we all love our PU boards, of course, but there's something to be said for experimentation and proof of concept, which we've now seen. And we're seeing it with Levi Young as well, 617, riding that KT surfboards to one of the highest, or the highest single wave score of this heat so far. We're halfway done, and Levi Young's in the lead. And he's back at it again. How good does that feel to get a good score, hear it announced, and then get right back out there, straight into the takeoff zone. And look how effortless his transitions are. I mean, he's had to make multiple decisions on this wave. They've all been right. Finishes nicely on that inside shore break section. Two other surfers in this heat we haven't seen much of yet. Pavel Marakovsky representing Ukraine, and Chin Hao Chin from Chinese Taipei. And just got to give full credit to Pavel. You know, the world knows obviously what Ukraine's going through at the moment. So for him to make it here, that is a huge feat in itself, and we are so happy to see Ukraine with surfers fielded in this year's ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we've seen them either, so great to see them back. And here's a surfer from Chinese Taipei.
Chin Hao, you said it, and I agree with you. You know, Chinese Taipei is a place in the world that we're going to see a lot of surfing stars rise from. Underrated for the waves.
No doubt.
Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, no, and some great surfers too. I remember at last year's World Surfing Games, they made a few rounds each, and not only was I impressed, but to surf waves that are so similar to the breaks that they surf normally was not only a benefit to them, but it was also good to see them handle the pressure in those high pressure situations. People going in to qualify for the Olympics, Chinese Taipei just there, knowing that they don't really have a chance. So it was good to see them do that, and for a young surfer like Oscar Urbina up and riding from Costa Rica, it's a good chance to prove himself here at Huntington Beach as well.
Couple snaps there, almost the bonus 3-snap combo through the inside section, a rarity there, but making full use of that wave and doing it in the right way, nothing forced there. Those sections all asked for it. He belted it all the way through the inside. 10.5 to go. Surfer representing Chinese Taipei, Chin Hao Chu, 22 years old. He's already giving back. He works with Jin's Surfing Lessons, and He has been teaching surfing for 10 years now. You can follow him at Jinhao_surfer. Multinational champ, 2021 national champion. He's got skating and music as his hobbies. He resides in Tocheng.
Sounds like you and him would get along quite well.
We gotta hang out.
Skating, surfing, music. That's you.
The one FOMO element of this event is not being able to hang out with each and every one of these surfers. We've got over 147 of them. So,
yeah.
It's fun to try to get out there and meet them all. Luckily, the ISA has multiple events throughout the year. SUP, longboarding, adaptive, bodyboarding. So all your bases are covered with the ISA. Junior surfing, of course.
So far, Levi's done a great job in this heat, selecting 2 waves that have given him scoring opportunity. Here's the replay of Urbina, though. Had the decent turns on the outside, much better right here as the wave actually stood up on the shore, though. So should be his best. And then you're looking at Chin Hao Chu, going to drop his best, and Paviel hasn't really gotten anything better than a 0.4, so expecting to see him get something at least, in the 2s, maybe a 3. But in terms of the talent level that there is here for different countries and representations from different parts of the world, Costa Rica's always had a great team, Chris. They've had world champions in both the ISA World Juniors and the ISA World Surfing Games. Names that come to mind real quick: Noemar McGonigal, his sister Leilani, who's going to be competing in the event. Diego Naranjo has been a great representative of Costa Rica in many, many different events. Canada, I've always been a huge fan of Peter de Vries. And I never understood how that guy wasn't more mainstream, because he rips, and what he does in cold water is so much more difficult than what people do in trunks. People don't understand how difficult it is to do those kind of things when the water's freezing.
Yeah, doing an air in a 5-4-3 with hood, gloves, booties.
Yeah.
Twice as hard.
There's some bears over there on the beach.
And you got to fend off bears when you're going surfing.
Glaciers, you got those big old jellyfish in the water over there in Tofino too. It's tough.
Built different. The Breweiler brothers, kind of pioneers of that zone as well. 7:45 now on the clock. Situation stands with Levi Young in the lead. Oscar in second for now. Chin Hao in third and Paviel in fourth. And it looks like Chin Hao trying to get something going. Kind of got this wave in the medium trough. And as you can see there, clearly it is gone. Disappeared underneath his feet. Paviel Markovsky. He lives in Odessa, Ukraine. His favorite beach is Arcadia Beach. Sadly, Paviel and a lot of his friends, they can't really surf right now, so this is probably providing a really nice respite to what's happening at home. And it can be this is a huge event in terms of in the surfing world, but globally, you can kind of look at this as like a bright spot for people from Ukraine, able to cheer for their squad as they compete against some of the world's best. Paviel right now, it's a couple of .4s, but he's got some time to get involved here.
Well, when the country that you're representing is going through such a devastating issue that's obviously globally known, and as you said, there's a little bright spot in the future, and the kid's doing it right now. These are the kind of small W's that you need.
Yeah.
And
100%.
It's just great to see. I mean, yesterday at the opening ceremony, when they came up and poured the sand and the flag bearer was there too, everybody stood up and started cheering.
Yeah.
And
well deserved.
It goes to show you that there's unity and there's strength in numbers when we come together as people and as human beings, and we're able to really support our values and our initiatives as surfers. And I think together, exactly what the ISA stands for, a better world through surfing, Chris.
That's right. And here he is, Paviel. Nice cut back there. Not an easy section to do a turn on. He does complete it.
His best ride.
Yeah, he'll probably get rid of at least one of those .4s.
So 5:30 to go. a close heat between second and third. I think Levi's comfortably in the lead, especially having priority. But with 5 minutes to go, Chin Hao Chu searching for the 4.18. I mean, based off of the 3.6 that we saw on the backhand, we know that he's capable of that. And a tough team like Costa Rica that's obviously having expectations for at least, you know, a top 10 finish. This would be a devastating loss for them if they ended up losing Urbina into the repechage round here in round number 1 of competition. I don't think it's something that they would be content of, but it's a possibility because Chu's got some skills, Chris.
Yeah, and here we go. Urbina got the note.
Ooh.
Get something on the board. He's weaving on a wild river-esque wave, trying to get the inside. Look at the hump coming up underneath him. Nice slam there. Made it 95% of the way, but that extra 5% eluded him. He goes down in that uphill landing. 4.5 left. Pura Vida. Oscar Urbina. 4.60 and a 3.17. Decent scores, but he is within reach right now of Chin Hao Chu. And here's a look back at how Levi Young started strong and has continued the blistering pace through this heat.
Yeah, the 6.17 here for Levi. Get a redirection. Recognize that the left was going to stand up better at the end, and a beautiful finish right there from the surfer from Canada. So opened up with a great wave, already a good score, and then Urbina mixing it up on the backhand. A 4.6 on this wave. So far, his best. And then Levi, once again, a 5.77. Has only caught 2 waves so far, but hasn't needed anything else, Chris. Redirects right, but knows that he's going to end up eventually on the left again, his forte. And I think so far you're seeing the amount of experience that he's had competing out here in big events at Southside HB. Putting that experience and those skills to good use.
Now this is Maui glass.
Oh, yeah.
Right here. You know, the island of Maui obviously has a lot of wind, and of course some of the greatest wind sport athletes in the world. So Levi, nice and used to surfing in, you know, chopped up conditions. Chin Hao now, all the way through the inside. Quick snap there. Bonus section.
Oh, you just
Fights
need to
back.
finish that off.
But I did like the work that he did from the outside all the way through to the inside. And you know, for a lot of these surfers, when you think about being right here in the epicenter of the surfboard industry, you know, now they have the opportunity to go into some shops. Maybe they, you know, go to a factory or two, and really now they have the ability to dial in their equipment. I gotta imagine in places like Ukraine, places like Chinese Taipei, not easy to find those magic boards. You know, we're very spoiled here in Southern California, just in the amount. You can't throw a rock around here without hitting a high-performance shortboard. So I think for these surfers traveling here, this is another good opportunity to improve not only their, you know, their abilities by surfing against some of the world's best, but also the boards under their feet. Oscar now, you see a little bit more urgency in his approach. He's got a high-speed line through to the inside. Again, the 2-for-1 eludes him. I did like that speed float. Not an easy thing to do in that section.
Grab rail looked cool, too. 1:50 to go, and I think he's going to better the 3.17, no doubt. I still have some doubt whether or not Chu's going to be able to get that 4.18, so there you see it. It's coming in right now. Urbina betters a 3.63. That means that Chu now needs a 4.63, and they're still waiting on that score. But we're going to see the replay of Oscar. So redirects right. He actually caught this halfway out, so in that deep spot that we're talking about, but somehow was able to manufacture and generate enough speed to make the transition to the shorey. Beautiful floater right there, and then gets hung up just a bit too much on the last one. This front angle you'll see a bit better. The wave actually stood up a lot more than I was thinking. And then the surfer in yellow, Paviel, the one carve, a 1.23, so his best. You know, and it's, as we said, a little bright light there in a sea of darkness, Chris.
That's right. I think we're all on the same page cheering for Paviel. So that was your quick replay there. As the heat has been pretty much taken away by Levi Young, but Oscar Urbina hanging in there in second place. He's dropping some good scores, a 4.6 and a 3.63. And full credit to Chin Hao Chu. 4.07 and a 3.6. Not surprised. by his talent level because you know we've seen him in previous events, but you know what I love about that is his improvement. I mean, he's every year after year, he's improved on his skills, and you know, putting on a jersey and competing at this level every time you do it, it's definitely going to help you. It's going to give you just a little bit more of a grasp of what's expected of you in the lineup. So congratulations to all 4 surfers in the lineup now, but at the end of that heat, it's going to be Levi Young and Oscar Urbina getting the first and second and advancing spots. We're going to send Paviel and Chin Hao to the repechage rounds. Well, hopefully we will see more of them in the not so distant future. More action to come. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games live from Huntington Beach, California. We'll be back with more action. Stay tuned.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, Proud Source alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Proud Source bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And we are back here in Huntington Beach, California for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. It's been a big day of surfing, and we're into our last few heats for the round 1 for today. We have been running double podiums throughout the day, so this north podium right here at the south side of the pier has been running our kind of first half of the heats out of round 1. The south podium, just down by the lifeguard tower, has been running the top half of the rest of round 1, and we're going to be clicking into round 2 pretty shortly here, so we're going to be getting through a lot of that round 1 and round 2 heats throughout today, which is exciting to see. And we've got some great surfers hitting the lineup from China, Germany, Nicaragua, and Ireland. Sholu Jiang, Lenny Jensen, Jackson Obando, and Gerard McDade in the water. And just waiting for that first set to roll through. A few minutes down, about 17 minutes still on the clock, and no waves ridden yet. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Bart Lynch.
Great to be here, Shannon, and amazing opening day. Tough conditions, but quite typical of Huntington Beach, and the sort of surfing that we've seen has taken advantage of the conditions online. Here's a good set, though.
And with that backhand attack, Chu Lo. I like that approach on that first section. You can really see that texture's hung around as well, Barton. We've had, like you said, not the best of conditions today. It's been a little bit sleepy, a little bit difficult to find the right waves. And we had that west wind up so early this morning that we just haven't had any glassy conditions, which we would have expected to see, you know, maybe that wind now starting to kick up around lunchtime, but it's actually been the story throughout the day.
Exactly. It's been up early for a couple of days now, which is peculiar. Excited to see the Chinese surf. This is something for me that's very new, and you wonder, you know, what sort of talent have they got? What sort of approaches are they going to have? So exciting to see Shulao Jiang surf here today, and then Germany, Nicaragua, and Ireland, Independent Republic of Ireland, being represented outside of the Great Britain umbrella.
Exactly. Xu Lo is just 14 years old from Ryu Bay in China. Beautiful left-hand reef. No wonder he's going for that left on that first wave.
And I've seen the left. It looks like, have you been there?
I've been there quite a bit, yeah. So it's been years since we've been back, but we ran the ISA World Longboard Championships there one year, and the WSL Longboard Championships ran for a number of years, some QSs as well. And it's a really good left-hand reef. It's got a lot of length to it. It's got some great pockets to it. Warm water, tropical feeling. They kind of refer to that area, Hainan Island, as the Hawaii of China.
I've heard that, yeah.
It's a full surfing culture.
I've got to get there and check that out. It's all of these, we saw Chinese Taipei too in the last heat. It's so exciting to have that opportunity to meet people, connect with people, and go and visit surfing destinations you didn't even know existed.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. There's just so many waves in that area. Chinese Taipei specifically has some really, really incredible waves, some great reefs, some great point breaks, and a little bit heavier maybe than what we see kind of in Hainan Island where Xu Lo is from. And see a little bit of a paddle battle here. So 14 minutes on the clock. Barton, we've got a couple small scores on the board for China, 2.67 and 1.07. But nothing yet for our other three surfers in the water.
Yeah, it was a really quick 5.5 minutes, wasn't it? It feels like we just got started with the heat, but it speaks to, and we've seen it all day, that the surfers who get the early start and get that opportunity and take advantage of it early, they seem to be able to hold on all the way through the back end of a heat. We haven't seen many people sort of claw their way in the last couple of minutes. So that speaks to the conditions and the need to bank the opportunities when they come your way.
Plenty of opportunity here today, and getting ready for a big day of surfing. Team Canada down there, Team Germany. And it's just really great to see the camaraderie just among the teams of the nations, but also those opportunities for these surfers to meet and to support surfers from other places, to be able to hear their stories and to be able to make some friends and cheer on some other nations while they're down here as well.
And the fact that it's about participation is a wonderful thing too. Here we go.
Here we go, Germany. We just saw all the flags on the beach. Lenny Jensen, snap to start on his backhand. Now just weaving his way through to this inside and starting to put in that effort, building that speed, hits the lip and disappears, gets absolutely swallowed by the sand. But now he's got that first wave under his belt, and with the answer back, Gerard, couple turns to start, setting himself up here now, looking towards that left and redirecting back to the right. He is a real big wave surfer, loves surfing slabs, doesn't surf a whole lot of beach breaks like this when he's at home. But man, he made that look easy on the inside.
We've seen some crazy looking lefts over there in Ireland. And again, one of those places, we went there for the World Masters a long time ago, and it was great to go there and connect with my heritage, being a Lynch and having that Irish heritage. And we never had any idea that they got the type of waves and the size of waves that they do.
Yeah, it's really incredible area, right? And there's so many types of waves.
So many different types of waves, great culture, great people, hilarious in a lot of ways, and it was a really good time. So they're a very powerful nation, a powerful people. They like to stand for themselves, stand strong, and we've seen that in their surfing as well.
Not many places in the world either that you can paddle out into the lineup, be sitting in kind of some colder water, surfing some bigger, heavier waves, and have castles that you can see from the shoreline.
Exactly. We heard our Turkish surfer talking about the backdrop of scenery at some of their breaks, and that's one of the things, I suppose, for us, we're not so used to, like that really picturesque backdrop that we see in some of the nations.
Well, scores through for our surfer from Ireland. Drops in a 6.50. That's a very solid way to start things off. Took him a little while. He was patient for it, but that wave selection paid off very well for the 4-time national Irish champion. And now up and riding, Jackson Obando on his forehand from Nicaragua. Gets that first turn, and he'll reset. A little flurry of action starting to come through here. This is what we've been waiting for. And now up and riding, I believe that is our surfer in white. our surfer in blue, Shou Lu from China.
Only 14 years old.
Oh, look at that backhand attack. Sticks it up there for the second, and that is the future of surfing coming out of China.
That certainly is, and you can see the foundation is in place, the technique, the style, everything is there for the young 14-year-old representing his nation. And the experience that they get out of this type of exposure, and especially at such a young age, I can see big things for that young man. The technique and the style it's world class. It's right there.
Taking a look at what we saw from Lenny Jensen from Germany. So he got a little work done on the outside, and then he found this connection through to the inside. And that's the one where he just got absolutely swallowed.
Yeah, unfortunately not completing it there. Would have been a better score for sure. The Irishman, the replay, gets this nice connection through to the inside, gets to climb the whitewater, and again, a backhand snap there. So this wave stood up and allowed him to get work done the whole way through. Beautiful, big, finishing backhand re-entry. Clears the whitewater for a completion. This will be a great angle. Whack out of the lip. Beautiful re-entry. Powerful wave, powerful surfing, and a good score.
And from Shou Lu, nice backhand attack on the inside section as well. And now back to live action. Taking off of the pier bowl. Foam climb to start. Redirects here for Lenny. And cuts back once again. Let's see if he can complete that inside maneuver on this one. Oh, great slam, and he rides out clean. He's got the body language, the confidence with it as well that you've been speaking of all morning, Bart.
And the first one was a similar type of ride, and he didn't complete that inside, and it came in as the 2-point ride. So definitely I think the excitement there was that he completed it, and he knew he was going to better the existing score. And a 6-point ride there to go with that 2.33. Judges liked it too.
Lenny, 21 years old, represents Germany and was born and raised there, but has lived in Spain for a long time as we take another look at this one.
Definitely more surf down there in Spain. Great surfing nation. And the opportunity to surf for your home country, where your parents' lineage may be. A beautiful ending turn, as you said. Flared the tail through spray. This front-on angle will be good. Nice vertical foam climb on the outside. Another sort of controlled cutback, held the rail for quite a long time through the flats. Another cutback there. Pumping, driving, and into that last snap out of the lip. So good, we'll see it again. It's great to have all these angles to work with.
Yeah, to really get a picture of the work that these surfers got through. That was a nice outside section. This is where he just makes that adjustment. You can even kind of sense that mental adjustment that he's making after the fall on the first wave like that, knowing that he really needs to capitalize on the inside. And now, tracking through with our young Chinese surfer, just 14 years old, and he gets stuck on that section.
Yeah, the wave selection wasn't there. It was, we've seen the talent, but if you're not on, we've said it before, if you're not on the right wave, doesn't matter how talented you are. In the white, Jackson. Pumping through this inside, waiting for it to stand up. Might have gone the wrong way for a moment there, but here's this inside he's been working so hard for. One turn, is there another in it? No, and then a fall. So when you've gone all that way from out the back to the inside without much work or without much scoring opportunity, to then fall on the inside really means that ride ends up being a throwaway, and it's a priority opportunity, and then a time. You've burned a lot of time off the clock as well when you make those mistakes.
Especially now that we're down to under that 7-minute mark, there's not a lot of time left in this heat. And he just hasn't been able to find that rhythm that we would have expected. Central American champion in the past and a really strong surfer coming out of Nicaragua. As we track now with Lenny Jensen. So you got that first turn. Not quite sure how critical it is from that drone angle, although it makes the water look so crystal clear and blue. But look at that, goes in for a heavy finish on the lip line.
And surfing can be extremely dangerous. You've got the bottom, at least here the bottom is sand, so that's to your advantage. I have dislocated shoulders from shoulder charging sandbanks, so the fact that it's sand doesn't mean that there's no danger involved. but then that crashing lip on the inside and your board coming at you can create problems, and it looked like it was a close call there.
Yeah, that was a really close call. As we take a look here.
Staying busy, pumping through the inside. Here it goes to stand up, but he's a bit late, and you could see he threw the board up into the lip, but then they both came down together, and the board was right near him and his face. Great to see he didn't get injured there.
Yeah, he's straight back out there, already taken off on the left. Oh, goes for the air, and he makes the rotation, rides out of that. What a great comeback.
And with 5 minutes 30, I'm thinking, why is he catching something on the inside? Why would you do that and not have that scoring potential of the outside section and through the deeper part through the middle? But it was obvious, he told us why, because he knew he had the potential to go to the air, and he was interested to see, it'll be for us and for the other coaches and teams and surfers, it's going to be super interesting to see where an aerial only on the inside section will come in at, because it was a difficult manoeuvre, a high scoring manoeuvre, but whether the wave's going to allow it to go as high as it potentially would have been if it was done outside, it's going to be something for us all to take note of.
Yeah, that's a great call, because we haven't seen anything like this. It's a new moment for the judges to assess, and they really liked it. They gave him a 5.83.
Well, there you go, and that would, you could, if you were towards the back end of your heat and you needed 2 rides, you could get 2 scores that would advance you through a heat on the inside section, given what we just saw take place then.
Now combine that with a good turnout in the back, and you're into the excellent range in an instant.
Exactly.
Let's take another look at it.
Pumping, and it was a great little section. He saw it coming, and he selected the wave well. That's exactly what he was looking for. Consolidates his lead, goes into his best 2 waves with the 6, pops out of the wave, spins the board, lands with the fins facing the beach, and then spins the board around underneath him, completes it. The judges loved it, and again it goes to the concept of quality, not quantity, and the punctuation and the size and volume of the move rather than the length of it or the amount of them. I'm a little bit surprised by that score, because what you see, waves are judged out of 10, so that was over half of the entire scoring range from the shore break with an air, but it's very interesting information.
Very interesting information for the surfers to digest, for the surfers that have been watching down on the beach as well. We see those adjustments made when we've got those tidal changes or those wind shifts, especially on a break like this where, you've kind of got those 2 sections. You might have surfers that are getting ready to paddle out in the next couple, the next hour maybe, where the conditions will probably be kind of similar to it is right now, and suddenly realize that they could go for some of those inside little lips rather than wasting their time waiting out the back.
Yeah, and you could start the heat out the back, get your first ride in, and while the other 3 are out the back, tag one of those little insiders. You're going to have to go for something big, so it's exciting for us as viewers, and get your second score really quickly. That's a strategic move that we may see employed, especially if the consistency of the outside waves with the incoming tide slows down.
Especially just freeing up under priority too, if you're a surfer that's sitting there without having priority next to your name.
Totally.
And rather than waiting for, that every 5 minutes, those little sets that roll through and give you the outside potential, if you freed up on the inside, you can hunt down anything. It's almost like being at a different break.
Well, it is like being at a different break completely, and especially if you're going to be in 4th priority, you're going to get out the back and be down that priority roster so far that you're just going to have to wait. Why would you not bag something on the inside, tag it, and get a score that then you can move out the back with, and you've got your 2 scoring rides already.
And what a change to the conversation we've had with that last one of Lenny Jensen. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. He is sitting in the lead. He got that 6 early on, backed it up with a 5.83. Jared McDade from Ireland with that 6.50. Just has a throwaway score behind him. And Xu Lu Jiang from China, he got off to that quick start. He was that surfer finding rhythm really quickly. He found that 4.10, Barton.
And it looked like then his sort of wave selection went off the boil a little bit, because we saw him ride that next wave, and it was like, that's not what you're looking for. Then the next one was it was a 4.10, so it was the better than the first, but he's had 3 rides that don't really score and 1 that has, so it's a reflection of the wave selection. He's definitely got the talent.
Lenny up and riding. Down to about the final minute now, looking for that inside section as well. Just stalling here. Lining it up, trying to time out the finish. Gets 2 turns, gets a combo on the sand, and using some of that experience that he has behind him. He's, you know, made it into the semifinals on that QS level, QS 1500. He's had some good results behind him. He's made it through some heats against some tougher competitors in his early 20s now. Where someone, you know, so young as the 14-year-old in Shulu that's in the lineup right now, that excited energy as well. I mean, imagine he's competing here for the World Surfing Games. China has poured so much time and energy. Their National Olympic Committee has been behind surfing for a number of years. So a lot of their team actually live in Rio Bay now. They've been residing there for a long time to raise these young kids up to learn how to become professional surfers. And so for him getting to represent on that level, but now to have all that nervous energy, that excitement come through, kind of makes sense as far as maybe some wave selection, some little decisions like that, not holding out so well after starting out with kind of a good plan in mind.
Yeah, and just so young and inexperienced. We've seen as that heat wraps up and Lenny Jensen takes it convincingly, and the McDade's be stoked because they're in second place and getting through. But again, nobody's out. There is the elimination round, the repechage round that Shulao and Jackson will go to. They get another chance, and they'll be better for the experience.
Well, a great heat, and we've got more of it coming. So stay tuned for more action of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games presented by Visit Huntington Beach. We'll be right back with more action right after this.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, Crowdsource alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsource bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And we are back. Team Ireland feeling stoked for Jared advancing through and putting on a great performance out in the lineup. It's been a huge day of surfing here for the opening day of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. And those Irish flags getting into some warmer weather maybe than they're used to at home all the time, and finding some great waves out here for their surfer in yellow in that last heat. And what a fun way to kick things off for Team Ireland.
Yeah, great start. And it was a difficult heat, that one. There didn't seem to be quite as many opportunities as we'd seen earlier. Maybe the influence of the incoming tide. Here's the lineup for heat 17.
Tim Wingarden from Lithuania, Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal, White Pastrana from Puerto Rico, and Daniel Farr from New Zealand in the lineup.
In the far south there, New Zealand, And Lithuania again being represented.
Very exciting. Daniel Farr now up and riding on his opener. Had a nice little peek as it was coming through, and it's not going to make that connection. Guilherme from Portugal racing down the line, makes the inside connection, and he goes for a big hit on the finish. That was a solid section.
Yeah, you said it. It was a big hit, powerful, exciting hit. We saw Daniel Farr yesterday in the opening ceremony doing the haka on the stage at the pouring of the sands, and that's a wonderful part of this event where people, each of the nations bring a little jar of sand from their home, and they come together, and all of those sands are poured together, and you see all the different colors, and it's just a wonderful part of the event. Here we go.
Dwight Pastrana from Puerto Rico. Nice rail work to start things off. It's a name that we're very familiar with and has made it through plenty of heats here at the ISA World Surfing Games in the past. Now pumping down the line, looking for that finish, and he'll get it. Making it look very comfortable. And how cool is that Sands of the World ceremony? I mean, what a great idea to have those surfers from all around the world collect sand from their home beaches. As we take a look at Daniel Farr of New Zealand, getting up and riding on his second wave, so already making that quick adjustment after the first, putting all that energy into this one. And nice finish. Doesn't find that clean lip line, gets that turn on.
Board looked fast. Corky sitting up in the water, you know, providing him a lot of speed.
15 minutes on the clock. A paddle there from Tim Wyngarden from Lithuania. Doesn't get into it. And he is the only surfer still sitting out the back, so he'll hold on to priority. We've got scores coming in for 3 of our other surfers to start setting the tone for this heat and where we're sitting with scores. And we're going to have Guilherme have a look at that on his paddle back out. That last heat was really quiet, and this one opened up with a solid size set, a bit of a closeout actually.
Yeah, and interesting to see Guilherme looking at that wave then, just going, well, we don't know for sure that it's going to break out here again, and here's one breaking. Maybe I'll have a look at it. He was a little late, didn't get it, but it was interesting to see that sort of desperation to try and get the scores, get waves early. And I think that's you know, we were saying earlier, that's the only thing you really can control is the moment you're in and the start of that heat. What's going to happen as the heat progresses, who knows? So it's important that you manage that start.
Taking a look at the road to qualification for Paris 2024. There's many ways to qualify. The number one way is through the World Surf League, the WSL's tour out of 2023. We'll be taking the top 10 men and the top 8 women. And then we come into this conversation on the ISA World Surfing Games. Now there's going to be spots qualified through 2022, 2023, and 2024 on a variety of different levels, which will continue to break down for everybody as time goes on. And it's just exciting to know that that conversation is finally open for us now, Bart.
Yeah, and the opportunity for your team to come in first here and have that slot in those Olympic Games on top of the 2 that are allocated for your country is a massive advantage for whichever country comes out on top this week.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, that's the whole focus for this week alone, is that there will just be 2 spots, and they will actually be allocated to countries, not to individuals.
Yeah.
Which is totally different than what we experienced in the first Olympic run for Tokyo 2020, where every spot earned was an individual spot. Where this one, those winning gold medal men's and women's teams will then secure a position for their country. And those positions don't need to be given away. So say Team Australia wins on the women's side and Team USA, home team, wins on the men's side. USA and Australia won't need to choose who their surfers are. They're going to pick those positions until Paris 2024 actually runs.
And a lot of things can happen in that time, and it may be someone that we don't even imagine who hits form at that time in 18 months' time, and they get that spot. But to have that in the back pocket for any nation, well, what would you pay for it?
Oh.
It's a very, very valuable thing, you know.
It really is. And I think that's one of the cool things this week, too. It shows the strength that so many nations are coming forward with such incredible teams, which we've seen kind of, you know, dip and peak throughout ISA's history of teams that have those kind of top-tier professional surfers, and then some years where it kind of isn't. It's the up-and-comers. It's those new ones that are getting an opportunity to represent their countries for the first time. Where this year, with the Olympics on the line, there's some very strong teams.
And I think in 1996 was the first year as well when they changed the name to the World Surfing Games. It was the first time it was held here at Huntington Beach. I got to surf for Australia, and I think it was the first time that they allowed top-tier professional surfers to compete for their nations, and that kind of started. Before that there was a down period in the recognition of what that World Surfing Games that ISA would run was, and now we've seen it bloom into its best form ever, and with the Olympics there, it's become incredibly important.
Yeah, it's incredible just to think of that journey starting here in 1996 and now returning again with that Olympic cycle, and that so many years down the line with the dream that Fernando Aguirre has pursued, has pushed forward to get to get surfing into the Olympics, and now it just being an official sport. Surfing's there to stay. It's no longer in a trial period.
Isn't that
And
incredible?
it's just incredible to think of, the current generation as well as those to come, knowing that the Olympics is in the conversation for surfing.
Yeah, and we'll stay in the conversation, and it does bring up the point. At a point it'll be interesting to see what people would rather. Would they rather a world championship in the WSL or a gold medal in the Olympics? And there's two. There used to be one prize, the world championship. Now there's these two prizes that are massive, and we saw Italo Ferreira and Carissa Moore take the golds. Who will it be in 2024? The wave we're going to be competing in is it's going to have as much to do with it as anything else, because Teahupoo is it's a crazy, scary, death-defying wave.
I would be terrified.
I would be terrified. 100% terrified of having to go and surf that wave. I am an old bloke, and the young kids in the prime of their life, they're gonna put on a real show.
Yeah,
it's going to show the world. Sorry, but after seeing the Japanese version of what surfing is, to go to the Tahitian version and Teahupoo version of what surfing is, the Olympic Federation, the Olympic officials will see the contrast in what surfing is, how much variety there is in the way you can ride a wave.
Yeah, and that surfing is a constant, it's constantly changing. There are so many variables because we're dealing completely with nature. The ocean is completely out of our control.
Down to every single wave that has ever been ridden, that has ever broken, being different.
Exactly.
In the same way as every human has a different fingerprint. And they say like every zebra has different stripes, and you look at every single wave that has ever broken and they're all different. And they've all got their own personality, and I suppose that's what makes being a professional surfer, or even any type of surfer, any level of surfer, a difficult thing, because you've got to fit in with that constantly changing environment.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. And to think now that we've got, 24 spots available for this upcoming Olympic cycle for Paris 2024. The fact that there's been 4 extra spots added, because Barton, when you and I called the Olympics in Tokyo, there was only 20 surfers.
Yeah.
So now there's those extra spots, there's that extra potential and that extra excitement, I think, for surfers around the world, knowing that they're going to get a chance to possibly surf at one of the most death-defying waves in the world.
Some of them might not want to because it's that type of a wave, and we see that on the World Surf League. There are surfers at that level who are very comfortable there, and others who aren't quite so comfortable. So it's one of those waves that really highlights the talent of surfing and what it takes to be a professional surfer, and then also the beauty of our sport.
And I think that too, talking about that, the Olympics coming on board with surfing and those National Olympic Committees really starting to play in. As we see a little bump roll through there, we haven't had a set roll through in a little while here. It's a little bit quiet in the current heat. But to think of those nations maybe that they don't have surfers in that kind of top pack, that top tier. They're going to be spending time going, okay, if we're going to have surfers that are qualifying for this, we need to start pouring into them now, giving them an opportunity to travel to Tahiti and to start really working with the best of the best, to working with the best coaches, to learning the lineup there, just as much as the surfers who are competing on the World Championship Tour need to be spending time there now to prepare as well.
Yeah, because this event, this platform, the ISA, is the future of surfing. They are the champions of tomorrow. They're coming through this event, and while it's extremely broad at the bottom, of all these nations, 111 member federations around the world of the ISA, at the pointy end, the top end of it, there's talent from all of those nations too.
Well, having a look at the clock in the current heat, it's been a slow few minutes here. We're down to about 6 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. There we go. Daniel Farr of New Zealand is sitting in the lead. He's got a 4.67 and a 3.17. Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal sitting with a 6. He's got the highest single wave score of the heat, Barton, but he does not have a backup score to his name yet, sitting in second.
Only needs the 1.84, so there's comfort in that. Let's have a look at the priority roster. He is in the second priority at the moment. It's Tim Wintergarden in the first priority, and that means that he's got the right of way in the lineup, can choose any wave that he wants, and he needs it to come now. Because with 6 minutes, there's most probably 2 opportunities left for him. Heats are judged on your best 2 rides, 20 minutes in the water. Tim needs one to come through now, get that first score on the board, and he's got enough time to get the second.
Let's take a look here from Guillermo, sitting with that 6-point ride.
Yeah, nice on the outside, smooth on the rail, slows it down, and this was a massive inside turn. Beautiful control there as the white water dumps onto the shallow sandbank.
The answer back here from Dwight Pastrana. Now he's got 2 scores on the board, a 4.5 being his high score. He's also just chasing a 1.51 though to take that second place position away from Guillermo.
And there was Tim, the Lithuanian surfer. I've got to say that because this is their first ISA event, the nation of Lithuania. Tim's 23 years of age and lives in Sumba in Indonesia, so he's surely been surfing some great waves, and I figure he most probably lives there because of the waves and the opportunity that it gives him to improve his surfing.
Yeah, it sounds like he's had an earlier entry into surfing maybe than some of his teammates or some of the surfers in his home nation of Lithuania. Being born there, but kind of raised mostly between Spain and Indonesia. And great to see. I love that idea of surfers who are maybe not living in their home nation, but those nations don't have a national or a surfing federation, possibly, like Lithuania, of surfers that are living in different places around the world coming together to bring that, to start that. It just needs those few people to kick things off, and then it can begin to grow for those future generations. As we take a look at Daniel Farr.
Holding on to the lead, but you can see that 6 that's challenging. Guilherme's 6, here he goes. He needs a second score, and he's got an opportunity here.
All right, racing through that inside section. So he makes it through that dead section, a couple of snaps, and setting it up on the inside. Snap under the lip to finish, and he'll kick out.
Definitely going to the lead.
Definitely going to the lead.
We know that for sure. We'll put the Kiwi into second. The Puerto Rican will be in third, Dwight Pastrana, and it'll be interesting to see what he needs. 3 minutes and 50 on the clock.
That's right. So scores to come through now. 1 minute. Sorry, a 1.84 requirement for Guilherme as we're down to 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Daniel Farr currently sitting in the lead as we wait to see where that score will go through for Guilherme and how much of a lead it will give him, with Dwight Pastrana now sitting in third and Tim Wingarden sitting in 4th position.
And the sooner you hear the score, the more time you've got to react. The longer the judges take, the less time you're going to have to understand your situation and respond.
Now still waiting for it. Judges are taking a little bit of time with it. And as we have the judges waiting for it, we have a very special guest that has just jumped into the booth to join us in none other than ISA President Fernando Aguirre. Welcome.
I've been brought here by force, not on my free will. No, just kidding. just kidding.
It's always great to have you. How's your day been going down here on the beach? I can see you got your competitor's badge on. So have you been out in the water?
Yes, I want to be identified so I don't get run over by the crowds. No, it's been so we're out? We took?
We're on.
I don't know.
Yeah, did you go for a surf this morning?
No, I went for a walk this morning. But yesterday was a very short night. I went down to bed late. We have a International Olympic Committee guest, and I wanted to hang out with them. It's very rare that they came, and we have like 10 leaders of the Olympic Committee. They don't go to any competition. They were here. I mean, for them, it's like being on the beach. They can't believe it. That this is the way we run competition.
The way we do it.
Well, normally they're in a stadium. They're on some closed place. It's hot. It's not air conditioning.
Suddenly they have sand in their shoes.
They were very, very happy. They were very, very happy. And I think, yesterday was the nicest, most emotional opening ceremony. They're always nice for me. It's like, I'm so partial. There's no impartiality to me about opening ceremonies, but it was super nice. And it's nice for the rest of the world to see how surfers do things.
And tonight we get to see the film that documents the journey of surfing getting its
Yeah,
Olympic qualification.
And you know, we were toying with names for the movie, and I said, you know, it's the impossible way. You know, it was impossible because they told me it was impossible. I thought it was impossible. Many times I thought that it's like paddling on a no water rock on the bottom. You fall there, you can't get killed. You know, it wouldn't kill me, but you know, it was such a long paddle. So I think it's the impossible way is nice.
And now that it's happened, and after the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, how did you feel inside? You must have been so full of gratitude for what surfing's given you, and then what you've been able to give it back.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's kind of it's like a tattoo in my life. It's kind of, you know, like Kelly used to say, you know, that surfing is like the mafia. You get in, you never get out. So, you know, we got in.
Yeah.
I got in so early. My mom was an open water swimmer, and she took us to the beach, and my brother and I were on the waves playing on, you know, belly boards, wooden belly boards. Yeah. That's how old I am. Yeah. and then eventually he was standing up on probably the worst surfboard in Argentina. But you know, he never really left us. And we're lucky to do that. You know, my family surf, my friends surf, my business partners surf. Everything happens on or near the ocean. So it's nice. But for me to come to Huntington Beach is full circle, totally full circle. You know, when I was elected in '94, a year later, South Africa canceled the World Games. They were called ISA World Championships, and here I am elected and with no championship. My number one role is to run a championship.
Run an event.
There's no championship. So I decided that normally it was run by National Federation, that the ISA was going to run it. So we're running Huntington Beach. And that was, and I hear you guys were talking about how it actually happened. It was like the ISA has some rules which were according to the old Olympic Charter, that if you were making money on your sport, then you were not allowed in the Olympics. Right. That was changed in '81, but it wasn't changed in surfing. So it was kind of like the Pro Tour was on one side, and then the IF, the International Federation, was there, but they wouldn't even talk to each other. So I thought that needed to change. So, you know, I'm normally into building bridges, so that was just a bridge that needed to be built.
Yeah.
So.
Just quick wrap up on that last heat. Guilherme.
He got a 4.6. He jumped into the lead. Daniel Farr in second from New Zealand. So Portugal and New Zealand advancing through into the next round, or keeping themselves in the main round. Other two surfers will be falling into the repechage round, and we're going to continue through into one of our last heats of the round, actually, as we've been running those double podiums throughout the day. But we're going to keep you around because, Fernando, we love getting to hear you. We love getting to hear the passion that comes out of you when you talk about surfing, about you know, the change and the life that it brought into you. And now that you get to...
For me, it's one of those things that, you know, you get so used to dream about a reality that is not around. You know, you wake up every morning and say, wow, this is not happening. And, you know, as the years progress, you realize that it was so distant or so basically non-practical. But then, you know, in 2013, they elected a new president for the IOC, and he really was like, saying, okay, I want to see how we can improve and modernize the Olympic program. And that's when, you know, we were non-accepted for the 2020 games in 2011, and then we were re-accepted in 2016 through changes that the new president brought. So it was super nice. And I think, you know, like they say, the proof is in the pudding, no?
Yeah.
And the proof was in the pudding because after Tokyo, they removed boxing, weightlifting, and modern pentathlon for the LA Games, and they brought surfing, skateboarding, and climbing as permanent sports.
Well, let's take a look at live action quickly. Danny from Indonesia goes in and out really quick. He's up against Griffin Colapinto, Sauri Perez, and Afridun Amun from Afghanistan. So we got a great heat in the lineup right now.
Like, this would have been an impossible hit 10 years ago. You know, there were basically no Indonesian surfers in the ISA. Of course, USA, barely any Dominican Republic surfers, or no Afghan surfers.
Yeah.
So this is like impossible hit 10 years ago.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have happened.
You see the Afghan. I just love that idea that there's these people and these representing nations in our culture, in our sport, that you didn't even know existed.
I think what happens is, if you look back like 40, 50 years ago, there was beach culture, but it was just beach culture. Now beach culture is surf culture. Basically, you know, we infiltrate all that. You know, people, especially guys, you know, everybody dressed like a surfer. You think everybody's a surfer. They all have board shorts on.
Yeah. Tell me, in the Olympics at that high level, what do they like about us? Because we know you as a personality, as a character, and we love that about you, because what you bring is stoke. You bring that surfing stoke to a conversation to people. Is that something that we bring to the Olympic organisation? Something different?
I think the good part is when what you bring is being you. Then it's easy.
Yeah.
Because if you need to act, pose, prepare, the building always cracks.
Yeah.
And eventually. So I think it was from the first day, in 96, I show up in the opening ceremony with a suit and a bow tie. It's never been a surfing competition where the head of the competition shows up with a suit and a bow tie. And it was a little shy, so I didn't wear necklaces and a bunch of things, it was just a little bow tie. But a few years later, you develop your own comfort with your kind of iconoclastic way of dressing. Yeah. And I show up like that at the IOC meetings. And the first meeting, it was crazy because the only guy with a bow tie, nobody would talk to me because nobody knew me.
Yeah.
But then half an hour later, by chance or not, whatever you may say in life, I met the guy that was running the sports department at the IOC. He was a young bloke. He loves snowboarding, skateboarding, hockey player, and we were talking the same language. So we talked like for 10 minutes on this reception, and the next morning we had breakfast, and then he became our #1 fan. So, and then people start getting excited. And then when we actually got into the Olympic Games voter in 2016, there's a press conference, and there's like the head of skate, the head of sport climbing, the head of karate, the head of baseball, everybody busy suit. And I got busy suit. But my wife, my kids, they brought 5 leis. And in Brazil, they don't have leis like in Hawaii. Yeah. So the 5 leis were made of thick flowers. So I was laid up to my nose. It was like a robe, like a turtleneck of flowers. And I'm in the press conference, and the head of marketing of the IOC looks at me and says, I don't think we ever had somebody with flowers around his neck here. Yeah. So this was, and then I realized this is the way it is. So, during the day, I'll be on a busy suit in the meetings, and in the afternoon, in the evening, I'll be with them, an aloha shirt.
Yeah.
And suddenly, the whole thing realized how it goes, because in Tokyo, we brought the ISA aloha shirts, like the one you're wearing, and they were the IOC members asking us for those. It was like the coolest thing to have was an ISA shirt. And I said, you know what? Why don't you appoint me in charge of a yet to be created fashion committee?
There we go.
So it's nice, and now to
the
have
OFC,
yes,
Olympic Fashion Committee.
Yes, and then now it's like today we have a Sepp Kolb, the head of a very famous runner, Lord Sepp Kolb. He was the organizer of the Olympic Games of London as well, and he's the head of the athletics federation. He was so happy. I mean, he was yesterday walking with us in the parade. Then he was dancing on the stage when the open ceremony ended.
Yeah.
So he says, this is really amazing. And it's running a competition in a place that normally you're just hanging out, which is a beach.
Yeah.
It's not a stadium, it's not a track and field or whatever court. So I think it's nice. They love that. And President Bach mentioned that because he came on the 3rd day of the competition in Tokyo. He came for 1 hour, and he spent 3 hours. And he left doing the shaka and saying aloha. He arrived at the hotel, and his right-hand person calls and says, what do you do to him? It's like he arrived, opened the door at the hotel, and he stepped off the car with the shaka and says aloha.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, that's us.
So I think it's a good cross-pollination. For us, it's giving us opportunities. Certainly at the national level, there's financial support that didn't exist from the big countries. Like I remember when 2016, when we were in Surfing Australia, got a remodeling of their surf center for $1.5 million, and suddenly it would kick out to $5.5 million because now we're an Olympic sport.
You accepted.
Yeah, the High Performance Center in Casuarina, and this has happened in some scale to everywhere in the world. There's some action there, paddling action.
Here we go. So it's been a while. 13 minutes on the clock, and Sauri Perez has a paddle, doesn't get into it, from the Dominican Republic. We haven't had a wave ridden yet, Barton, by Griffin Colapinto, Sauri, or Offrey. Saw them kind of swim.
And when you've been sitting so long, you know that one's got to come.
Yeah.
And the longer you've waited, the more certain you are.
And you have to just hold patient at this stage.
Totally, because there's still enough time, 12:44. In the last heat, Fernando, we saw a surfer get a 5.83 off the shore break alone.
Yeah, of course.
So that could come into play in this heat.
As you know, the scoring of the judges is
adapted to the type of wave. Look, he's getting it.
Wow, that board looked amazing under his feet.
Yeah, lightning fast to
Just
finish
so loose.
as well.
Yeah.
Now, he's the only one that had a wave at this
Another
stage.
one.
He had a 0.93. Now Griffin up and riding from Team USA.
He's just working
San
on that
Clemente,
reform.
California.
Yeah, there you go.
He's now looking for this inside section. He's been so patient waiting it out. Let's see, is he going to go to the air? Is he going to go to the lip line? He goes to the lip line and rides out of it, Barton.
I think that's a safe maneuver, no?
Yeah.
Get some points. He knows that he doesn't need a lot.
No, and it's not the time. Your first couple of waves aren't the time to take risks, especially in an inconsistent lineup. You need to bank them when you get them, and that was well done. You see the professionalism of Griffin Colapinto.
And you'll see on the movie, you know, by the way, today is like a small preview of the movie, but on Tuesday it's public. It's open to the public in the opening ceremony plaza, 6 and 8 p.m.
Just right here, north side of the pier.
People
Anyone
come
can
and watch it for free. Yeah, so it's super nice, and you'll see the president of the IOC, which is, you know, he was interviewed for the movie, and he said that it's so cool. He said surfing is so cool because the athletes are so cool. Everything was just incredible because you walk into the athletes area, and in many sports, the athletes don't even talk, don't even look at each other, and here they were hanging out. It was just like a hangout. They couldn't believe it.
And does that, because I know that the mission statement, vision for the ISA is making the world a better place through surfing.
Yes.
And I sincerely, you know, I've often said that surfing is my medicine. It's been there for me for a long time. And it has so much to give to the broader world, the broader community, surfers or not, just in the mentality of a surfer, right?
Yes, and I think, you know, whatever wonderful things the ocean does for us, we need to do wonderful things for the ocean.
Yeah.
So we are there. And for me, being in the Olympics means that the platform for how we are heard around the world just got elevated. You know, instead of having a little hand-type blowhorn, now we have a real blowhorn.
100%.
Yes.
And that makes...
And how we use it, you know, I mean, you see what the owners of Patagonia did, you know. So you know, there's between the 0 and the 100 is a lot you can do. But I think it's a lot of opportunities for pro surfers. Let's not forget the fact that, you know, in some countries, financial support has come. There you go. This is a
replay. And that was incredible surfing. The way he went through the flats there with the speed, the weighting and unweighting, the use of the body to create speed was just about as good as it could be. I don't know that I've ever seen it done better than that.
Yes.
Yeah, that was absolutely seamless. And then your thoughts on this one, Barton, on the inside?
Nice last turn, as Fernando said. He knew that if he fell there, that wave was going to be a waste. It's another one of those 2.5s or whatever. So he knew that the completion was super important.
There you go. 5:26,
5:17 and a 4:33 for Danny Widanto.
Yeah, basically, Griffin only needs standing up on a wave to win.
Yeah,
0.09.
hands to leave the rail.
I'm going for Afghanistan. Let's just put that on the here.
Afridun, for example, is an Afghan surfer, and we have elections. During the competition, there is elections for members of the Athletes Commission, which is a commission that is elected by athletes. They appoint a chair, and the chair sits on the ISA board to represent the athletes.
Who's currently Justine Dupont? Justine Dupont.
I appointed Justine Dupont because I thought she was just her combination of all the fashions, all the ways of surfing, plus her ability, multilinguistic and nice. And she's been really going to a lot of Olympic committee meetings and being educated, so it's really nice.
When I saw her name there, I thought the same. There is no female surfer with that range of talent and commitment, so it's a great appointment.
Yeah, I think it's and the committee is 50-50 male and female.
Yep.
And it's good to have a chairperson, female. There you go.
All right, let's have a look at this set rolling
Surfer
through.
from Puerto Domingo is...
So we still hadn't had Dominican Republic or Afghanistan stand up on a wave yet.
Well, he just got one. Maybe he get like, I don't know, a fraction of a point.
So he's got a score on the board. It also means, Barton, he enters the priority rotation.
And the problem is, you see where they're sitting. Here at Huntington, you've got an outside break and an inside break. And if you sit in between the two...
You got nothing.
No man's land, isn't it?
Because that place you can only go through if you are on some sort of a wave.
Exactly.
Moving.
You're not going to catch one from there.
No.
And you won't have the speed to get to the shore from there. So those guys need to get out the back and catch them from out the back.
There you go, the Indonesian guy cementing his leadership with this one, huh?
Yeah, nice carve out the back to start things off. Now, can he finish it? Oh, that was just so good.
You know what he reminds me of? the style and the technique reminds me of a young Sonny Garcia. When I first saw Sonny Garcia as a teenager, he looked exactly like that. So fast and fluid. Griffin Colapinto.
All right.
This is his answer.
Nice wrap. Nice rail work so far from Griffin.
Whoa.
And look at that fin release.
This might be the highest score of the heat, no?
Yeah, and he's got the 5.17, the other highest score. So we'll see Griffin go to the lead now.
Probably, yes.
Now, Griffin took out that huge win of the U.S. Open last year in 2021. Barton, that was an incredible thing to be able to witness, and it was his biggest career achievement to date, was right here in Huntington Beach.
He knows the place.
He knows the place. I mean, imagine that, you know, to return to a place where you've had one of those defining moments in life, not even just in surfing or in sport, but in life overall. And then every time you return to that beach, every time your feet hit the sand, you hit the water in New Jersey specifically, you know those feelings that come back.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got that relationship, that connection with the place, you know. I feel that with Huntington Beach. You know, I still, when I come back, I feel that connection of past success, and you'll walk by a certain geographical feature and you'll get that sense of that moment way back when, and it stays with you forever.
Yeah, and I think it's a very peculiar way, the way it breaks, the way, depending on the tides, where to take off or not to take off. Once you become it's a wave, it's not really just any other beach break. It's like a specialist beach break because of the pier and how the bars form there, no?
100%. It's definitely, there's a recipe to it.
Oh, yeah.
And certain people crack it. And some people spend their whole lives coming here in events and never crack it because it's challenging in that way, you know?
Well, I just was chatting with Jackson Baker, who took out his heat earlier on, Team Australia, and he was saying it was one of the first heats that he's ever actually won here. He always ends up in 4th place. He's never been able to figure it out. And he was in the lineup. He felt so good about it, but he was in the lineup, and then he realized that there was another surfer from Norway, Felix, who was in the water and hadn't really found any rhythm. He'd had a couple of those outside sections, but he hadn't found a wave that connected. And Jackson thought, okay, this guy's in this position where he's doing the same thing. He hasn't figured this wave out, and Jackson actually pointed out to him where he should be sitting in the lineup, and he ended up on that wave that was such a long one that we called.
Woo! That was
that particular example is a great
ISA spirit.
Exactly what I was going to say. It's that spirit of a more established nation or individual helping out a less established.
I think, you know, everybody wants to win, and we have, you know, like a drive to win, but when you remove money from the equation, suddenly human beings kind of relax a little bit more.
Yeah.
No? And this was really what surprised president of the IOC, Thomas Bach, when he went to visit us in Tokyo at the venue. We walked into the athletes lounge, and he was just surprised they were talking to each other. All the athletes talking to each other. It's like, you know, really, you don't see that. You know, the sports are in silent with a headphone, not talking to anybody. You know, just waiting to go and destroy the other one. So I think it's nice.
And I suppose in surfing, you know, you can't destroy or beat your opponent without the ocean helping you. So it's really not you against them. It's you and the ocean trying to work together as the primary focus. It hasn't really got much to do with...
Well, it's you and the wave.
Exactly.
That's how you create the scores, no?
Exactly.
So 4 minutes on the clock. We've got some scores in. Griffin dropped in a 7.67 for that last turn.
Yeah.
And that was the outside had the cutbacks. We saw it on the replay then, cutbacks, but beautiful flow and rhythm and the power of the inside turn. The inside has become more and more important. We've seen that over the last couple of heats.
It really has. Danny now from the outside, just looking so smooth, so relaxed, able to find that flow as he now looks for that steep connection.
Oof.
Times it so well.
Yeah.
He's chasing a 6.68 to get the leading position away from Griffin.
It might not be the score, but it's probably going to be very close.
And consolidate his second position.
Oh, yeah. His
third and fourth of...
They're both out of reach, basically. You know, they are guys need a combo.
And Afri, we've seen Afri around for ISA World Surfing Games for years now. What a cool competitor coming out of Afghanistan, but you know, spending so much time now working with refugees, using surfing as a development.
Well, he's one of the 8 candidates for 4 positions in the Athletes Commission.
Right.
So it's nice to see people from all over the world. I mean, I saw a few hits in which I was like, this hit would have not existed 10 years ago because none of those. I remember when I ran the first competition here, there were 30 surfing nations and 36 teams in the here. And now we're 110 surfing nations. So it's just
so good.
We were talking the other day with the president of the Swiss Federation about how many river surfing spots they have. Yeah, like 25.
Right.
You know, just like the one in Munich that we know everybody knows. Like 25. I said, you know, what about those? And are there secret spots? Oh, yeah, many, but we won't tell you.
Oh, really?
Of
Yeah,
course.
they're surfers through and through. Here we go.
Sauri Perez from the Dominican Republic finds that inside connection. Now, he hasn't been able to find the rhythm that I think he's been hoping for in this heat. It's obviously been very slow. It's been very difficult to get himself onto those right waves.
We've seen Aphrodite and he move to the inside now, and you know, with 2 minutes and 15 seconds, it was now or never. You know, there was that opportunity to wait outside. Here we go on the shore.
Very difficult.
Such a difficult position to be in.
Yeah. And by the time you've decided to go to the inside, it's almost like the white flag's up.
No. Yeah. You need to paddle fast, otherwise the wave will get you before you get it. But it's I think, you know, going back to the movie, I think people are gonna like the movie because it's really the fight against all odds. It's like I say, no, it's the Olympic Games against all odds, because there might not have been an Olympic Games in 21. I mean, a month before they were about to suspend it, yes. And then it's the sports that to go against all odds. You know, we're the last sports. I mean, for many years, every time that I talk about surfing in the Olympics, they will tell me, and if it is far away from the ocean, what do you do? I say, well, yeah. There you go.
Aphrodite got one, mate. He's still got time for a second one, too, with 1:15.
He does. And even falling through in that third or fourth place position, that affects seeding heading into the rapid charge round.
Oh, yeah.
Every single point matters.
If you are fourth, you go against the third. If you are third, you go against the fourth. So it's like
setting it up better
a
and
lot
better.
to be said. Yeah, never give up.
Never give up. Down to the final minute. Well, Fernando, it's been so nice to have you in the booth with us. And we're
I think
really
she's kicking me
excited.
out.
We're kicking ourselves out. But you're welcome to stick around with Mitch and Cote for as long as you like to. But
No, Cote won't let me talk.
no, it's been great to hear you share, and
Yes.
we're so excited also to see the impossible wave.
For me, I'm very excited. I'm very excited that I have today in the studio my daughter Kyla. Hola. It's nice, and in a little bit my son Jaco is showing up, and Tiara is in Bali, my other set of triplets, 25-year-old triplets. And my 9-year-old hopefully is going to be watching Argentina because it's Saturday. So all of this is, you know, for me the biggest sacrifice is nothing of this wouldn't have happened without taking time off from family, from work, from everything. So this doesn't belong to me, it belongs to them, belongs to everybody that helped me. And, you know, when you paddle away like that, you cannot get it alone. No way.
Yeah.
Alone we're nothing.
Yeah.
No, it's like a captain on a ship on the port. Nothing happens. The boat doesn't leave the port with one captain alone.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining
Yes.
in. Griffin Colapinto and Danny take the wins and advance through the top round. We'll be back with more action after this, but stick around because we're going to show you a teaser for the Impossible Wave. You can see it here a couple of days on the north side of the pier.
And we're right back into it. The ISA World Surfing Games rolls on. Another big heat in the line. They're all big heats. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. You're watching an international heat go down. 2 surfers representing Ukraine. 1 surfer from Costa Rica, 1 from Canada. We've got Tim Bisso, Uriel Uziel, Wheeler Hasberg, and Keyshawn Wang. So France, Israel, Canada, China represented here. Round 2, heat 11. And pretty impressive. We're already into round 2. We got through a lot of heats today. Some of our heats went down up the beach at our second podium, which we will be gathering highlights for by the end of the day. But in this heat right here, some names that you've no doubt seen before in competition. Timothy Bisso, I'd have to say, has the edge in terms of, you know, experience and kind of the role he's been on over the past few years. But anyone is capable in any of these heats, as we've already seen. Some big upsets already, and some really thrilling victories from some of our surfers from places that a lot of people didn't know how to surf.
Yeah, I know, and This is a tough heat, too. 3 great surfers as far as the top seeds are concerned. Really impressed with Uziel in El Salvador for the juniors. Scored around 19 points in his highest heat total. Tim Bissell has been an excellent competitor on the Challenger Series and on the QS for years. And young Wheeler Hasberg, he's a name that you're definitely going to want to remember. And obviously, you know, China coming up too. I wouldn't say that they're the favorite in this heat, but Wang definitely has some skills. But watch out for Hasberg. I did the team trials for Team Canada a few weeks ago at Tower 5, just south of the peak that they're surfing right now, and Hasberg was impressive. He ended up being the alternate, but with the injury of Cody Young, he's in the event, Chris, and looking to make it worth his while.
Yeah, Shark Park local.
Yep.
Had some waves in a recent film called The Shakedown.
He surfs everywhere, huh? Sayulita, Canada. Yeah.
Well, his family's super supportive of his dreams. Team Canada, again, you know, they have a pretty solid pool to choose from, so just making that team alone is a huge step for young Wheeler Hasberg. He's going to have a big heat because we know Uriel, I mean, he has done a lot of great surfing in ISA events, and Wang, like you said, vastly improved over the past 3 years. So prepare for surprises as we get into the second round here. Remember, this is double elimination, so all surfers have multiple opportunities, 2 chances at least to get deeper into this contest, starting with surfer in yellow, representing Team Canada, Wheeler Hasberg. Nothing doing there.
Yeah, kind of a bad wave to select to open up on, but at least he's in the priority rotation. Probably want to get busy under everybody else's priority, and a huge opportunity for him too to not only prove to, you know, Team Canada that he's more than worthy of having this spot, but to the mainstream media too. How capable is this kid of not only surfing for Canada, but being one of their best surfers too, especially when you compare him to Reed Platinius, Cody and Levi Young, and Sean Forster, who are also part of the team. So, you know, I think he's got a lot of talent, and his backhand is definitely his best asset. Got a good air game every now and then too, Chris, so let's see if he can actually blow it up right now.
Yeah, definitely surfs beyond his years. That right there, that'll just be a throwaway for Wheeler. Sometimes, though, you know, even a wave like that can help you because we've already seen, what, 4 minutes plus go by. You know, he's already kind of stood up on his board, got the feeling. So we'll see. You know, these surfers have already surfed 1 time.
Yeah.
And now this is a, you know, kind of a quick turnaround. So that they have built momentum. They've advanced through their first round heats. This is where things start to, you know, get interesting in terms of building your campaign to make it all the way to Saturday.
I was about to say that. You might have a quicker turnaround than other people, too. You might have surfed 2 heats ago, Chris. You need to get right back into it. And personally, I always thought that was better than having to wait half a day or all day long to have to surf again. I always thought that it was better to surf consecutive heats or heats that were less distance apart. I just feel like you're in the groove, you're feeling what the ocean's doing, especially if the tides are really similar to where you surfed before. It's just so much better. You know, especially with the conditions the way they are now, I think there's going to be a vast difference in terms of how good the waves are with the low tide, with how good the waves are with the high tide. I'd way rather prefer surfing on a higher tide this afternoon right now, but it's cleaned up a lot compared to earlier this morning. We did have that south-southwest wind. It seemed like it was more from the west, though, so it did chop things up a bit. But so far, looking quite cleanly out there this afternoon.
Yeah, this is kind of what I would think you would hope for when the waves are this size. You know, again, it is cleaning up a little bit, minute by minute, heat by heat. It's just tidying up in the lineup. But with that wind throughout the day, you know, you just get more opportunities, more water moving around, more waves to potentially get scores on it. It will be a little bit more difficult to identify those kind of higher scoring waves, but we've already seen a bunch of waves in the high 7 range. We've seen a couple 8s throughout the day. It's super contestable, which is why we have so many events here in Huntington Beach, you know, particularly right here on the south side of the pier. On any given day, 365 days a year, there's going to be something to surf. You know, this is probably around as small as it gets. You know, this is kind of a size-wise a below average day. But as we've seen so far, all of our surfers have risen to the occasion, you know, knowing full well that the playing field is equal. Nobody's getting advantages in terms of better or bigger waves. It's who finds those opportunities and takes those chances that have been getting those big scores.
You know what's on the line, too. So that makes motivation a little bit better, too. You know, when it comes to the French team, both events that I competed in as a junior and every other event that I've worked so far for the ISA, I don't think they've ever not had a good team. You know, they've always had a stacked team. And obviously with the integration of French Polynesia and all the other smaller countries in the French Caribbean too, it just facilitates them having a much stronger team overall. Case in point, Tim Bisso would be competing for Guadeloupe. Martinique, also another great country of waves in the French Caribbean. Hasberg maybe making the Shorey. Oh, wow. How'd he do that?
Come on, keep going, keep going. That's Shark Park training right there. This is what the waves probably look like from Santa Cruz to the Mexican border here in Southern California. Not a lot of energy, but plenty of push to be contestable. There's Uriel Uziel. He's made a big improvement for sure. We saw him in El Salvador a few years back, the ISA World Surfing Games, and he was one of the big reasons why Team Israel did so well.
Yeah.
He's definitely helping that team by advancing through heats, and he's already found himself advancing through one. This could be a good momentum push for Team Israel.
And then this year in the juniors too, as impressive as it gets, I believe he ended up losing to Luke Thompson from South Africa, who was a finalist, by the way, and he was also a great surfer. So this kid's got some talent, Chris.
No doubt. 11:50 to go. Well, that last heat was packed with talent, and the surfer that rose to the top by the end of it was Griffin Colapinto, who will be standing by with Jess Grimwood as we watch surfer in blue. This is Wang representing China. He's making his way all the way to the sand. Could have a good finish here. Nice snap. Gets over the hump. I don't think that will be deemed complete. So as he gets back out in the lineup, let's catch up now with Griffin Colapinto.
Yes, it is the cream of the crop. Griffin Colapinto for Team USA. Congratulations on your first round win.
Oh, thank you. It's fun out there.
Yeah, now there's a massive crowd down here, and I mean it's pretty known to you, the vibe that you get and the good welcoming you get when you come down to the beach. Have you been feeling that from everybody?
Yeah, just 40 minutes away from my house, so yeah, local vibes, and yeah, it's cool that they had the contest here. The waves are always really fun, and you can, it's good variety for all types of different surfing, so yeah, it's a good play field for for the contest.
Perfect. And I mean, Kaloe was talking about it in the press conference as well. USA are one of the top hitting teams, top 5 if you want to put it that way. And you guys are really pushing for that extra Olympic qualification. Is there an inner team rivalry going on between you boys as well?
No, I don't think so. We're all super supportive of each other and just like having a lot of fun with this because we never really get to do contests like this. It's always just surfing for yourself. But now we're surfing for each other and our country. So yeah, it's a really special event, and we're really having fun with it.
It is a very special event, and I know you were at the opening ceremony yesterday, and there was so much going on with the teams. How did that feel to soak that up as Team USA?
Oh, it felt great. It was cool. Just kind of get the chills when they sang the national anthem because, back in our country. So, yeah, it was fun.
Well, congratulations. Great performance from you, and I'm sure the whole of USA are very proud. Any last words for everybody tuning in?
Well, hopefully we see each other at the Olympics.
Beautiful. There you go. Griffin Colapinto, Team USA. Incredible performance from such a strong men's team. Thanks, Griff.
Cheers.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, congratulations, Griffin. I would love to see Griffin competing at the Olympic level. He's definitely earned his stripes, that's for sure. Here's surfer in red, back at it, Tim Bisso. Now, this is kind of an interesting little turn of events here. We're over halfway through the heat. That was actually Timothy Bisso's first wave ridden, so it seems like he kind of went out the back, dropped anchor, tried to find something with a big number on it, but nothing came to him, so maybe that was kind of the in case of emergency break glass type of wave there. It didn't give him much of a chance to put up a big number, possibly some work on the outside. Now we see Wheeler Hasberg. Big fin free snap there on the outside section. Young Canadian team member here, nicely making the transition from the outside to the inside. Has some push to work with here. Big snap, airdrop, rides out with style. Wheeler Hasberg definitely going to be replacing that 2.5 and that 1.6. Meanwhile, Uriel Uziel with a pair of 4s. Our 2022 7th place finisher at the ISA Juniors. building off the momentum he developed there in El Salvador and bringing it with him here at Huntington Beach. So a strong start for Uriel.
And this is a huge heat too, because imagine if one of the French surfers gets relegated to the repechage round this early, their chances of winning gold for the men's side is going to be much more difficult. So huge opportunity here for both Hasberg and for Uziel to make it through. And as you said, first wave for Biso, one that he caught halfway through, didn't really stand up as well as he wanted to here on the inside either. Just the one turn. Second, much more difficult, but did well. I mean, for how the wave was, made a score out of nothing. So we'll see what Tim gets for that one, his opener. And then Uziel getting a score in the 4-point range, so not bad. You know, something to work on, I would say, in the last few minutes of this heat, but as of right now, those slow starts from everybody have definitely mattered a lot. And I think the best exchange out of these should definitely come from the surfer in yellow, Hasberg. Great opening turn, has a lot of experience competing here at Huntington Beach, both for nationals and USA surfing events. And great read here on the inside, the one turn, just the big snap. The surfer from, you know, everywhere worldwide. Mr. Worldwide doing it for Team Canada.
I like that tag. Here's your surfer in white, Uriel Uziel, blue. This is Wang representing China. Nice finish there, nice and smooth. Kind of capitalized on the power that he got and that speed burst going down the line through that inside section. 17 years old, Qisheng Wang representing Team China.
Yeah, they've been working out a lot on the north side towards Tower 6 with their head coach, Wade Sharp now. Wade, as you know, originally from South Africa, was a WSL judge for many years and ended up being coach for many different other teams, Costa Rica, and then Japan, and now for China. And as we see here, Wang, a decent combo on the outside, but the majority of the score is going to come from this last turn. Get a recognition of where the wave is going to break here on the shorey, and a good snap to finish off. So should be his best wave, Chris.
Yeah, that was really well placed. A nice read on that wave. Not an easy wave to surf, and I think he kind of maximized the potential there. So score is starting to drop through here. Tim Biso, well, the patience game did pay off for Tim Biso. That score, a 7.5 that he got on his opening wave, so now he's on the hunt for a backup. That puts Wheeler Hasberg down in third place. Qisheng Wang in fourth for now, needing a 4.38. So for Wheeler and Wang, they definitely have a shot in this one. There's 5.5 to go. Uriel, not in a safe place either. He's just got 2 4s. The big number we're keeping our eyes on, that 7.5. That's Tim Biso. And he has been on the QS for a long time, stellar junior run. So definitely a steady competitor. He comes from Guadalupe Island in the Caribbean. So he's definitely used to surfing in warm water and wind-affected waves.
Yep.
Looking very comfortable right now. And probably wasn't feeling that comfortable until he dropped that 7.5, but once he did that, you know, he freed himself up now to hunt around for something to get himself a pretty decent backup.
So I don't want to say I'm surprised that they gave him a 7.5 for that wave. I'm just a bit caught off guard, I guess is a better term, just because the majority of his maneuvers were on the inside shore break. We haven't seen a real score that big from the inside shore break so far, but I guess they're determining that a lot of the best scores so far have come due to the shorey, at least in the last few heats. So it's understandable. I really liked Hasberg opening turn on the back end though, the 6. Either way, it's still a closely contested heat. Look at the scores between first and second, 9.44, 9.07. Biso only needs less than a 2 to move up into first. That means that Hasberg would only need around a mid-3 to move up into second place or into the top 2. So this is still a very close heat, and the next decision that Uziel makes here, Chris, is going to be a crucial one.
Yeah, with 4 minutes to go, time's going to start going quickly. Looks like yellow has to give way to red, who has to give way to white. This is Uriel Uziel representing Israel, 18 years old. He's from Herzliya. And he got 7th place at the ISA Juniors back in 2022, or in 2022, just a few months ago. Ooh, catches his edge on the inside, still able to finish, rides out, lets the judges know he's in control. It wasn't super clean at the end there, but he did get the job done. We'll see if that will be better than his 4.77.
So a decent turn on the outside, redirects right. I think the majority of the score, Chris, is going to come on the inside section, though, right here. Just transitioning, gets a little Huntington hop going. Get a first turn right there. Gets a little stuck right there when he was bottom turning for the second one, but recovered extremely well to get the finish. So the real question is, does he better one of his fours? It's close. If he does, it's not by much either. So that means that Hasberg, for the first 2 spots, wouldn't need a big score either. So still waiting on it, whether or not it betters the 4.67. 2 minutes and 45 to go. And right now, if you're Biso, at any cost, Chris, you're going on the next set wave that comes through. You need to better that 1.57, and you want to take the lead if it's only needing a 2 or better.
You see him now, he's kind of hovering around Wheeler Hasberg. When, you know, Wheeler's a young surfer, rising quickly. You do not want to give him an inch, especially if you have priority over him. So he'll be looking to go double duty, wouldn't you say, trying to go defense and offense.
100%.
Keep Wheeler off a wave, but also get himself a better backup than a 1.57. Oh, flying out of the right side of the screen, we've got Wang.
So 2 minutes to go.
Ooh, lump coming through?
Yeah, there's something right here. And doesn't seem like Uziel's going to better, so Biso just needing the 1.94, let's call it a 2. That would mean that Hasberg, if Biso gets that score, is going to need something in the low 3s. Yep, I'd block him here.
Yeah, he had to give way. Wheeler did. So now Timothy had it. He's a powerful surfer. I've seen him shine in all types of conditions.
Not very tall either.
Haleiwa, Sunset. Here in Huntington Beach, he's had some good results.
Wow.
And
Great
speaking
finish.
of good results, that's exactly how he wanted to finish that wave. So got the job. He did exactly what we thought he would do. He held off Wheeler, capitalized on the wave, made it all the way to the beach. So Wheeler Hasberg right now needing a 3.6, but we'll see where his standing will be after that last wave from Biso.
So this is Wang's last. Currently in 4th. He needs a much larger score. You know, using those rails well, transitioning, but unfortunately at this point of the event, you really need those waves to stand up like that at the end. So decent floater to finish, but unfortunately for him, nothing on the outside. Great use of priority here from the Frenchman Biso. Just a little setup carve right there. I really love the way he transitions in this middle part. It gets really tricky in terms of which way you want to recognize and which way you want to commit, right? Because you don't want to go right if it's closing out. You don't want to go left if it's closing out. But you need to make a decision halfway through, and if you don't, you get caught in between, and that's the worst part about it.
Yes, so many moving pieces and a lot to unpack after every wave surfed. These surfers make their way back in the lineup. There's 13 seconds left. Will there be any more options coming through for these surfers? Time is going quickly, 5 seconds left. I don't think anyone's going to be able to activate in this last second, and that's it. And as expected, a 6.17 comes through, a big number for Tim Biso. He jumps into the lead. That drops Uriel Uziel into second. Wheeler Hasberg, after a well-surfed heat, finds himself in 3rd place along with Wang. So our 3rd and 4th place surfers will go into the repechage rounds. And again, those repechage rounds are just getting tougher and tougher with so much talent dropping through. And that's going to be it for this heat. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2022 edition. Stay tuned.
I was a good student. I was kind of the intellectual brother. My brother was much better than me. You know, by 10 he was playing soccer, rugby, tennis, everything. I wanted to be good at other things, so I focused on other things. I was collecting stamps. Which 10-year-old collects stamps? I don't know. Many times I drifted away from the ocean. My brother will be the one that will reel me in back into the ocean. Many ways, surfing saved my life and allowed me to stay active. I think that as terrible as it was to feel insecure and to be shy, at one point I realized that it was just too painful to be like that, so I wanted to change. So instead of being shy, kind of maybe the pendulum swung too far the other way. But I needed to do something about it.
You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Fernando Aguirre documentary about the path to the Olympics premieres tonight. And for the rest of the world, if you're nowhere near Huntington Beach, it's coming soon. And trust us, you're going to want to watch it. What a David versus Goliath tale. Nobody thought it was possible. But that's when Fernando shines, when he's doubted.
Yep.
He rises to the occasion, no doubt. Speaking of rising up, big start here as we are into round 2 action now. We have 2 podiums firing on all cylinders. Tricky conditions, but definitely contestable. That last heat had a bunch of waves kind of in the mid-range and above. And this heat has some hammers in it. Santiago Muniz, Oliver Heinz, Leon Glatzer, and Darshan Antequera. Costa Rica, Germany, Netherlands, and Argentina involved in this heat. Darshan with that 4.33, a great start in the Puerto Vida nation of Costa Rica. And I would say that these surfers, Darshan and Leon, both Costa Rica, basically Costa Rican locals.
They know each other.
Yeah, they're flying different flags, but, you know, surfing is a pretty small community. So even though they're, you know, representing distant nations on the map, they surf together quite often, I'm sure.
Well, you see that little paddle battle between them two on each corner. They recognized and they knew where each other were. And Leon right there got the priority back over Darshan, but this is going to be a great heat. Santiago Muniz has been a 2-time ISA World Games champion. I'm excited for this one. Antequera, the 19-year-old from Costa Rica, and Glatzer, who was an Olympian last year, too, for Germany. Wow. And then you also have the wild card, the Dutch surfer. It's going to be a great one. Here's the opener of Darshan. So got a 4.33 for this wave right here. Good turn right there, but unfortunately just a bit too late. So the explosiveness of that one turn cost him to get up into the lip line for the second end. You know, excited to see what Oliver Heinz brings to the table right here too, Chris, because we haven't seen him so far in competition today. At least we haven't. He was on at the other podium. So I don't know. It's anybody's ball game with these kind of conditions today. I think there's a lot of people that are probably going to shine in comparison to others.
Yeah, calling a winner with this field, with these waves, is tough. I would say on paper you'd have to give the edge to Santiago Muniz, and he's proving my point right now, just always electrifying down the line.
Oh.
Beautiful turn right there.
Dropping the hammer.
This guy is a laser sharp and super quick. I mean, he is definitely one of the fastest surfers in the entire field, 140 plus. And you talk about fast, electric, dynamic surfers. Leon Glatzer. So far, I would say Sharif Fall is winning the air contest, but make room for Leon Glatzer. This kid can fly.
Yeah, there's a few of those in the event for sure. And, you know, this is one of those heats that I was just looking forward to. 2 goofy footers in Antequera and Glatzer that know each other extremely well, and the former 2-time ISA World Games champion in red here, Santiago Muniz. And as you said, he's fast, he's quick, but he's also patient when these waves need to stand up. So I love the intensity that he's bringing, much like his brother Alejo, former ISA junior medalist. Great turn right there where he busts the fins out and does it one more time to shut the case on this wave. And look at this combo on the inside. Bang, just bust the fins out the back. And then the second one, just as critical. So that is going to be an excellent score, at least from my perspective.
Wow. Spray flying all over the place. Leon Glatzer now on his backhand. Still waiting for that first number from Santiago Muniz. I think we can all agree that it's going to be a sizable chunk of score. Oliver Heinz yet to get involved from the Netherlands. But as always, loving this international matchup. Costa Rica, Germany, Argentina, and the Netherlands represented in the water here in round 2. So with every round that you get through, you know, you're just adding points to your team totals. And we do add those points up every single night after competition. Of course, things are going to change vastly from now until the end of this event on Saturday. But it's pretty fun to watch and see how teams start to build their campaigns. Remember, the winning teams here will earn a slot in the Olympics 2024.
And how you build off of each other's energy, too. That was a good part of Griffin Colapinto's interview with Jess. You know, she asked him, hey, is there kind of a nice competitive rivalry between you guys? And he's like, no, we're actually here to support each other and do well as a team overall because they know what's at stake. for both Griff and Kolohe, I think it's quite sure that at least one of those two is going to make it due to the WSL side. I think Nat's more of a wild card in that sense. He could easily make it, but it would be much more of a challenge. I think right now with the momentum that both Kolohe and Griff have, they're more of the standouts on the championship tour. But you want to make way for that momentum to build over throughout the days, because if you just save it for the one day, you're not really having those standout performances where people are respecting you as a team, right?
100%. Well, 14-17 to go. Our surfers get themselves set in the lineup. Let's go down to Jess Grimwood with the winner of that last heat.
Hi guys, yes, Team France and Timothy Bisso. Mate, you've had so much experience in competition. It's so great to see you doing so well. Are you feeling that in your performance already today?
Yeah, tricky hits, not a lot of waves, so you have to play by tactics. And props to the other surfers, they gave it to me. I had the wall in my back, and I had to perform, and I'm stoked I did. But yeah, a big part in those hits.
And I mean, you have so much experience in competition, and coming to a wave like Huntington, is there something in your equipment you're changing up? I see that you're on the Stacy's, and is there something different about the model that you'd bring over here for Huntington?
I'm riding the Zombie Rat model from Stacy's. I mean, the boys down there in Oz, they know how to shape, and we worked on a couple model, one that was working really good here, really good in Balito. All those Challenger series, I have plenty of boards to suit those waves. And yeah, I'm bringing back this one, Zombie Rat, and it's working really good. I'm super happy. Thanks, Lee.
Yeah, it is working really well. And of course, that thing we've been talking about the whole time, the Olympics for Paris 2024, as a team and France, how important is this for you just to keep progressing through the rounds?
Yeah, so I wasn't there last year, but they won, French won, so that's something to consider. We're back this year, hungrier than ever. Younger team this year. It's been like I heard the boys talk on the live how hard it was to qualify for France, because there is the Caribbean, the French Caribbean, the Tahitians, the French. We are like 20 guys that could be here today, so it's props to us, the guy that qualified. So yeah, we're stoked, we're a strong team, and we're ready to go all the way.
Yeah, and congratulations, you have worked so hard for so many years to be here. Any last words for everybody tuning in at home in France?
Yeah, I'll say something in French. Merci à tous pour les encouragements, pour toute l'équipe, être derrière nous et tout, c'est top. Et voilà, à la France, allez les Bleus, et voilà, la bise.
There you go, Timothy Bisso, Team France, really strong performance from him today, guys. Thanks, Timmy.
Bisso coming through. And I love the little accent with the uniform, putting the beret on for his post-heat interview. Always welcomed to bring your nation's colors in to our post-heat interview. And thank you, Jess Grimwood, jumping on that story right there. 11:30 to go in the lineup. Now we've got Leon Glatzer representing Germany in the lead, a 5.77 and a 2.67. He went absolutely bonkers in El Salvador in last year's ISA World Surfing Games. Did some of the biggest errors we've ever seen in ISA competition. Yep. He went off all the way to a 13th place. And if you look at the roster and the list of surfers that were in that event, Medina, Italo, I mean, the list goes on and on. A 13th place finish there is massive.
Yeah. No, and as we're seeing Santi up and riding, might make it to the inside right here. He is.
I would never doubt him to make a connection. I mean, come on. He is so electrified every time he surfs.
He's quick, too.
Leon now a little bit tougher of a road, but again, makes it look easy. Here we go. Searching for a ramp. Well, it's not going to find one. That wave kind of closes around him as Darshan falls out of the sky. Big finish there. A lot of fours on the board right now, as you see. These surfers now trying to add things up. Our surfer from the Netherlands yet to get involved, but Glatzer in the lead. But Santiago Muniz, I mean, just as we were watching him, we're going, is that even a wave? And he just transitioned super easy. And here's what happened to your surfer in blue.
Yeah, and watch out for Darshan, too, because that was a tough turn and tough section to navigate right there at the end. Been spending a lot of time here in Huntington Beach with his good friend Keanu Garashi, riding for Quicksilver now. Their HQ is right here in Huntington. So you have team manager Matt Pasquadici, You have Keanu Garashi, his older brother Kanoa, who's competing in the event. So it's more of a familiarity kind of thing for Darshan competing here. Competed in many QS events over the last few years too. So he's got the experience and the knowledge. But as you were saying, 13th place finish last year for Leon Glatzer. And Santiago Muniz, who just drops a 6.0. He's a two-time ISA World Games champion. This is not an easy heat. And let's not forget that Team France won the overall medal as a team last year in El Salvador. And Joan Deroux was the men's champion too. So, you know, they got a lot to prove, but I think Europeans overall, including this man in white, the surfer from the Netherlands, also have a lot to prove.
Yeah, Oliver Heinz right there trying to stay weightless. He gets the transition, and this wave goes big in front of him. Nothing much he could do right there than just try to ride it out, and it collapses around him. An uphill landing on dry sand, that's difficult.
Yep.
That one got the better of him. But he's on the board. His first wave ridden. He's got 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go, so he does have some time to work with.
If you don't have the right amount of speed for that shore break section, you're not riding out of it. You're either not meeting the lip in time or you're too late to it. And right there you just saw maybe a little bit too far out ahead of it. But in the long-term span of things, if you're not getting something good on the outside, you might not want to even make the inside connection unless it's something big with an air. So with 8 minutes 20 to go, you look at both scores from Santiago Muniz, the 8.17 and the 6.0. They all started from something on the outside. Maybe the best part of the wave wasn't on the outside, but he was always capitalizing about gaining momentum through those midsections. And the only way he's going to do that is by catching the wave on the outside section, Chris. So 8 minutes to go. Antequera in second, and Leon now down to third, needing a 2.99. Let's call it a 3. That's a close heat right now.
7:50 on the clock. Some afternoon wedges coming through. 2:24 p.m. here, Pacific Standard Time. Split peak. We're going to follow blue, Darshan Antequera from Costa Rica. Muscles his way through to this inside section. A quick snap there. Watch it form up. Bird's eye view of it.
Oh.
Tough finish there.
Yeah.
Again, the bottom dropped out. Knocked him off his feet. I like the urgency there. Grab your board. Get back out there. You're still in this heat. Don't give your competition any advantages. Get right back out there right next to him. Make them know that you're there.
And don't panic either, because 8 minutes is still a good amount of time. And knowing how capable your competition is of getting and obtaining those big scores too, you should know that going out there and sitting out the back might be the smartest game plan. You could be looking at a set wave in order to make it through here in the last 8 minutes, Chris.
The surfer in yellow, Leon Glatzer.
It's a good inside section here.
How does he generate so much speed on nothing? I mean, for a big kid to be able to do that, that's really impressive. Where's the ramp? If anyone can find it, it's Leon. You can tell the frustration. He was coiling up, ready to strike, and the wave just had other ideas. But I like the intent. You know, I'm actually a fan sometimes of when you see a surfer kind of projecting what they're about to do, as we saw Leon right there. I mean, you knew he wanted nothing more than a big section to punt, and the wave just didn't provide, but he'll get back out there with 6 more minutes. Here's Oliver Heinz, Netherlands represented here by your surfer in white. He makes a section as well. Pretty good average in terms of who makes this inside section and who doesn't. Most surfers in this heat have made it no problem. Solid finishing snap there for Heinz. And we're back at Santiago Muniz. He's got a 8.17 and a 6. So well in control of this heat. That board looks perfect.
It does.
I mean, it looks so fun.
And so far, I believe that Santi has only caught, well, he's caught 4 waves. The third one is just a 1. But his effectiveness on the waves and the transitions that he's made through to the inside have also not only been the best that I've seen so far today, Chris, but I also think in the grand scheme of things, you're also conserving a lot of energy that you might need in future days, knowing that the swell is going to pick up, knowing that you want to be there on the beach to support your teammates too. You want to do as much as you can in as little as you can as well. So conserve, but also on the waves that you are on, try to rip them to pieces. And as you see here, he's 3 for 3 when it comes to making these inside connections. Good transitions here. The one big turn right there on the shorey. Looking to replace a 617. Let's see if he can do it. And you see here the bird's eye view was a split peak. Antequera opted to go right on this one. So this is where I think going for the 2+1 cost him at the end, Chris. Not enough speed due to that one little check turn that he had before the big one. Couldn't ride out of the last one. And then the surfer in white from the Netherlands, Oliver, making his transition to the inside. And then unfortunately for him, despite making the shore break connection, this wave really never stood up as well as he wanted to. Still a decent turn right there to finish. Blew the fins out the back. So should be his best score. And then Muniz again. This is the one that we were looking at from the front angle. Good first turn on the outside. Went left and redirected right. Little setup right there. And I love this finish at the end, sending a lot of spray to the skies too. So he's just been solid on every single wave that he's caught so far. Ooh.
And that's cutting it close.
Priority was with yellow, though, so blue's kind of pushing it right there.
Yeah, fourth priority going up against first priority. It's not something you want to mess with, especially with 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go. You do not want to give the judges anything to think about in terms of priority mistakes. You got to keep it clean as we see our surfers getting ready for the next heat coming up.
What did I tell you, though, Chris? Despite them competing for different countries, these guys know each other.
Wow, Leon Glatzer, he's in a tough spot. Third place with 3 minutes to go. The good news for Leon, he only needs a 2.99. He's got a good section on the inside to work with. Quick snap there. So, you know, you can be stubborn when you're looking for ramps, which I know Leon loves to do airs, but right there he had to kind of go, okay, you know what? I'm going to do what the wave wants me to do. Gets a nice vertical hook there. He's looking for a 3. You know, I wouldn't say that that's an obvious 3-point ride, but he may have done enough. He may have done enough.
To me, the interesting situation is going to be that paddling situation between blue and yellow. So gets the one carve on the backhand, then redirects left, and as he said, he's been a bit stubborn when it comes to wanting to find those air sections, but good for him, though. He knows what's going to score big for him. This one a bit more conservative, though, just goes the rail-to-rail route. Good finish, though. I mean, to me, it's easily the 2.99. So
yeah, in looking back, the outside turn alone was probably worth a 3.
So there it is. It's a 5.1, so he's into second, and now Darshan needing a 6.44, which, if you're comparing it to Santiago's waves, it's a pretty decent score that he's looking for. It would have to be a set wave. It would have to be something excellent on the inside, and with a minute 45, he's in third priority right now, so he needs that wave to come through as soon as possible.
And Santiago has a knack for making a lot out of a little.
Yep.
I would say he's definitely up top when you think of some of the small wave wizards on the QS and the Challenger Series and here in ISA competition. Santiago's definitely on that list.
Oh, and he's got great sparring partners too, despite competing for Argentina. Both him and Alejo were born in Argentina. They grew up in Florianopolis in Santa Catarina in the southern part of Brazil. So you grew up with Yago Dora, you grew up with your brother Alejo, who won the U.S. Open here in 2013 too. Your sparring partners are as good as it gets, Chris. So, your talent level should exceed that of your peers even when you're surfing with guys like those, guys like that on a frequency as high as he does.
No doubt. And, if we know anything about how competitive Brazilian surfers are at the QS level, the ISA level, that is not an easy group to even catch waves off of, let alone compete against. Yeah, so full credit to Santiago Muniz, who has really surfed a nice, clean heat, and he's maximized on every wave he's ridden. 8.17, one of the high marks of the day, and he backed that up with another high mark of 6.7. So Santiago with a really convincing victory. 20 seconds left. Now Leon Glatzer, he's just got to fend off Darshan and Oliver. I like that all the surfers in this heat got involved. Oliver Heinz representing the Netherlands. He'll be going to the repechage round, but he'll be going there with a little bit of confidence. Dropped a 3.73 and a 2.3, so not a huge heat total, but it's something, right? It's something to kind of get that campaign going.
Yeah, and good sportsmanship there between Glatzer and Antequera, too. They high-fived, and as you mentioned, for the Netherlands, having Heinz in this round, having him move through and compete against this caliber of competition too, that's something that's going to elevate his experience and his performance in rounds to come too, Chris.
Well, that's it for this round 2 heat. We're going to move on to the next heat, which is a hammer. Federico Moraes, Chloe Andino, and more coming up after these brief messages. We'll be right back.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Back at it here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Another big heat in the lineup. One of the biggest of the day here in round 2. We're live from Surf City, USA. And we've got Federico Moraes, Kalohe Andino, Ruben Victoria, and Rafael Paella in the lineup now. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Well, you would think in reading these names that Federico and Kalohe have the obvious edge, but think again. This heat, round 2, heat 10.
They pulled a fast one on you.
Yeah.
So what happens is that we have half of this round running in the south area. And
Double podiums.
Yeah. So
odds and evens. You know what? In my defense, every heat's big. So I can just keep saying that over and over. Because once you get into round 2, whoa, the big things happen. So a quick look there for surfer in blue.
Sean Forrester. Another one of those surfers that, despite competing for a different country, resides in Costa Rica too. Costa Rica has an infinite multitude of talent from different parts of the world. The Zog brothers, Leon Glatzer, Emily Gussoni. Who am I missing now? Sean Forrester. I feel like there's one big one that I've missed so far that resides in Costa Rica too.
The McGonagalls.
Oh, Angela Bonomelli, who was really close to qualifying for the Olympics. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, the McGonagals have always competed for Costa Rica,
yeah.
So.
I just threw that out there because obviously I've been confused in the last few minutes. But what I do know is this is the ISA World Surfing Games, and we've got 147 plus athletes competing here. 51 nations represented. And a lot of action already behind us. I mean, we are well into round 2. With so much more to come. We're going Saturday to Saturday. Beautiful Pacific Ocean there, shining in all of its glory as we get down here towards, we're getting towards happy hour. It's 2:40 here. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, September 17th. So a couple solid hours left of competition here.
Peak high tide right now too, Chris. So around a 4.4 high tide, which you would think is a quite average tide, a normal one, but I think for how small it is today, it's significant, and it's making a huge difference. Luckily for the surfers, the shore break has been working quite a bit, so it's been significant to the point where there's still been rideable waves and contestable waves. And for all four of these surfers, especially for Griff, who just got out of the water, you'd be thinking that he'd be comfortable in these kind of waves. But Dylan Groen, who competes for Germany, I believe he resides in Australia, another great surfer. Daniel Farr from New Zealand also surfed earlier. And Sean Forrester, who was a standout during the team trials event for Canada. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got and bringing to the table with 15 minutes to go.
Pretty amazing that Griff's already back out in the lineup. We were just talking to him in a post-heat interview with Jess Grimwood. There's Team USA.
Simo, Brett Simpson.
He knows a thing or two about surfing in Huntington.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
those two guys together, that's 100 years of experience.
Easily. I mean, you can't
maybe
call,
80.
You can't call Simmons a local because he's always going to claim Seal Beach. But everybody
it's about
from
3 miles that way.
Yeah, everybody from Seal Beach surfs Huntington. So, you know, it's the same thing with people from Newport. If Newport's small, everybody surfs Huntington too. So, you know, they know this place inside and out, and what a dynamic duo too, right? I mean, Brett last year going to the Olympics, head coach for the USA surf team, and everything that Ryan Simmons has done for the US surf team too. I mean, an incredible atmosphere having both of them on the beach, and they also have a stellar cast to go along with it. So, not bad. And there's the Kiwi team. New Zealand always flying the flag proud too. Love their haka that they do every time at the opening ceremony as well.
Yeah, talk about spirit. You got it all right there with Team New Zealand.
I'm here with you.
You ever been to New Zealand, Chris?
It is probably one of my favorite places to visit on the planet.
Okay.
I've only been to the North Island, but what I saw there absolutely blew my mind. Natural beauty everywhere. Amazing waves. It's pretty obvious why there's so many good surfers from New Zealand, especially so many good goofy footers. The Raglan area came back into a global view with Raglan Surf Report. Incredible, satirical, yet seriously funny Instagram. And every time I see that name pop up on my screen, I go, I dream of surfing Raglan again someday soon. And right now you're watching Daniel Farr. He's representing New Zealand.
Not only did I always think that they had one of the most beautiful and simplest outfits out there, I'm a huge fan of the All Blacks jerseys, and I want to get one really bad. But I think, you know, what makes New Zealand such a cool country, and especially as a surfing nation too, is that I feel the same as every other Polynesian island. They integrate the Maori culture into their surfing culture. And I think that's something, especially as somebody that grew up in Mexico, and we lost a lot of our indigenous culture. And it's really unfortunate that we don't have enough people that are able to teach those kind of things that we lost over the course of time. And I feel like they've made a serious effort in New Zealand specifically to keep those traditions alive. So props to them, and I know they're all watching, and props to Kehu Butler for flying the flag on the Challenger Series too. He's doing great so far this year.
Talk about classic individuals. Now that I think about it, every surfer I know from New Zealand is witty and funny and really fun to be around.
Yeah, and they rip too.
Yeah. And there's left point breaks. Is there room for me to move to? I'm gonna go talk to the team.
Go live on a farm and just retire already and
that would be a dream.
all day.
That would be a dream come true. 11:28 to go. So the fun and games that we're having in here, it's not translating to the beach right now because we're into round two. Things are getting serious. They do have more opportunities. If you lose in round two, you will have a repechage round to hopefully get through for your team. But you can tell. I mean, they're serious about it right now, as serious as Brett Simpson gets. You know, there are flashes of seriousness, I would say. But a great team coach, and the camaraderie here, of course, among the best of the best.
So Brett's like the comic coach, and Simo is like dead serious right now. He's
like good cop, bad cop?
Don't talk to me. No, they're hilarious when they're working together too, but they know the importance of this heat. You know, Griff right now hasn't caught a wave, holding down priority. I can't believe that his biggest win up until that point was the U.S. Open last year. Like, that's incredible. And then ended up with 2 championship tour victories earlier this year. But so far, you know, almost halfway through the heat, and it seems like he's going to strike on this one, Chris.
Yeah, when he strikes, it's usually a big strike. Look at how much speed he's able to develop, standing up on a completely flat wave. And if he can make this transfer, well, I was going to say that would be a miracle feat, even for a guy as good as Griffin Colapinto. The good news for Griff is there's not a lot of other big scores. The one score of note right now is that 5-1-7 for Sean Forster, Team Canada. So that's a good number with 10 minutes to go. I mean, he's in a good position right now. He's got second priority. Dylan Groen representing Team Germany with a 3.67, the second highest single wave score of this heat. Griffin right now is, it's not panic time, but it's definitely time to get moving. A little urgency.
I mean, personally, I think if there's something in the short break on the way back out that you can catch and, you know, get a 3 or a 4 out of, I'd say go on that, because you're already matching what the surfer in second has in their scoreline. So that already puts you in a competitive position to at least move up in the top 2. Because if you move back to the outside and you know that it's been a slow heat so far, Chris, you're just entering the rotation and you have to let everybody else go before you can actually catch a wave. So as of right now, it doesn't seem like there was anything in the short break, and Griff is just going to take a risk right here and make it all the way back out.
Yeah, it almost looked like he wanted to wait. Now he's kind of doing figure 8s in that mid portion.
I don't think it's a bad idea. This wave might break right here.
Turn and burn. Let's see it, Griff. One big move from Griffin Colapinto can equal a 5 any day.
Yeah, he's in no man's land right there, though. It's neither the outside nor the inside, so he's got to commit to either one. And same thing with Farr. He has the 2 small scores, and Groen with the 3.67. The only thing that's really keeping him in the top 2 right now is that he has priority number 1. So you see Colapinto moving there to the inside. I think this is a smart choice.
You can get a rapid fire succession of waves in there. You're probably only going to get 1 or 2 moves on that inside section because it breaks really fast. But, you know, Griffin, who surfs T Street all the time and has competed here in Huntington Beach a million times. I mean, you could call Griffin Colapinto local here in Huntington just for the sheer amount of events that he's surfed in here.
Border
He
Riders,
knows this zone.
The Border Riders has made things a bit more competitive, though. Like, there's a big Huntington San Clemente thing going on right now.
Well, we gave you that rivalry from our Encinitas Board Riders.
I'm not part of any club, so I know that Encinitas has great surfers, including yourself, but, you know, Taylor Clark, all those guys. But since they're like the top 2 teams that are always fighting for the trail fee, it's getting worse and worse. So
fun,
you know, it's going to be good next year.
And here we go, Griff. We'll see if this gamble pays off. Quick snaps there. Nicely done. Just fitting in with the flow of that little wave. And for most surfers in this event, in any event, that wave would have been a no-go, nothing doing. But for Griff, I mean, he made lemons out of lemonade. Excuse me, he made lemonade out of lemons on the inside there, and is potentially just going to get right back into this heat on the strength of a 1-foot wave that he ripped.
Well, good use of priority there from Groen, too, though. Already has the 3.67. Would have to say he's going to take the lead with this wave, too. Just under 7 minutes to go. So using priority not only well, but I think as of right now, if he can better the 3.67, same thing. That's why he's paddling out so slowly, too, because he knows there's a chance that he can actually catch a wave on the way back out. So it's a closely contested heat right now, and it's anybody's ball game. And I'm really interested to see how high they score Griff's wave, because it was very small, even though it was well surfed. So let's see what happens.
Well, there's what happened. A 4.41 for Griffin Colapinto. And, you know, you think of the judging criteria, speed, power, flow. He had it all there. So, you know, wave selection, well, that wasn't really an option for Griff. He had to take off on something. And, again, he made the most out of a minute wave. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, so a good transitional floater, nice attack towards the lip line, and, I mean, a decent finish, too. But to me, what stood out was the speed. You know, the speed that he was able to carry throughout the whole wave. Not easy to do. And then Groen, He had the one turn on the outside to get commitment here on the left. He knew that this wave was going to stand up better on the backhand and got a decent turn too. So I expect him to take the lead here and put up a decent number too.
Yeah, he does. So Groyen fighting right back. And he's got a 4.27, a 3.67. He's in the lead. Griffin on the streak. That one little wave on the inside of 4.43. Pairs that with a 0.9. He's in second place.
I'd be moving around and hunting anything that you can, though, because that 5.17 from Forrester right at the beginning of the heat is crucial to these last 5 minutes.
One of the bigger sets we've seen of the afternoon. It's going to be Daniel Farr representing Team New Zealand. He's actually going to give way because your surfer in blue, Sean Forrester, had priority. He amps his way to the inside. Tries for the finish.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, it's not going to be deemed a make.
Well, and to me, the real question is, why did you take that wave when it was already breaking too? You know that you weren't going to get anything on the outside. What's the point of knowing that Griffin has the 4.43, which is relatively close to your 5.17, right? You're needing something to at least match the 4.43, and I never thought that he was going to get it on it. And unfortunately for Farr, he utilized his second priority right there and didn't get anything out of it. So with 4 minutes to go, if I'm Colapinto, I'm thinking I'm in a pretty good spot to make it out of this heat.
That's what you call a double priority gift.
Yeah.
He went from third priority all the way to first priority in one fell swoop, and the cherry on top of that is there were no scores that were going to do anything in this heat. So Griffin right there, you just handed a priority present, and when you hand priority to Griffin Colapinto, you more often than not will pay. We know how good he is. I mean, he literally just rode a 1 foot wave to a mid-range score. No one else is doing that.
No.
You know, there's a reason why he's been fighting for titles. Number 6 in the world.
Yep.
On the WSL Championship Tour, coming in as a high seed here in the ISA World Surfing Games.
I mean, they're nervous on the beach, though. You saw Simmons right there with Griffin's father, Mitch Colapinto. Simpo's looking back and forth, and Kalohe, his teammate. I mean, they know how important this heat is, but I think with 3 minutes to go, he needs a 2.85. He could get that off of one turn, and you know, it really doesn't even have to be anything that big when you look at the twos that we've had today as far as competition goes. So I think 3 minutes is more than enough time. I think when it comes down to 90 seconds and you do need a score, that's when you want to start to move in, but it's plenty of time.
Ooh, sets coming through. Interesting angle, too. This is not something you often see, waves coming away from the pier like that.
And if you're Forrester, I'd be moving as closely towards Griffin as I could, and if you're Farr, you need a 5.11. Recognize what Colapinto did on the 4.43 and try to replicate that there. They're moving him in. They're moving him in, Chris.
Well, I think they just, you know, they obviously they know what he's capable of. They saw what he did on that tiny wave on the inside, so he's making a beeline for the shore break, steamrolling in. This is going to be really, really wild at the finish. Now we're down to 2 minutes. Griffin Colapinto, you know, one of the surfers that you can't not pick as a favorite in this event. Right now, he's in trouble.
Suspended priority, too. So he's in a position where anybody else can still come in, and it's fair play to hassle as much as you can, obviously within the rules. But since he was in first priority, he's no longer the primary takeoff zone. His priority is suspended. So anybody that wants to come in and kind of rough him up a little bit, they can go ahead and do that as long as it's within the rule set.
Well, he's going to hope they don't know that, but watch out, because Sean Forrester, who's currently in second place, is about 10 feet away from Griff. 1:26 to go. And there's Forrester. We'll see if he gets the note. He's probably going, wait a second, so I don't see priority next to Griffin's name.
And Sean bettered his low score, too. Got a 2.43 on a shorey wave. So Griff now needs a 3.18.
Oh, this is just a stunning turn of events. 1:04 to go. Griff's back in no man's land. Neither of these surfers have priority, so it's all about to be a battle here. 56 seconds to go. Griff sees a wedge. And he's got it. He needs a 3.18. Quick snap there. Another snap, throwing a lot of spray in a small space. 4 turns of the beach. Team USA, hands in the air. 38 seconds left. Was that a 318?
I'd have to say so. I mean, just when you look at the 4.43 that he has, it was a small wave, but I don't think he could have surfed it any better than that, Chris. And I would have liked to have seen Sean push a bit more. I felt like he could have. There was a right on it, too. I'm not saying that I think he should have gone, but at least try to force him to go to the wrong way, too.
Well, he's got time to stand up here. Forrester now. He's got a little wedge to work with. Good end section. Snaps it up into the lip. And he's telling the judges, give it. A stunner at the finish there here in round 2, heat 10. Did Griffin Colapinto do enough? The judges say yes. He does get a 3.63. Now Forrester, he needed a 2.89, and he got 1 turn done on the inside. It was pretty critical.
It was.
It looked like, it appeared that he rode out clean. Of course, we leave that up to the judges. But now we wait. And nobody's got a look on their face. I mean, this is a straight up poker face moment right here.
Let's see. Boy, it's going to be close whether he gets it or not.
Wow, well, the good news for Team Germany is they're safe.
Yeah, Dylan Groen surfed a great heat, obviously knowing who he was up against, and, you know, just did his own thing. Boy, but a 2.89?
I mean, Griffin did 3 vertical snaps, right?
But Sean's section was better, though.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a more critical section, a little bit bigger of a wave.
Uh-huh.
But I still feel like
the combination
speed,
was
power,
better.
flow,
Yeah.
combination of major maneuvers. Oh, this is our longest wait yet. That makes it fun.
Well, they're
for us, not for the people on the beach waiting for scores.
They're making a decision on whether or not blue should make it over red or red should make it over blue. So I understand why they're taking so long. I mean, you got to understand the consequences of this heat, right? Because
you know, and our judges, they do not see names, they do not see flags. All they see is colors. So they're probably rewatching those 2 waves, going back to back, head to head.
Well,
we're on the edge of our seats, just like these teams are.
Oh, he got it!
And it comes through. A 3-2-3, a shocker for Team USA. Their highest seeded, highest ranked surfer, a superstar. Griffin Colapinto has entered the repechage round, and watch out. Dog will hunt. Griffin in the repechage, and that has to be scary for all other surfers involved. But I'll tell you what, Sean Forster right there never gave up, fought till the end, did just enough. And I think you called it, the section was really the star there, and he used that wave to get that score. But oh my gosh, that right there is going to be something we think about all the way till Saturday.
Yeah.
And we'll see where Griffin ends up. For now,
game changer.
He's in the repechage round, but we've got a lot more surfing to come and a lot more nail-biter finishes like that, no doubt. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. This is the ISA World Surfing Games.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
To end the day. What a way to end the day. I'm telling you, the ISA World Surfing Games, so much action, intensity in and out of the water. And right there we saw one of our highest seeds, Griffin Colapinto, taken out of the main round. He will have another chance. All surfers get 2 opportunities to stay in this event. Mitch, that was a pretty stunning turn of events at the very end. Both surfers come to the inside. They're both given one more opportunity. It looked like Griff sealed it up. But at the end of the day, it was Forrester who got that last section and did exactly what he needed to do to get the second place advancing spot.
Yeah, and it's always those low-scoring heats that make things more exciting, right? Unfortunately, the tide rose to the highest point today, and, things just slowed down for that heat. But you got to be prepared for everything that the ocean throws at you. And unfortunately for Griffin Colapinto, he was just never in the right spot at the right time, and Sean Forrester was. So in the end, Canada moves through, and the USA getting one surfer through to the rapid charge.
Well, your bracket may have just been busted, but we've got so much more action to come. This is where underdogs and unknowns make their rise into glory. It's already been day 1, and it seems like we've surfed 1 million heats, but we've got 1 million more to come. We're going to leave you guys with some highlights on the day, but tune in tomorrow morning right here, same time, same place, 7:30 a.m. We'll be kicking off the ISA World Surfing Games 2022, live from Surf City, USA. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.